Chapter 35 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Betty B. Sacred Haunts of Palestine by A. W. Kinglake. We crossed the Golden Horn in a cake. As soon as we had landed, some woebegone-looking fellows were got together and laden with our baggage. Then on we went, dripping and sloshing, and looking very like men that had been turned back by the Royal Humane Society for being incurably drowned. Supporting our sick, we climbed up shelving steps and threaded many windings, and at last came up into the main street of Pera, humbly hoping that we might not be judged guilty of the plague, and so be cast back with horror from the doors of the shuddering Christians. Such was the condition of the little troop which 15 days before had filed away so gaily from the gates of Belgrade. 2 attacks of fever and a northeasterly storm had thoroughly spoiled our looks. The interest of Messeri with the house of Giuseppini was too powerful to be denied, and at once, though not without fear and trembling, we were admitted as guests. Even if we don't take a part in the chant about mosques and minarets, we can still yield praises to Stamboul. We can chant about the harbor. We can say and sing that nowhere else does the sea come so home to a city. There are no pebbly shores, no sandbars, no slimy riverbeds, no black canals, no locks nor docks to divide the very heart of the place from the deep waters. If, being in the noisiest mart of Stamboul, you would stroll to the quiet side of the way amidst those cypresses opposite, you will cross the fathomless Bosporus. If you would go from your hotel to the bazaars, you must pass by the bright blue pathway of the Golden Horn that can carry 1,000 sail of the line. You are accustomed to the gondolas that glide among the palaces of St. Mark, but here at Stamboul it is 120 gunship that meets you in the street. Venice strains out from the steadfast land, and in old times would send forth the chief of the state to woo and wed the reluctant sea. But the stormy bride of the Doge is the bowing slave of the Sultan. She comes to his feet with the treasures of the world. She bears him from palace to palace. By some unfailing witchcraft she entices the breezes to follow her, and fan the pale cheek of her lord. She lifts his armed navies to the very gates of his garden. She watches the wall of his serail. She stifles the intrigues of his ministers. She quiets the scandals of his court. She extinguishes his rivals and hushes his wives, all one by one. So vast are the wonders of the deep. I caught one glimpse of the old heathen world. My habits of studying military subjects had been hardening my heart against poetry. Forever staring at the flames of battle, I had blinded myself to the lesser and finer lights that are shed from the imaginations of men. In my reading at this time, I delighted to follow from out of Arabian sands the feet of the armed believers, and to stand in the broad manifest storm tract of Tartar devastation, and thus, though surrounded at Constantinople by scenes of much interest to the classical scholar, I had cast aside their associations like an old Greek grammar, and turned my face to the shining Orient, forgetful of old Greece and all the pure wealth she left to this matter-of-fact ridden world. But it happened to me one day to mount the high grounds overhanging the streets of Pera. I sated my eye with the pomps of the city and its crowded waters, and then I looked over where Scutari lay half veiled in her mournful cypresses. I looked yet farther and higher, and saw in the heavens a silvery cloud that stood fast and still against the breeze. It was pure and dazzling white as might be the veil of Cytherea, yet touched with such fire as though from beneath the loving eyes of an immortal were shining through and through. I knew the bearing, but had enormously misjudged its distance and underrated its height, and so it was as a sign and a testimony, almost as a call from the neglected gods, that now I saw and acknowledged the snowy crown of the Mysian Olympus. I crossed the plain of Esdraelon and entered among the hills of beautiful Galilee. It was at sunset that my path brought me to sharply around into the gorge of a little valley, and close upon a gray mass of dwellings that lay happily nestled in the lap of the mountain. There was only one shining point still touched with the light of the sun, who had set for all besides, a brave sign this to holy Sharif and the rest of my Moslem men, for the one glittering summit was the head of a minaret, and the rest of the seeming village that had veiled itself so meekly under the shades of evening was Christian Nazareth. Within the precincts of the Latin convent there stands the great Catholic church, which encloses the sanctuary, the dwelling of the Blessed Virgin. This is a grotto of about 10 feet either way, forming a little chapel or recess, and reached by descending steps. It is decorated with splendor. On the left hand a column of granite hangs from the top of the grotto to within a few feet of the ground. Immediately beneath, another column of the same size rises from the ground as if to meet the one above. But between this and the suspended pillar there is an interval of more than a foot. These fragments once formed the single column on which the angel leant when he spoke and told to Mary the mystery of her awful blessedness. Hard by, near the altar, the Holy Virgin was kneeling. I had been journeying, cheerily indeed, for the voices of my followers were ever within my hearing, but yet, as it were, in solitude, for I had no comrade to whet the edge of my reason or wake me from my noonday dreams. I was left all alone to be taught and swayed by the beautiful circumstances of Palestine, traveling, by the clime and the land and the name of the land, with all its mighty import, by the glittering freshness of the sward and the abounding masses of flowers that furnished my sumptuous pathway, by the bracing and fragrant air that seemed to poise me in my saddle and to lift me along as a planet appointed to glide through space. And the end of my journey was Nazareth, the home of the Blessed Virgin. In the first dawn of my manhood, the old painters of Italy had taught me their worship of the beauty that is more than mortal, but those images all seemed shadowy now, and floated before me so dimly, the one overcasting the other, that they left me no one sweet idol on which I could look, and look again and say, Maria mia. Yet they left me more than an idol, they left me, for to them I am wont to trace it, a faint apprehension of beauty, not compassed with lines and shadows. They touched me. Forgive, proud Marie of Anjou, they touched me with a faith and loveliness transcending mortal shapes. I came to Nazareth and was led from the convent to the sanctuary. So as I went, I trod tenderly, not looking to the right nor to the left, but bending my eyes to the ground. The attending friar served me well. He led me down quietly and all but silently to the Virgin's home. The mystic air was so burnt with the consuming flames of the altar and so laden with incense that my chest labored strongly and heaved with luscious pain. There with beating heart the Virgin knelt and listened. I strove to grasp and hold with my riveted eyes some one of the feigned Madonnas, but of all the heaven-lit faces imagined by men, there was none that would abide with me in the very sanctuary. Impatient of vacancy, I grew madly strong against nature, and if by some awful spell, some impious rite I could, O most sweet religion, that bid me fear God and be pious, and yet not cease from loving, religion and gracious custom commanded me that I fall down loyally, and kiss the rock that blessed Mary pressed. With the half-consciousness, with the semblance of a thrilling hope that I was plunging deep into my first knowledge of some most holy mystery, or of some new rapturous and daring sin, I knelt and bowed down my face till I met the smooth rock with my lips. Neither old Sacred himself nor any of his helpers knew the road which I meant to take from Nazareth to the Sea of Galilee, and from thence to Jerusalem, so I was forced to add another to my party by hiring a guide. I passed by Cana and the house of the marriage feast prolonged by miraculous wine. I came to the field in which our Saviour had rebuked the Scotch Sabbath keepers of that period by suffering his disciples to pluck corn on the Lord's day. I rode over the ground where the fainting multitude had been fed, and they showed me some massive fragments, the relics, they said, of that wondrous banquet, now turned into stone. The petrifaction was most complete. I ascended the height where our Lord was standing when he wrought the miracle. The hill rose lofty enough to show me the fairness of the land on all sides, but I have an ancient love for the mere features of a lake, and so, forgetting all else when I reached the summit, I looked away eagerly to the eastward. There she lay, the Sea of Galilee, less stern than Wastwater, less fair than gentle Windermere. She had still the winning ways of an English lake. She caught from the smiling heavens unceasing light and changeful phases of beauty, and with all this brightness on her face, she yet clung fondly to the dull, he-looking mountain at her side, as if she would soothe him with her finer fancies, touch him with her lighter thought. If one might judge of men's real thoughts by their writings, it would seem that there are people who can visit an interesting locality and follow up continuously the exact train of thought that ought to be suggested by the historical associations of the place. A person of this sort can go to Athens and think of nothing later than the age of Pericles, can live with the Scipios as long as he stays in Rome. I am not thus docile. It is only by snatches and for few moments together that I can really associate a place with its proper history. There, at Tiberias, and along this western shore toward the north, and upon the bosom too of the lake, our Saviour and his disciples. Away flew those recollections, and my mind strained eastward, because that farthest shore was the end of the world that belongs to man the dweller, the beginning of the other and veiled world that is held by the strange race, whose life, like the pastime of Satan, is a going to and fro upon the face of the earth. From those gray hills right away to the gates of Baghdad stretched forth the mysterious desert, not a pale, void, sandy tract, but a land abounding in rich pastures, a land without cities or towns, without any respectable people or any respectable things, yet yielding its 80,000 cavalry to the beck of a few old men. But once more, Tiberias, the plain of Gennesareth, the very earth on which I stood, that the deep, low tones of the Saviour's voice should have gone forth into eternity from out of the midst of these hills and these valleys. Aye, but yet again the calm face of the lake was uplifted and smiled upon my eyes with such familiar gaze that the deep, low tones were hushed, the listening multitudes all passed away, and instead there came to me a loving thought from over the seas in England, a thought more sweet than gospel to a wilful mortal like this: except at Jerusalem, never think of attempting to sleep in a holy city. Old Jews from all parts of the world go to lay their bones upon the sacred soil, and since these people never return to their homes, it follows that any domestic vermin they may bring with them are likely to become permanently resident, so that the population is continually increasing. No recent census had been taken when I was at Tiberias, but I know that the congregation of fleas which attended at my church alone must have been something enormous. It was a carnal, self-seeking congregation, wholly inattentive to the service which was going on, and devoted to the one object of having my blood. The fleas of all nations were there, the smug, steady, importunate flea from Holywell Street, the pert, jumping puce from hungry France, the wary, watchful pulce with his poisoned stiletto, the vengeful pulga of Castile with his ugly knife, the German Flo with his knife and fork, insatiate, not rising from table, whole swarms from all the Russians, and Asiatic hordes unnumbered. All these were there, and all rejoiced in one great international feast. I could no more defend myself against my enemies than if I had been peine à discrétion in the hands of a French communist. After passing a night like this, you are glad to gather up the remains of your body long before morning dawns. Your skin is scorched, your temples throb, your lips feel withered and dried, your burning eyeballs are screwed inward against the brain. You have no hope but only in the saddle and the freshness of the morning air. I calculated that on the preceding day we had nearly performed a 2 days' journey. I concluded that the Dead Sea must be near. In this I was right, for at about 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon I caught a first sight of its dismal face. I went on and came near to those waters of death. They stretched deeply into the southern desert, and before me and all around, as far away as the eye could follow, blank hills piled high over hills, pale, yellow, and naked, walled up in her tomb forever, the dead and damned Gomorrah. There was no fly that hummed in the forbidden air, but instead a deep stillness. No grass grew from the earth, no weed peered through the void sand, but, in mockery of all life, there were trees borne down by Jordan in some ancient flood, and these, grotesquely planted upon the forlorn shore, spread out their grim skeleton arms, all scorched and charred to blackness by the heats of the long silent years. I bathed in the Dead Sea. The ground covered by the water sloped so gradually that I was not only forced to sneak in, but to walk through the water nearly a quarter of a mile before I could get out of my depth. When at last I was able to attempt to dive, the salts held in solution made my eyes smart so sharply that the pain I thus suffered, joined with the weakness occasioned by want of food, made me giddy and faint for some moments, but I soon grew better. I knew beforehand the impossibility of sinking in this buoyant water, but I was surprised to find that I could not swim at my accustomed pace. My legs and feet were lifted so high and dry out of the lake that my stroke was baffled, and I found myself kicking against the thin air instead of the dense fluid upon which I was swimming. The water is perfectly bright and clear, its taste detestable. After finishing my attempts at swimming and diving, I took some time in regaining the shore, and, before I began to dress, I found that the sun had already evaporated the water which clung to me, and that my skin was thickly encrusted with salts. The enthusiasm that had glowed, or seemed to glow, within me for one blessed moment when I knelt by the shrine of the Virgin at Nazareth was not rekindled at Jerusalem. In the stead of the solemn gloom and the deep stillness rightfully belonging to the holy city, there was the hum and the bustle of active life. It was the height of the season. The Easter ceremonies drew near. The pilgrims were flocking in from all quarters, and although their objects were partly at least of a religious character, yet their arrivals brought as much stir and liveliness to the city as if they had come up to marry their daughters. The votaries who every year crowd to the Holy Sepulchre are chiefly of the Greek and Armenian churches. They are not drawn into Palestine by a mere sentimental longing to stand upon the ground trodden by our Saviour, but rather they perform the pilgrimage as a plain duty strongly inculcated by their religion. A very great proportion of those who belong to the Greek Church contrive at some time or other in the course of their lives to achieve the enterprise. Many in their infancy and childhood are brought to the holy sites by their parents, but those who have not had this advantage will often make it the main object of their lives to save money enough for this holy undertaking. The pilgrims begin to arrive in Palestine some weeks before the Easter festival of the Greek Church. They come from Egypt, from all parts of Syria, from Armenia and Asia Minor, from Stambul, from Mumilia, from the provinces of the Danube, and from all the Russias. Most of these people bring with them some articles of merchandise, but I myself believe, notwithstanding the common taunt against pilgrims, that they do this rather as a mode of paying the expenses of their journey than from a spirit of mercenary speculation. They usually travel in families, for the women are of course more ardent than their husbands in undertaking these pious enterprises, and they take care to bring with them all their children, however young. They do this because the efficacy of the rites is quite independent of the age of the votary, and people whose careful mothers have obtained for them the benefit of the pilgrimage in early life are saved from the expense and trouble of undertaking the journey at a later age. The superior veneration so often excited by objects that are distant and unknown shows, not perhaps the wrong-headedness of a man, but rather the transcendent power of his imagination. However this may be, and whether it is by mere obstinacy that they force their way through intervening distance, or whether they come by the winged strength of fancy, quite certainly the pilgrims who flock to Palestine from remote homes are the people most eager in the enterprise, and in number, too, they bear a very high proportion to the whole mass. The great bulk of the pilgrims makes its way by sea to the port of Jaffa. A number of families will charter a vessel among them, all bringing their own provisions. These are of the simplest and cheapest kind. On board every vessel thus freighted, there is, I believe, a priest who helps the people in their religious exercises, and tries, and fails, to maintain something like order and harmony. The vessels employed in the service are usually Greek brigs or brigantines and schooners, and the number of passengers stowed in them is almost always horribly excessive. The voyages are sadly protracted, not only by the land-seeking, storm-flying habits of the Greek seamen, but also by the endless schemes and speculations forever tempting them to touch at the nearest port. The voyage, too, must be made during winter, in order that Jerusalem may be reached some weeks before the Greek Easter. When the pilgrims have landed at Jaffa, they hire camels, horses, mules, or donkeys, and make their way as well as they can to the Holy City. The space fronting the Church of the Holy Sepulchre soon becomes a kind of bazaar, or rather perhaps reminds you of an English fair. On this spot the pilgrims display their merchandise, and there, too, the trading residents of the place offer their goods for sale. I have never, I think, seen elsewhere in Asia so much commercial animation as upon this square of ground by the church door. The money changers seem to be almost as brisk and lively as if they had been within the temple. When I entered the church, I found a babel of worshippers. Greek, Roman, and Armenian priests were performing their different rites in various nooks and corners, and crowds of disciples were rushing about in all directions, some laughing and talking, some begging, but most of them going around in a regular and methodical way to kiss the sanctified spots, and speak the appointed syllables, and lay down the accustomed coin. If this kissing of the shrines had seemed as though it were done at the bidding of enthusiasm, or of any poor sentiment, even feebly approaching to it, the sight would have been less odd to English eyes. But as it was, I felt shocked at the sight of grown men thus steadily and carefully embracing the sticks and the stones, not from love or from zeal, else God forbid that I should have blame, but from a calm sense of duty. They seemed to be not working out, but transacting the great business of salvation. A Protestant, familiar with the Holy Scriptures, but ignorant of tradition and the geography of modern Jerusalem, finds himself a good deal mazed when he first looks for the sacred sites. The Holy Sepulchre is not in a field without the walls, but in the midst, and in the best part of the town, under the roof of the great church which I have been talking about. It is a handsome tomb of oblong form, partly subterranean and partly above ground, and closed in on all sides, except the one by which it is entered. You descend into the interior by a few steps, and there find an altar with burning tapers. This is the spot held in greater sanctity than any other in Jerusalem. When you have seen enough of it, you feel perhaps weary of the busy crowd, and inclined for a gallop. You ask your dragoman whether there will be time before sunset to send for horses and take a ride to Mount Calvary. Mount Calvary, Signor? Eccolo. It is upstairs, on the first floor. In effect, you ascend, if I remember rightly, just 13 steps, and then you are shown the now golden sockets in which the crosses of our Lord and the 2 thieves were fixed. All this is startling, but the truth is that the city, having gathered around the sepulchre, the main point of interest, has gradually crept northward, and thus in great measure are occasioned the many geographical surprises that puzzle the Bible Christian. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre comprises very compendiously almost all the spots associated with the closing career of our Lord. Just there on our right he stood and wept. By the pillar on your left he was scourged. On the spot just before you he was crowned with the crown of thorns. Up there he was crucified, and down here he was buried. A locality is assigned to even the minutest event connected with the recorded history of our Savior. Even the spot where the cock crew when Peter denied his master is ascertained and surrounded by the walls of an Armenian convent. I went to see and to explore the pyramids. Familiar to one from the days of early childhood are the forms of the Egyptian pyramids, and now as I approached them from the banks of the Nile, I had no print, no picture before me, and yet the old shapes were there. There was no change. They were just as I had always known them. I straightened myself in my stirrups and strove to persuade my understanding that this was real Egypt, and that those angles which stood up between me and the west were of harder stuff, and more ancient than the paper pyramids of the green portfolio. Yet it was not till I came to the base of the Great Pyramid that reality began to weigh upon my mind. Strange to say, the bigness of the distinct blocks of stones was the first sign by which I attained to feel the immensity of the whole pile. When I came and trod, and touched with my hands, and climbed, in order that by climbing I might come to the top of one single stone, then, and almost suddenly, a cold sense and understanding of the pyramid's enormity came down, overcasting my brain. Now try to endure this homely, sick, nursish illustration of the effect produced upon one's mind by the mere vastness of the Great Pyramid. When I was very young, between the ages, I believe, of 3 and 5 years, as I was then of delicate health, I was often in time of night the victim of a strange kind of mental oppression. I lay in my bed perfectly conscious and with open eyes, but without power to speak or to move, and all the while my brain was oppressed to distraction by the presence of a single and abstract idea, the idea of solid immensity. It seemed to me in my agonies that the horror of this visitation arose from its coming upon me without form or shape, that the close presence of the direst monster ever bred in hell would have been 1,000 times more tolerable than that simple idea of solid size. My aching mind was fixed and riveted down upon the mere quality of vastness, 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 and was not permitted to invest with it any particular object. If I could have done so, the torment would have ceased. When at last I was roused from this state of suffering, I could not, of course, in those days, knowing no verbal metaphysics and no metaphysics at all, except by the dreadful experience of an abstract idea, I could not, of course, find words to describe the nature of my sensations, and even now I cannot explain why it is that the forced contemplation of a mere quality, distinct from matter, should be so terrible. Well, now my eyes saw and knew, and my hands and my feet informed my understanding that there was nothing at all abstract about the Great Pyramid. It was a big triangle, sufficiently concrete, easy to see, and rough to the touch. It could not, of course, affect me with the peculiar sensation I have been talking of, but yet there was something akin to that old nightmare agony in the terrible completeness with which a mere mass of masonry could fill and load my mind. And time, too, the remoteness of its origin, no less than the enormity of its proportions, screens an Egyptian pyramid from the easy and familiar contact of our modern minds. At its base the common earth ends, and all above is a world, one not created of God, not seeming to be made by men's hands, but rather the sheer giant work of some old dismal age weighing down this younger planet. Fine sayings, but the truth seems to be, after all, that the pyramids are quite of this world, that they were piled up into the air for the realization of some kingly crotchets about immortality, some priestly longing for burial fees, and that as for the building, they were built like coral rocks by swarms of insects, by swarms of poor Egyptians who were not only the abject tools and slaves of power, but who also ate onions for the reward of their immortal labors. The pyramids are quite of this world. I of course ascended to the summit of the Great Pyramid and also explored its chambers, but these I need not describe. The first time that I went to the pyramids of Giza, there was a number of Arabs hanging about in its neighborhood, and wanting to receive presents on various pretenses. Their sheikh was with them. There was also present an ill-looking fellow in soldier's uniform. This man on my departure claimed a reward, on the ground that he had maintained order and decorum amongst the Arabs. His claim was not considered valid by my dragoman, and was rejected accordingly. My donkey boys afterwards said they had overheard this fellow propose to the sheikh to put me to death whilst I was in the interior of the Great Pyramid, and to share with him the booty. Fancy a struggle for life in one of those burial chambers, with acres and acres of solid masonry between oneself and the daylight. I felt exceedingly glad that I had not made the rascal a present. I visited the very ancient pyramids of Abu Qir and Saqqara. There are many of these, differing the one from the other in shape as well as size, and it struck me that taken together they might be looked upon as showing the progress and perfection, such as it is, of pyramidical architecture. One of the pyramids at Saqqara is almost a rival for the full-grown monster at Giza. Others are scarcely more than vast heaps of brick and stone, and these last suggested to me the idea that after all the pyramid is nothing more nor less than a variety of the sepulchral mound so common in most countries, including, I believe, Hindustan, from whence the Egyptians are supposed to have come. Men accustomed to raise these structures for their dead kings or conquerors would carry the usage with them in their migrations, but arriving in Egypt and seeing the impossibility of finding earth sufficiently tenacious for a mound, they would approximate as nearly as might be to their ancient custom by raising up a round heap of stones, in short, conical pyramids. Of these there are several at Saqqara, and the materials of some are thrown together without any order or regularity. The transition from this simple form to that of the square angular pyramid was easy and natural, and it seemed to me that the gradations through which the style passed from infancy up to its mature enormity could plainly be traced at Saqqara. And near the pyramids, more wondrous and more awful than all else in the land of Egypt, there sits the lonely Sphinx. Comely the creature is, but the comeliness is not of this world. The once worshipped beast is a deformity and a monster to this generation, and yet you can see that those lips, so thick and heavy, were fashioned according to some ancient mold of beauty, some mold of beauty now forgotten because that Greece drew forth Cytherea from the flashing foam of the Aegean, and in her image created new forms of beauty, and made it a law among men that the short and proudly wreathed lip should stand for the sign and the main condition of loveliness through all generations to come. Yet still there lives on the race of those who were beautiful in the fashion of the elder world, and Christian girls of Coptic blood will look on you with the sad, serious gaze, and kiss your charitable hand with the big pouting lips of the very Sphinx. Laugh and mock, if you will, at the worship of stone idols, but mark ye this, ye breakers of images, that in one regard the stone idol bears awful semblance of deity, unchangefulness in the midst of change, the same seeming will and intent for ever and ever inexorable. Upon ancient dynasties of Ethiopian and Egyptian kings, upon Greek and Roman, upon Arab and Ottoman conquerors, upon Napoleon dreaming of an Eastern empire, upon battle and pestilence, upon the ceaseless misery of the Egyptian race, upon keen-eyed travelers, Herodotus yesterday and Warburton today, upon all and more this unworldly Sphinx has watched, and watched like a providence, with the same earnest eyes and the same sad tranquil mien. And we shall die, and Islam will wither away, and the Englishman, striving far over to hold his loved India, will plant a firm foot on the banks of the Nile, and sit in the seats of the faithful, and still that sleepless rock will lie watching and watching the works of the new busy race, with those same sad earnest eyes and the same tranquil mien everlasting. You dare not mock the Sphinx. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Betty B. Finding Livingstone by Henry M. Stanley. We push on rapidly, lest the news of our coming might reach the people of Bunder Ujiji before we come in sight and are ready for them. We halt at a little brook, then ascend the long slope of a naked ridge, the very last of the myriads we have crossed. This alone prevents us from seeing the lake Tanganyika in all its vastness. We arrive at the summit, travel across and arrive at its western rim, and pause. Reader, the port of Ujiji is below us, embowered in the palms, only 500 yards from us. At this great moment we do not think of the hundreds of miles we have marched, of the hundreds of hills that we have ascended and descended, of the many forests we have traversed, of the jungles and thickets that annoyed us, of the fervid salt plains that blistered our feet, of the hot suns that scorched us, nor of the dangers and difficulties now happily surmounted. Unfurl the flags and load your guns. Aye, Walla Bana, respond the men eagerly. 1, 2, 3, fire. A volley from nearly 50 guns roars like a salute from a battery of artillery. Now, Kirangozi, guide, hold the white man's flag up high and let the Zanzibar flag bring up the rear. And you must keep close together and keep firing until we halt in the marketplace or before the white man's house. You have said to me often that you could smell the fish of the Tanganyika. I can smell the fish of the Tanganyika now. There are fish and beer and a long rest waiting for you. March. Before we had gone 100 yards, our repeated volleys had the effect desired. We had awakened Ujiji to the knowledge that a caravan was coming and that the people were rushing up in hundreds to meet us. The mere sight of the flags informed everyone immediately that we were a caravan. But the American flag borne aloft by gigantic Asmani, one of the porters or carriers, whose face was one vast smile on this day, rather staggered them at first. However, many of the people who now approached us remembered the flag. They had seen it float above the American consulate, and from the masthead of many a ship in the harbor of Zanzibar, and they were soon heard welcoming the beautiful flag with cries of Bendera Kisungu, a white man's flag, Bendera Merikani, the American flag. Then we were surrounded by them, by Wajiji, Wanyamwezi, Wangwana, Warundi, Waguha, Wamanyema, and Arabs, and were almost deafened with shouts of Yambo, Yambo Bana, Yambo Bana, Yambo Bana. To all and each of my men the welcome was given. We were now about 300 yards from the village of Ujiji, and the crowds are dense about me. Suddenly I hear a voice on my right say, "Good morning, sir." Startled at hearing this greeting in the midst of such a crowd of black people, I turn sharply around in search of the man, and see him at my side, with the blackest of faces, but animated and joyous, a man dressed in a long white shirt, with a turban of American sheeting around his woolly head. And I ask, "Who the mischief are you?" "I am Susie, the servant of Dr. Livingstone," said he, smiling and showing a gleaming row of teeth. "What? Is Dr. Livingstone here?" "Yes, sir." "In this village?" "Yes, sir." "Are you sure?" "Sure, sir. Why, I leave him just now." "Good morning, sir," said another voice. "Hello," said I. "Is this another one?" "Yes, sir." "Well, what is your name?" "My name is Chuma, sir." "And is the doctor well?" "Not very well, sir." "Where has he been so long?" "In Manyuema." "Now you, Susie, run and tell the doctor I am coming." "Yes, sir." And off he darted like a madman. Soon Susie came running back and asked me my name. He told the doctor I was coming, but the doctor was too surprised to believe him, and when the doctor asked him my name, Susie was rather staggered. But during Susie's absence the news had been conveyed to the doctors that it was surely a white man that was coming, whose guns were firing and whose flag could be seen, and the great Arab magnates of Ujiji, Mohammed bin Salih, Said bin Majid, Abid bin Suleiman, Mohammed bin Gharib, and others, had gathered together before the doctor's house, and the doctor had gone out from his veranda to discuss the matter and await my arrival. In the meantime the head of the expedition had halted, and the Kirangozi was out of the ranks, holding his flag aloft, and Salim, the interpreter, said to me, "I can see the doctor, sir. Oh, what an old man! He has got a white beard." And what would I not have given for a bit of friendly wilderness, where unseen I might vent my joy in some mad freak, such as idiotically biting my hand, turning a somersault, or slashing at trees, in order to allay those excited feelings that were well nigh uncontrollable. My heart beats fast, but I must not let my face betray my emotions, lest it should detract from the dignity of a white man appearing under such extraordinary circumstances. So I did that which I thought was the most dignified. I pushed back the crowds, and passing from the rear, walked down a living avenue of people until I came in front of the semicircle of Arabs, in the front of which stood the white man with the gray beard. As I advanced slowly toward him, I noticed that he was pale, looked wearied, wore a bluish cap with a faded gold band round it, had on a red-sleeved waistcoat and a pair of gray tweed trousers. I would have run to him, only I was a coward in the presence of such a mob. Would have embraced him, only, he being an Englishman, I did not know how he would receive me. So I did what cowardice and false pride suggested was the best thing. Walked deliberately to him, took off my hat and said, "Dr. Livingstone, I presume?" "Yes," said he, with a kind smile, lifting his hat slightly. I replaced my hat on my head, and he puts on his cap, and we both grasp hands, and then I say aloud, "I thank God, doctor, I have been permitted to see you." He answered, "I feel thankful that I am here to welcome you." I turn to the Arabs, take off my hat to them in response to the saluting chorus of Yambos I receive, and the doctor introduces them to me by name. Then, oblivious of the crowds, oblivious of the men who shared with me my dangers, we, Livingstone and I, turn our faces toward his tembe, or hut. He points to the veranda, or rather mud platform under the broad overhanging eaves. He points to his own particular seat, which I see his age and experience in Africa has suggested, namely a straw mat with a goat skin over it, and another skin nailed against the wall to protect his back from contact with the cold mud. I protest against taking this seat, which so much more befits him than me, but the doctor will not yield. I must take it. We are seated, the doctor and I, with our backs to the wall. The Arabs take seats on our left. More than 1,000 natives are in our front, filling the whole square densely, indulging their curiosity and discussing the fact of 2 white men meeting at Ujiji, one just come in from Manyuema in the west, the other from Unyanembe in the east. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Betty B. Up the Mountains of the Moon by Henry M. Stanley. In his lecture, Through the Great Forest, Mr. Stanley said, "I propose to take you through the Great Forest up to the Mountains of the Moon, around the Great Lakes and across Africa." We traveled over 6,000 miles. The time occupied was 987 days. The first section, of about 1,000 miles, was along an unknown country by steamer up the Aruwimi River to a place called Yambuya. The navigation was interrupted by rapids. On foot next, for 160 days, we went through one unbroken forest. That journey was not through poetic glades, with here and there thrown in a bit of mossy dell, with little or no undergrowth, and free access, and an open view into sylvan wilds. You may remember your experiences of last summer when you took an excursion into the woods. There you found a poetic seclusion, a graceful disorder, mossy grounds, trees of familiar kinds, springy turf, bits of picturesque skies, and the sun shedding softened dreams of light upon tree and turf. Ah, the African forest furnishes no such picturesque sights or pleasant glades. Language is too poor to describe it. First, think of the tropics and a climate of humidity and the heat of perpetual summer. You feel, as you enter into this unknown region, the robustness of vegetation. There is a still warm vapor in suffocating volumes. First, you dispense with your upper garments, and then you want to get rid of the rest. The gloom is so great that you can compare it only to the twilight of evening. You see the leafage rising up black and green, impenetrable clumps of trees, some of them reaching a height of 250 feet. There is no symmetry, grace, or softness, but all is wild, uncouth, and awful. At every step you see masses of bewildering undergrowths, a wonderful variety of plants. There's an absence of any sense of decay, rather the sense of the general healthfulness of the plants, and enduring youth, exhaustless wonders. There is no longer any energy among us. We behold everlasting greenness, eternal vitality, and fertility. Above all is a protecting, impenetrable canopy. Sacred trees with leafy crowns tower above us. African mahogany, the unyielding ironwood, the butternut tree, and other varieties too numerous to mention, all united in closest embrace, darken the life below till it is suggestive of mystery and awe. As we march silently, slowly, and painfully on, the forest changes its aspect, and we note the labors of forgotten tribes, and come to swampy grounds. One day our march is very slow through masses of forest wilderness. On the next day we go through a more open section, on the following day through frowning depths, and over ground strewn with dead leaves, worm-eaten trunks, or dried branches. But always and above all tower the primeval woods, the deep shadows unbroken save by the flashes of lightning. On some days the march has to be prolonged beyond the usual hour for halting that has been fixed upon, because of the difficulty of choosing a ground fit for a camp. For we bear with us tons of perishable goods that have to be protected from the floods of rain. But at last a suitable spot is found. The whistle is sounded and the loaded files come up, and one by one they deposit their burdens in due order. Then, when the tents are erected, the camp resounds with the sound of voices. Some men with axes trim the poles of the tents or cut fuel. Some with knives peel the saplings to utilize the bark for bedding. Some dig holes in the ground for tent poles. In about 2 hours a little town will be seen, and 100 fires will blaze, and 100 pots will be sending up clouds of savory steam. The camp is animated and resounds with chatter, all the louder because confined by the four sides of our forest home. After the guards are set around the camp, we feel safe from the surprises of the cannibals, and those who wish are free to wander away. At such a time I have been sensible of the utter poverty of words to describe my surroundings. It is not a time for poetic brooding, but one after another the senses yield to the charm of seclusion. Then I behold a magnificent forest in listening attitude, a great gloom, trees eloquent of antiquity and of venerable brotherhood. I marvel at the age of these giants. Since the period when the nuts dropped from the trees and took root, what generations have passed? Generation after generation, dynasty after dynasty, empire after empire, one national period after another, and the trees grow taller and taller through the centuries, yearly extending in growth, extending in limb, and rising steadily, invincibly upward, indifferent whether their crested tops are illuminated by sunshine, or dripped with rain, or are tossed by the raging tornado of the tropics. That old patriarch yonder, with massive and wrinkled bark, was probably born 1,000 years before the siege of Troy. That hedge you see above you was a shrub in the days of Herod the Great. Even the palm by the river bank, which seems so utterly out of place among the forest kings, probably sprouted first when Columbus started his course across the Atlantic. They are brimming over with vitality. We feel that their vegetable life is incomparable with our own. They stand and have stood while the centuries rolled by, mute and rigid in the gloaming. They are there today in enormous multitudes. The sun shines on their tops with utmost fervor. The mist floods around them with grayish clouds. They will brave the elements in the future with the same peaceful, proud endurance as they have done in the past. The forest there faithfully represents human life in pantomime. That struggle for space, selfish indifference to others may be found there as with us. When the topmost bough is shattered by lightning, another fed by the air and light springs up triumphantly to usurp its place. You can see with what greed others hasten to occupy the opening made by the uniform height and equal growth. I found also that they are subject to diseases, as is humanity. Countless parasites are around the stems and strangle their growth. The ants eat into their boles, and great branches are pushed aside by the elephants, rubbing their sides against them. You will see among them large tumors on their stems. Others falling into decay with age are bleached white by death. The ground underneath consists of the dust of others which are gone. It is carpeted with their dead leaves and strewn with their broken limbs. Scarcely an hour passes, but in your neighborhood a tree falls. There is a sound as of an explosion and a shock that shakes the earth, and a branch comes tumbling down with a startling crash. A twig snaps or a leaf falls every second of time. But with this death there is life, for seeds also fall, and as often as a tree dies, another has sprouted, or with the fall of a leaf, another has sprouted. During a year of wanderings we noted 560 hours of rain, which would be about 1 hour of rain for every 15 of dry weather during 12 months. How much sunshine there was we would not say. It seemed to us there was only 1 hour of sun brightness to every hour of night or fog or gloom. We could tell only from the heat in the forests that the sun was out. We could only feel its dry fervor in the clearings, but the effect of this super moisture is the exceeding vegetation. The trees from summit to branch are clothed with verdure, and wound around by enormous parasites and climbers. The grander trees bear the heaviest and thickest species, which run from 14 to 16 inches in diameter. Those of the largest size reach 1,400 feet, and they continue their serpentine twisting from one limb to another, and finally hang suspended 30 or 40 feet above, like immense anacondas, swinging with every gust. Or they ascend to the branches of other trees until they are lost in the depth above. There are hundreds of them. They are seen in a great network, web-like formation. There is not a sapling or tree, from the infant of 1 year to the holy patriarch of 40 centuries, but is infested with both vegetable and animal parasites. Thin vines and serpent-like creepers all swing solemnly hither and thither under the influence of a strong wind, with countless millions of leaves resting on the great limbs of the trees, embracing the rigid branches, creaking and grinding. You can hardly realize the scene of desolation that is found in the sepulchral gloom of the forests. But when the storm king is in the air above, and every tree seems starting from its sepulchral stillness in a mad dance, and there is a mad massing and warring and rushing through the foliage shades, and the woods bow their heads in agonized grief, try however you may, you cannot help sympathizing with the scene. It is awful and horrible to hear all these sounds in the pitch-black night, when the tornado descends on the forests and the elements are accompanied with all their terrors, with blinding brands of lightning and the cannonade of the thunder, when the whole camp is a blaze of blinding light. It is far more frightful when the rain pours over the desolate scene in drowning showers. You can understand now what effect such experiences of tempest and rain and darkness had upon the minds of our people, who knew not where this endless march was leading. As the days grew into weeks and the weeks into long months, and not a soul could enlighten them as to the possible limits of this demon world, all this added to continuous pain from hunger, misery, and sickness, and the dull pangs of sorrow as they tossed their dead companions into the dark river, in the absence of all hope in the future. Gaunt famine smote them dead by the scores. Their limbs were ravaged by rabid ulcers, the stagnant atmosphere poisoning them with its breath, ants and ticks creeping over their bodies, fierce savages jumping upon them with dagger or spears, while they feebly crawled after the caravan, ruthless pygmies lying behind trees shooting their barbed arrows into their bodies, and cannibals attacking them as they gathered over their evening fire. Death cut our people off with revolting treachery, and sudden as lightning stroke. Finally, after 160 days of marching, we emerged from the forest. Then our eyes danced with rapture, for we beheld fresh young grass spreading out into flowery fields and pastures, and then, beyond, round and picturesquely molded hills. Such a sight we hailed with shouts of praise and loud thanksgivings and murmurs of worship according to our respective faiths. The delicious grass, the warbling of birds, this summer loveliness of the land, and the warm life and beauteous earth reposing in peace were sublime. Our men had dreams of joy, and they called it heaven. Its length was 620 English miles from north to south, and from west to east 520 miles. It comprised 320,000 square miles, the whole equal to 400,000 square miles. In the beginning of 1886, the Arab slave traders had not penetrated very far into this region. The Arabs were for some time deterred from making any serious effort to push into this forest, but the increasing price of ivory and the scarcity of it subsequently inspired them with greater efforts. In May, 1887, they had gained a footing in Etura. Separating from one another, they built 3 stations down the Etura, about 100 miles apart, one at the Leda forming the apex of a triangle, the base line of which was 50 miles away. They then began killing the aborigines and appropriating or looting whatever property they found. Within 5 months they cut a swath 227 miles long and in width about 180 English miles. Not one village had been left standing. Their plantain groves had become so many jungles. The aborigines had either been destroyed or were hidden in the darkest recesses of the forests. This is the reason why, in 1887, our expedition suffered so terribly from hunger. Were you able to take a bird's eye view of the forests, the native clearings would have appeared like so many circular bits of pale green. There were no tracks, and we possessed only one steel boat for the river, and part of the journey, therefore, had to be made by forcing a way through the bush. If that was too thick, we scattered through the underbrush, but we had bill hook and cutter in constant exercise. The first month in the bush we progressed very slowly. When finally, after many months' labors, we reached a track, our pace was increased to 1 3/4 miles an hour. As the column stretched in file over a considerable length of ground, the pioneers had to slash away a broad blaze on a tree every few yards. It was most difficult to distinguish the track, but by the time the whole of the column had passed over it, the trail was pretty clear. Some days, however, when I would be leading a river party, the pioneers would lose all trace of it. They would leave the river and, relying too much on their knowledge of woodland, try to cut a straight course. Thus they frequently lost their way, and for hours the caravan would be wandering in the woods while the river party would be anxiously waiting for them. On one occasion the parties were separated 6 days. As we drew nearer the eastern limits the nature of our difficulties changed. We followed native paths. Then the voices of the foremost men would be heard bawling out the character of their troubles, one by one: skewers below, ants, red ants on the march, a tangling root, 'ware skewers, mushy mud with no bottom, wasps. These warnings, while they served to prevent us from falling into pitfalls, retarded the march. If I were to enumerate the names of the various tribes whose territories we traversed, there would be general hilarity, I fear, in an American audience. The inhabitants of the forest are divided into big people and little people. The taller men are those who own clearings in the forest. The pygmies are unsettled and restless little nomads, who slide about through the woods and whose temporary camps are generally found 2 or 3 miles outside of the banana plantations. The first are very like other Africans, but much browner than the dwellers in the plains, probably from living so much in the shade. Each tribe has its distinguishing marks, tattooings of some figure or another on the forehead or on the cheeks or chins. Some shave their heads, some wear their hair long or in ringlets. There is no elaborate hairdressing in the forest as lower down along the Congo. Their ornaments consist of crocodile, monkey, or human teeth strung in necklets and anklets and bracelets. Their dress is a clout of dark cloth, a strip 4 feet long. For headwear, these people have a headpiece of basket work adorned with a parrot's red tail feathers. Their weapons are spears, bows and arrows, broad knives, and sometimes a battle axe. These are they who sometimes make great clearings in the woods, and in the midst of a confusion of fallen trees build compact villages. Outside the villages there is a tangle of brushwood, half hidden by plantain groves. The villages swarm with goats and fowls, which now and again furnish the people with food. The natives are addicted to cannibalism, but it must not be supposed that they feed on their own relatives or tribe. Neither is a human victim always easy to secure. The tribes are too far apart, but if a neighboring community, 10 or a dozen miles off, advances, there may possibly be an accident when a body may be secured. I once witnessed the preparations for a cannibal feast. Our men approached the Irwangas village. I fired a shot to warn the chief that we were friendly, and it happened to frighten a party of natives preparing a victim for their repast. In a few seconds our boats were at the bank of the river, and we saw the body of a woman who had been speared in the throat and then washed. The black pots, the bananas were all there, and in a short time everything would have been ready. We found afterward that the woman had been sick and had been left by the Arabs. We had also a Manyuema boy who slipped into the bush to evade the rear guard after a caravan had passed. He advanced slowly toward the camp and had almost reached it when he was sighted by natives and slain almost at the same time that a party of companions was proceeding to his assistance. Finding the body in the path, they carried it into the woods and covered it lightly with leaves, with the intention of returning and burying it. The natives, who had been close observers of what had been done, came up and took it off. In the morning the Manyuemas found only a few bones. During many months of marching in the forest, we captured hundreds of large and small natives. They were very useful in their own districts, giving information about the tribes and showing paths to banana plantations, but once beyond their territory they were of no earthly use, so they were permitted to return to their homes, though in many instances they did not want to be released. My observation and experience led me to the conclusion that morally the forest natives are the lowest of the human race. They have no idea of a God and nothing approaching our soft sensibilities. Their gratitude is so short-lived that it might be compared to that of a fierce bulldog, restrained from throttling you only by devouring a piece of beef just thrown to it. What a number of ghastly death scenes I could describe, resulting from the cruel persistency and devilish malice of these savages. At the same time, many of our men in the presence of such dangers exhibited great carelessness. White men displayed more caution, but it was almost impossible to get the others to exercise their faculties of sight, hearing, and judgment. Had the savages generally been as artful as the pygmies, we should all have been lost. But, fortunately, they were themselves thoughtless, although cruel enough to work any mischief upon us. Our scouts frequently came across newly formed pygmy camps, and after a while they learned the art of stalking the vicious little creatures. The first one we thus got hold of was a plump little queen of a pygmy tribe. Around her neck were several polished iron collars with long projecting horns at the end, and down her breast hung curiously made native chains. Around her arms were several rings, and her ankles were protected by scores of rings, so close together that they resembled a compact band. Around her waist was a breechcloth. She must have been about 18 years old, but she was as well developed as a white woman of 25 or 26. Her feet were beautifully formed, the instep arched, the hands small, the fingers slender, and the nails filbert shaped. The face was broad and round, the lips were full, and the large black eyes like those of a young gazelle. The face was singularly impressive, but the eyes were most expressive and seemed to say, "I am much too pretty to be hurt, and I very well know what I am worth." The tender treatment that she received reassured her. She was ultimately consigned to the care of the surgeon, whose gentle manner won her from all thoughts of flight. After a while she became an intelligent cook and a trustworthy servant, and she always bore herself most modestly. In October 1888 we suddenly pounced on a family of dwarfs, peeling bananas, and succeeded in capturing a full-grown adult and his sister or wife. Before the pair could recover their faculties, they were led to the center of our camp, and hundreds of great burly men thronged to see the strangers. We had among us some tall Sudanese, ranging from 6 feet to 6 feet 4 in height. I observed that the head of the pygmy man reached to about the waist belts of these Sudanese. Both the man and woman were considered agitated, but while they doubted and anxiously wondered what was to be their fate, my mind recurred to the described scene that took place 25 centuries ago, when the 5 young Nasamonian explorers were captured by a band of dwarfs and taken through the Negritian villages. How I wish that I could extract from the representative of this old people some of their traditions. Before a Phoenician bark ever sailed to Britain, these little people were ranging these illimitable forests which stretch westward from the Moon Mountains. In all old maps you will see pygmies printed side by side in bold letters with the Mountains of the Moon. But the little man who was now the cynosure of the camp, with his grotesque dignity of manhood, his cap of basket work, his noble amplitude of abdomen and narrow chest, had no conception of the respect I entertained for him as the scion of a most ancient ancestry, or surely he would never have trembled for his fate. But in a short time we succeeded in relieving him of his fears by gently chucking him under the chin and administering a friendly slap on the back. His companion, observing how he was treated, also recovered from her fright. Gaining confidence, the little man, as though to repay our kindness, informed us, by the most voluble of sign language, that there was abundance of food 2 days off, that the river we were in search of was only 4 days off, that he knew where bananas grew as big as logs, compared with which the bananas he had been eating when captured were simply contemptibly small. Personally, I am of opinion that this particular pygmy would have made a very good actor, and that in the art of lying it would be difficult to give him points. A few days after this capture another group of pygmies was secured. Among them was a shrewish old woman and a lad so shy that he could not be made to speak. But the old woman talked enough for a whole tribe, and kept up an incessant scolding from morning till night, and exhibited a consummate mastery of pygmy cuss words. Despite her age, she was remarkably strong and nimble, and always carried on her back a hamper. Into this her captor would stow away his pots and kettles and other equipments until she became a veritable camel of the forest. When I discovered this, I came to her relief and threw out the contents of her hamper. I received for my pains a rattling expression of gratitude which sounded very much like swear words. As for the shy boy, he got over his shyness and became a pet of the officer who had surprised him. His intelligence and industry made him most valuable, far superior to the average of white servants. We came in time to regard these pygmies as indispensable, and some of them would certainly have been taken with us back to Europe, but after they got out of the forest, the changed conditions and the difference in climate proved too much for them. Their little legs could not stand the long marches, and one after another they collapsed. The next most interesting discovery we made was that of the long lost Mountains of the Moon. In my book, Darkest Africa, I have illustrated with small maps our knowledge of Africa derived from the ancients. In these it is clearly shown that ivory hunters and slave traders had reached that region in times past. Information as to it varied. The last traveler there, as now, was regarded as the best informed. This is why the Great Lakes of the interior and the Mountains of the Moon shifted every 100 years or so 10 degrees north or south of the equator. It was in December 1887 that we got a glimpse of the twin cones of Ruwenzori. There are many, doubtless, like myself, who, while gazing upon any ancient work, be it an Egyptian pyramid or sphinx, be it an Athenian Parthenon, Palmyrene Sun Temple, Persepolitan Palace, or even an old English castle, will readily confess to feeling a peculiar emotion at the sight. The venerableness of it, which time only can give, its associations with men long gathered to their fathers, the builders and inhabitants now quite forgotten, appeal to a certain sympathy in the living. For its history there is a vague yearning. Its age awakens something like exultation that we little mortals can build such time-defying structures. But more powerful and higher is that emotion which is roused at the sight of a hoary old mountain like this of Ruwenzori, which we know to be countless thousands of years old. When we think how long it required the melted snow to carve out these ravines, hundreds of fathoms deep, through the rocky cone of the range, or we consider the ages required to spread out the debris from its sides and bosom to cover the Semliki Valley and the Nyanza Plains, we are struck dumb at the immeasurableness of the interval between that age when Ruwenzori rose aloft into being, and now. We become possessed with a wholesome awe, and can but feel a cheerful faith that it was good for us to have seen it. Another emotion is that inspired by the thought that in one of the darkest corners of the earth, shrouded by perpetual mist, brooding under the eternal storm clouds, surrounded by darkness and mystery, there has been hidden to this day a giant among mountains, the melting snow of whose tops has been for some 50 centuries most vital to the peoples of Egypt. Imagine to what a god the reverently inclined primal nations would have exalted this mountain, which from such a faraway region as this contributed so copiously to their beneficent and sacred Nile. And this thought of the beneficent Nile brings on another. In fancy we look down along that crooked silver vein to where it disports and spreads out to infuse new life to Egypt near the pyramids, some 4,000 miles away, where we behold populous swarms of men, Arabs, Copts, Fellahs, Negroes, Turks, Greeks, Italians, Frenchmen, English, Germans, and Americans, bustling, jostling, or lounging, and we feel a pardonable pride in being able to inform them for the first time that much of the sweet water they drink, and whose virtues they so often exalt, issues from the deep and extensive snow beds of Ruwenzori, or Ruwenzura, the Cloud King. These too brief views of the superb rain creator or Cloud King, as the Wakanju fondly termed their mist-shrouded mountains, fill the gazer with a feeling as of a glimpse of celestial splendor. While it lasted, I observed the rapt faces of whites and blacks set fixed and uplifted in speechless wonder toward that upper region of cold brightness and perfect peace, so high above mortal reach, so tranquil and restful, of such immaculate and stainless purity, that thought and desire of expression were altogether too deep for utterance. What stranger contrast could there be than our own nether world of torrid temperature, eternally green, sappy plants, and never fading luxuriance and verdure, with its savagery and war alarms, and deep stains of blood-red sin, to that lofty mountain king, clad in its pure white raiment of snow, surrounded by myriads of dark mountains, low as bending worshippers before the throne of a monarch, on whose cold white face was inscribed infinity and everlasting. These moments of supreme feeling are memorable for the utter abstraction of the mind from all that is sordid and ignoble, and its utter absorption in the presence of unreachable loftiness, indescribable majesty, constraining it not only reverentially to admire, but to adore in silence, the image of the eternal. Never can a man be so fit for heaven as during such moments, for however scornful and insolent he may have been at other times, he now has become as a little child, filled with wonder and reverence before what he has conceived to be sublime and divine. We had been strangers for many months to the indulgence of any thought of this character. Our senses, between the hours of sleeping and waking, had been occupied by the imperious and imminent necessities of each hour, which required unrelaxing vigilance and forethought. It is true we had been touched with the view from the mount called Pisgah, of that universal extent of forest, spreading out on all sides but one, to many hundreds of miles. We had been elated into hysteria when, after 5 months' immurement in the depths of forest wilds, we once again trod upon green grass and enjoyed open and unlimited views of our surroundings, luxuriant vales, varying hill forms on all sides, rolling plains, over which the long spring grass seemed to race and leap in gladness before the cooling gale. We had admired the broad sweep and the silvered face of Lake Albert, and enjoyed a period of intense rejoicing when we knew we had reached, after infinite trials, the bourne and limit of our journeyings. But the desire and involuntary act of worship were never provoked, nor the emotion stirred so deeply as when we suddenly looked up and beheld the skyey crests and snowy breasts of Ruwenzori uplifted into an inaccessible altitude, so like what our conceptions might be of a celestial castle, with dominating battlement and leagues upon leagues of unscalable walls. Revisiting the Lake Albert region at later periods, we found that the snow-capped peaks had an exasperating habit of disappearing from view, and it was only in May of 1889 that I finally solved the mystery. Rolling clouds and vapors sometimes blot them out. This is why the natives call them Ruwenzori, which means the Cloud King. The discovery of the snow mountains led to 2 more discoveries, that of the Albert Edward Nyanza and the headwaters of the Albertine Nile, and the confused information given by the priests of Isis in olden times to Egyptian and Greek geographers, furnished by the ivory traders and slave raiders of old, has now been made perfectly clear in all its important details. Day after day we marched, marking the features of this splendid primeval world, revealed for the first time. Now and then we caught glimpses of a multitude of precipitous cliffs which towered some 15,000 feet above. As we approached Albert Edward, we emerged from the forest, and a vast plain stretched before us, covered by immense fields of corn and sugar cane. The natives, black but amiable, collected about us and sought our protection from incursive tribes. They volunteered to be our guides and led us up a vast grassy promontory, where for a day we reveled in pure cold air, and the next day they took us down to the lake, where we tasted the tropics once more. From the eastern shores of Lake Albert, 2 days' climbing brought us to a beautiful region. The people here were divided into 2 tribes, but they were derived, apparently, from a common origin. They were a fine-featured race, and the men grew very tall. They lived mainly upon milk and sugar cane, and unfortunately for their future civilization, they are amassed into nations that are ruled by despotic kings. From this country we struck the eastern end of Victoria Nyanza, and by traveling along the shore we discovered a new addition to this lake of 26,900 square miles. We struck the region during its dry season. The grass was sere, chilly winds blew over the uplands, a cold mist frequently obscured the face of the country, and a heavy leaden sky seemed to bear down upon us in a searching cold. Our half-naked people shivered, and one day 5 fell dead in their tracks as though they were shot. They would all have perished had not the officer commanding the rear guard bolted and made great bonfires. During our march to the sea, it had gradually dawned upon us that there was intense political rivalry between England and Germany in Africa, but as our expedition had been solely to relieve Emin, we flattered ourselves that we had nothing to do with these dissensions. Emin was a German, and we accepted German hospitality as a proof of their goodwill. We knew Emin was pliable and yielding. We supposed his gratitude was not very deep, but we thought that nothing could rupture the good feeling that had hitherto existed between us. But the accident at Bagamoya, the first evening after reaching the sea and being embraced by his countrymen, was wholly unexpected, and it gave the Germans on the East Coast a fair opportunity. We had abundant proof afterward how beautifully the Germans understood Emin's character. Frenchmen and Italians, perhaps, would have performed their parts far more efficiently without advertising the means employed. Emin, at the banquet in our honor, was joyously grateful to each member of our expedition. He embraced Stairs and Nelson and Jepson and flung himself on the neck of Park, stood between Wissman and myself, uttering gaily his happy feelings, and then went away and fell over the balcony to the dismay of the company. He was taken to the hospital in an unconscious state. On his recovering consciousness, we had a kindly parting, and then the operations of his countrymen began. First, Dr. Park, who had volunteered to attend the sufferer, was made to feel that his presence was irksome. Servants became careless. The food was stinted. If he went to the officers' mess table, the German officers continued to show their strong disapproval of his presence. Then Dr. Park fell ill of a fever and was conveyed to Zanzibar almost dying. Our letters to Emin were unanswered. If we expressed a desire to visit him at Bagamoya, at once a bulletin came out with a story of his relapse. We tried it 3 times with the same result. The play deepened in interest, and the conclusion was darkly hinted. Having succeeded in relieving himself from obligation to us, our acquaintance was renounced. This incivility was presently fanned by his countrymen into a hot hostility. On coming out of the hospital, Emin published broadcast through Zanzibar the fact that he had severed himself from us, and wrote letters to Germany to the same effect, which his delighted friends made use of. He next sought to quarrel with the Egyptian government. He cabled to Cairo for a small credit at Zanzibar. Sir Evelyn Baring kindly telegraphed back that the British consul at Zanzibar would honor the credit. Emin construed this as an insult. The idea that he, Governor General of the Equatorial Province, should receive drafts through an English consul general. To his old officers and generals, Egyptian and Sudanese, he wrote frankly that he would have nothing to do with them, and declined to pay their accounts, so these soldiers, who had been with him 14 years, were compelled to wait 6 months before getting any money. To General Kasadi, with whom he had lived 8 years like a brother, he turned the cold shoulder. For a whole month he seemed to be negotiating with the British East African Company for employment. Then suddenly he turned and took employment with the Germans. The Germans had triumphed according to their view. They certainly had Emin's nature aright, but I think they would have succeeded better had they managed to leave the victim of their political aspirations with some portion of the common virtues, and without exposing him to the contempt of others not quite so interested in their politics. Dr. Peters and other Germans had raided a broad tract through a territory under the guise of assisting Emin. He reached Uganda and made treaties there. At the same time, the poor Pasha, breathing fury against civilization, was returning to the interior to annex the whole of Central Africa for Germany. Meantime, seeing pretty clearly how this was tending, I began that series of speeches in England which ended in stimulating greater attention in Britain to Africa. A friendly agreement was concluded between Great Britain and Germany, wherein hard and fast boundaries were fixed between the possessions of the two powers. Both nations expressed themselves as satisfied with the agreement, but I fear that Dr. Peters, homeward bound with his pockets full of treaties, and Emin, pressing forward bent on large annexations, and the Germans of East Africa, whose impetuous policy had been the cause of all this, were but little pleased. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Betty B. The Pyramids by Edward D. Clark. We were roused as soon as the sun dawned by Antony, our faithful Greek servant and interpreter, with the intelligence that the pyramids were in view. We hastened from the cabin, and never will the impression made by their appearance be obliterated. By reflecting the sun's rays, they appear as white as snow, and of such surprising magnitude that nothing we had previously conceived in our imagination had prepared us for the spectacle we beheld. The sight instantly convinced us that no power of description, no delineation, can convey ideas adequate to the effect produced in viewing these stupendous monuments. The formality of their construction is lost in their prodigious magnitude. The mind, elevated by wonder, feels at once the force of an axiom, which, however disputed, experience confirms, that in vastness, whatsoever be its nature, there dwells solemnity. Another proof of their indescribable power is, that no one ever approached them under other emotions than those of terror, which is another principal source of the sublime. In certain instances of irritable feeling, this impression of awe and fear has been so great as to cause pain rather than pleasure. Hence, perhaps, have originated descriptions of the pyramids which represent them as deformed and gloomy masses without taste or beauty. Persons who have derived no satisfaction from the contemplation of them may not have been conscious that the uneasiness they experienced was a result of their own sensibility. Others have acknowledged ideas widely different, excited by every wonderful circumstance of character and of situation, ideas of duration almost endless, of power inconceivable, of majesty supreme, of solitude most awful, of grandeur, of desolation, and of repose. Upon August 23, 1802, we set out for the pyramids, the inundation enabling us to approach within less than a mile of the larger pyramid in our germ, or boat. Messrs. Hammer and Hamilton accompanied us. We arrived at Djiza at daybreak, and called upon some English officers, who wished to join our party upon this occasion. From Djiza, our approach to the pyramids was through a swampy country, by means of a narrow canal, which, however, was deep enough, and we arrived without any obstacle at 9 o'clock at the bottom of a sandy slope leading up to the principal pyramid. Some Bedouin Arabs, who had assembled to receive us upon our landing, were much amused by the eagerness excited in our whole party to prove who should first set his foot upon the summit of this artificial mountain. With what amazement did we survey the vast surface that was presented to us when we arrived at this stupendous monument, which seemed to reach the clouds. Here and there appeared some Arab guides upon the immense masses above us, like so many pygmies waiting to show the way to the summit. Now and then we thought we heard voices, and listened, but it was the wind in powerful gusts sweeping the immense ranges of stone. Already some of our party had begun the ascent, and were pausing at the tremendous depth which they saw below. One of our military companions, after having surmounted the most difficult part of the undertaking, became giddy in consequence of looking down from the elevation he had attained, and being compelled to abandon the project. He hired an Arab to assist him in effecting his descent. The rest of us, more accustomed to the business of climbing heights, with many a halt for respiration and many an exclamation of wonder, pursued our way toward the summit. The mode of ascent has been frequently described, and yet, from the questions which are often proposed to travelers, it does not appear to be generally understood. The reader may imagine himself to be upon a staircase, every step of which, to a man of middle stature, is nearly breast high, and the breadth of each step is equal to its height. Consequently, the footing is secure. And although a retrospect in going up be sometimes fearful to persons unaccustomed to look down from any considerable elevation, yet there is little danger of falling. In some places, indeed, where the stones are decayed, caution may be required, and an Arab guide is always necessary to avoid a total interruption, but upon the whole the means of ascent are such that almost everyone may accomplish it. Our progress was impeded by other causes. We carried with us a few instruments, such as our boat compass, a thermometer, a telescope, etc. These could not be trusted in the hands of the Arabs, and they were liable to be broken every instant. At length we reached the topmost tier, to the great delight and satisfaction of all the party. Here we found a platform 32 feet square, consisting of 9 large stones, each of which might weigh about a ton, although they are much inferior in size to some of the stones used in the construction of this pyramid. Travelers of all ages and of various nations have here inscribed their names. Some are written in Greek, many in French, a few in Arabic, 1 or 2 in English, and others in Latin. We were as desirous as our predecessors to leave a memorial of our arrival. It seemed to be a tribute of thankfulness due for the success of our undertaking, and presently every one of our party was seen busied in adding the inscription of his name. Upon this area, which looks like a point when seen from Cairo or from the Nile, it is extraordinary that none of those numerous hermits fixed their abode who retired to the tops of columns and to almost inaccessible solitudes upon the pinnacles of the highest rocks. It offers a much more convenient and secure retreat than was selected by an ascetic who pitched his residence upon the architrave of a temple in the vicinity of Athens. The heat, according to Fahrenheit's thermometer at the time of our coming, did not exceed 84 degrees, and the same temperature continued during the time we remained, a strong wind blowing from the northwest. The view from this eminence amply fulfilled our expectation, nor do the accounts which have been given of it, as it appears at this season of the year, exaggerate the novelty and grandeur of the sight. All the region towards Cairo and the delta resembles a sea covered with innumerable islands. Forests of palm trees were seen standing in the water, the inundation spreading over the land where they stood, so as to give them an appearance of growing in the flood. To the north, as far as the eye could reach, nothing could be discerned but a watery surface, thus diversified by plantations and by villages. To the south we saw the pyramids of Saqqara, and upon the east of these smaller monuments of the same kind near to the Nile. An appearance of ruins might indeed be traced the whole way from the pyramids of Djiza to those of Saqqara, as if they had once been connected, so as to constitute one vast cemetery. Beyond the pyramids of Saqqara we could perceive the distant mountains of the Said, and upon an eminence near the Libyan side of the Nile appeared a monastery of considerable size. Toward the west and southwest the eye ranged over the great Libyan desert, extending to the utmost verge of the horizon, without a single object to interrupt the dreary horror of the landscape, except dark floating spots caused by the shadows of passing clouds upon the sand. Upon the southeast side is the gigantic statue of the Sphinx, the most colossal piece of sculpture which remains of all the works executed by the ancients. The French have uncovered all the pedestal of this statue, and all the cumbent or leonine parts of the figure. These were before entirely concealed by sand. Instead, however, of answering the expectations raised concerning the work upon which it was supposed to rest, the pedestal proves to be a wretched substructure of brickwork and small pieces of stone put together, like the most insignificant piece of modern masonry, and wholly out of character both with respect to the prodigious labor bestowed upon the statue itself and the gigantic appearance of the surrounding objects. Beyond the Sphinx we distinctly discerned, amidst the sandy waste, the remains and vestiges of a magnificent building, perhaps the Serapeum. Immediately beneath our view, upon the eastern and western side, we saw so many tombs that we were unable to count them, some being half buried in the sand, others rising considerably above it. All these are of an oblong form, with sides sloping like the roofs of European houses. A plan of their situation and appearance is given in Pocock's Travels. The second pyramid, standing to the southwest, has the remains of a covering near its vertex, as of a plating of stone which had once invested all its four sides. Some persons, deceived by the external hue of this covering, have believed it to be made of marble, but its white appearance is owing to a partial decomposition affecting the surface only. Not a single fragment of marble can be found anywhere near this pyramid. It is surrounded by a paved court, having walls on the outside and places as for doors or portals in the walls, also an advanced work or portico. A third pyramid, of much smaller dimensions than the second, appears beyond the Sphinx to the southwest, and there are three others, one of which is nearly buried in the sand, between the large pyramid and this statue to the southeast. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Betty B. Pharaoh's Tomb by Giovanni Battista Belzoni. The burial place of the great city of 100 gates was at the foot of the Libyan mountains on the west of Thebes. Every part of these rocks is cut out by art, in the form of large and small chambers, each of which has its separate entrance, and, though they are very close to each other, it is seldom that there is any interior communication from one to another. I can truly say it is impossible to give any description sufficient to convey the smallest idea of these subterranean abodes and their inhabitants. There are no sepulchres in any part of the world like them. There are no excavations or mines that can be compared to these truly astonishing places, and no exact description can be given of their interior, owing to the difficulty of visiting these recesses. A traveler is generally satisfied when he has seen the large hall, the gallery, the staircase, and as far as he can conveniently go. Besides, he is taken up with the strange works he sees cut in various places and painted on each side of the walls, so that when he comes to a narrow and difficult passage, or to have to descend to the bottom of a well or cavity, he declines taking such trouble, naturally supposing that he cannot see in these abysses anything so magnificent as what he sees above, and consequently deeming it useless to proceed any farther. Of some of these tombs many persons could not withstand the suffocating air, which often causes fainting. A vast quantity of dust rises, so fine that it enters the throat and nostrils, and chokes the throat and mouth to such a degree that it requires great power of lungs to resist it and the strong effluvia of the mummies. This is not all. The entry or passage where the bodies are is roughly cut in the rocks, and the falling of sand from the upper part or ceiling of the passage causes it to be nearly filled up. In some places there is not more than the vacancy of a foot left, which you must contrive to pass through in a creeping posture, like a snail, on pointed and keen stones that cut like glass. After getting through these passages, some of them 200 or 300 yards long, you generally find a more commodious place, perhaps high enough to sit. But what a place of rest, surrounded by bodies, by heaps of mummies in all directions, which, previous to my being accustomed to the sight, impressed me with horror. The blackness of the wall, the faint light given by the candles or torches for want of air, the different objects that were around me seeming to converse with each other, and the Arabs with the torches or candles in their hands, naked and covered with dust, themselves resembling living mummies, absolutely formed a scene that cannot be described. In such a situation I found myself several times, and often returned exhausted and fainting, until at last I became inured to it, and indifferent to what I suffered, except from the dust, which never failed to choke my throat and nose, and though fortunately I am destitute of the sense of smelling, I could taste that the mummies were rather unpleasant to swallow. After the exertion of entering such a place, after a passage of 50, 100, 300, or perhaps 600 yards, nearly overcome, I sought a resting place, found one, and contrived to sit, but when my weight bore on the body of an Egyptian, it crushed it like a bandbox. I naturally had recourse to my hands to sustain my weight, but they found no better support, so that I sank among the broken mummies with a crash of bones, rags, and wooden cases, which raised such a dust as kept me motionless for a quarter of an hour, waiting until it subsided again. I could not move from the place, however, without increasing it, and every step I took crushed a mummy in some part or other. Once I was conducted from such a place to another resembling it through a passage of about 20 feet in length, and no wider than that the body could be forced through. It was choked with mummies, and I could not pass without putting my face in contact with that of some decayed Egyptian. But as the passage inclined downward, my own weight helped me on. However, I could not help being covered with bones, legs, arms, and heads rolling from above me. Thus I proceeded from one cave to another, all full of mummies, piled up in various ways, some standing, some lying, and some on their heads. The purpose of my researches was to rob the Egyptians of their papyri, of which I found a few hidden in their breasts, under their arms, and in the space above the knees, or on the legs, and covered by the numerous folds of cloth that enveloped the mummy. On October 16, 1817, I recommenced my excavations in the valley of Biban el Malouk, and pointed out the fortunate spot which has paid me for all the trouble I took in my researches. Not 15 yards from the last tomb I described, I caused the earth to be opened at the foot of a steep hill, and under a torrent which, when it rains, pours a great quantity of water over the very spot I have caused to be dug. No one could imagine that the ancient Egyptians would make the entrance into such an immense and superb excavation just under a torrent of water, but I had strong reasons to suppose that there was a tomb in that place from indications I had observed in my pursuit. The Fellahs, who were accustomed to dig, were all of opinion that there was nothing in that spot, as the situation of this tomb differed from that of any other. I continued to work, however, and the next day, the 17th, in the evening, we reached the part of the rock that was cut and formed the entrance. It was 18 feet below ground and led to a corridor, I perceived immediately by the painting on the ceiling, and by the hieroglyphics in basso relievo, which were to be seen where the earth did not reach, that this was the entrance to a large and magnificent tomb. At the end of this corridor I came to a staircase 23 feet long and of the same breadth as the corridor, 8 feet 8 inches. The door at the bottom is 12 feet high. From the foot of the staircase I entered another corridor, 37 feet 3 inches long, and of the same width and height as the other, each side sculptured with hieroglyphics in basso relievo, and painted. The ceiling also is finely painted and in pretty good preservation. When we had passed through a little aperture in the wall, we found ourselves in a beautiful hall, 27 feet 6 inches by 25 feet 10 inches, in which were 4 pillars 3 feet square. At the end of this room, which I call the entrance hall, and opposite the aperture, is a large door, from which 3 steps lead down into a chamber with 2 pillars. This is 28 feet 2 inches by 25 feet 6 inches. The pillars are 3 feet 10 inches square. I gave it the name of the drawing room, for it is covered with figures which, though only outlined, are so fine and perfect that you would think they had been drawn only the day before. Returning into the entrance hall, we saw on the left of the aperture a large staircase, which descended into a corridor. It is 13 feet 4 inches long, 7.5 feet wide, and has 18 steps. At the bottom we entered a beautiful corridor, 36 feet 6 inches by 6 feet 11 inches. We perceived that the paintings became more perfect as we advanced farther into the interior. They retained their gloss, or a kind of varnish, over the colors, which had a beautiful effect. The figures are painted on a white ground. At the end of this corridor we descended 10 steps, which I call the small stairs, into another 17 feet 2 inches by 10 feet 5 inches. From this we entered a small chamber, 20 feet 4 inches by 13 feet 8 inches, to which I gave the name of the Room of Beauties, for it is adorned with the most beautiful figures in basso relievo, like all the rest, and painted. When standing in the center of this chamber, the traveler is surrounded by an assembly of Egyptian gods and goddesses. Proceeding farther, we entered a large hall, 27 feet 9 inches by 26 feet 10 inches. In this hall are 2 rows of square pillars, 3 on each side of the entrance, forming a line with the corridors. At each side of this hall is a small chamber. That on the right is 10 feet 5 inches by 8 feet 8 inches. That on the left 10 feet 5 inches by 8 feet 9 inches and a half. This hall I termed the Hall of Pillars. The little room on the right, Isis's room, as in it a large cow is painted, of which I shall give a description hereafter. That on the left, the Room of Mysteries, from the mysterious figures it exhibits. At the end of this hall we entered a large saloon, with an arched roof or ceiling, which is separated from the Hall of Pillars only by a step, so that the two may be reckoned one. The saloon is 31 feet 10 inches by 27 feet. On the right of the saloon is a small chamber without anything in it, roughly cut as if unfinished and without painting. On the left we entered a chamber with 2 square pillars, 25 feet 8 inches by 22 feet 10 inches. This I called the sideboard room, as it has a projection of 3 feet in form of a sideboard all around, which was perhaps intended to contain the articles necessary for the funeral ceremony. The pillars are 3 feet 4 inches square, and the whole beautifully painted as the rest. At the same end of the room, and facing the Hall of Pillars, we entered by a large door into another chamber with 4 pillars, one of which has fallen down. This chamber is 43 feet 4 inches by 17 feet 6 inches, the pillars 3 feet 7 inches square. It is covered with white plaster where the rock did not cut smoothly, but there is no painting on it. I named it the Bull's or Apis's room, as we found the carcass of a bull in it, embalmed with asphaltum, and also, scattered in various places, an immense quantity of small wooden figures of mummies, 6 or 8 inches long, and covered with asphaltum to preserve them. There were some other figures of fine earth baked, colored blue, and strongly varnished. On each side of the 2 little rooms were some wooden statues standing erect, 4 feet high, with a circular hollow inside, as if to contain a roll of papyrus, which I have no doubt they did. We found likewise fragments of other statues of wood and composition. But the description of what we found in the center of the saloon, and which I have reserved till this place, merits the most particular attention, not having its equal in the world, and being such as we had no idea could exist. It is a sarcophagus of the finest oriental alabaster, 9 feet 5 inches long and 3 feet 7 inches wide. Its thickness is only 2 inches, and it is transparent when a light is placed in the inside of it. It is minutely sculptured within and without with several hundred figures, which do not exceed 2 inches in height, and represent, as I suppose, the whole of the funeral procession and ceremonies relating to the deceased, united with several emblems, etc. I cannot give an adequate idea of this beautiful and invaluable piece of antiquity, and can only say that nothing has been brought into Europe from Egypt that can be compared with it. The cover was not there. It had been taken out and broken into several pieces which we found in digging before the first entrance. The sarcophagus was over a staircase in the center of the saloon, which communicated with a subterranean passage leading downward 300 feet in length. The wall was previously made as smooth as possible, and where there were flaws in the rock, the vacuum was filled up with cement, which, when hard, was cut along with the rest of the rock. Where a figure or anything else was required to be formed, the sculptor appears to have made his first sketches of what was intended to be cut out. When the sketches were finished in red lines by the first artist, another more skillful corrected the errors, if any, and his lines were made in black, to be distinguished from those which were imperfect. When the figures were thus prepared, the sculptor proceeded to cut out the stone all round the figure, which remained in basso relievo, some to the height of half an inch and some much less, according to the size of the figure. For instance, if a figure were as large as life, its elevation was generally half an inch. If the figure were not more than 6 inches in length, its projection would not exceed the thickness of $1, or perhaps less. The angles of the figures were all smoothly rounded, which makes them appear less prominent than they really are. The parts of the stone that were to be taken off all around the figure did not extend much farther, as the wall is thickly covered with figures and hieroglyphics, and I believe there is not a space on these walls more than a foot square without some figure or hieroglyphic. The garments and various parts of the limbs were marked by a narrow line, not deeper than the thickness of a half crown, but so exact that it produced the intended effect. When the figures were completed and made smooth by the sculptor, they received a coat of whitewash all over. This white is so beautiful and clear that our best and whitest paper appeared yellowish when compared with it. The painter came next and finished the figure. It would seem as if they were unacquainted with any color to imitate the naked parts, since red is adopted as a standing color for all that meant flesh. There are some exceptions indeed, for in certain instances, when they intended to represent a fair lady by way of distinguishing her complexion from that of the men, they put on a yellow color to represent her flesh. Yet it cannot be supposed that they did not know how to reduce their red paints to a flesh color, for on some occasions, where the red flesh is supposed to be seen through a thin veil, the tints are nearly of the natural color. If we suppose the Egyptians to have been of the same hue as their ancestors, the present Copts, some of whom are nearly as fair as the Europeans. Their garments were generally white, and their ornaments formed the most difficult part, when the artists had to employ red in the distribution of the 4 colors, in which they were very successful. When the figures were finished, they appear to have laid on a coat of varnish, though it may be questioned whether the varnish were thus applied or incorporated with the color. The fact is that nowhere else except in this tomb is the varnish to be observed, as no place in Egypt can boast of such preservation, nor can the true customs of the Egyptians be seen anywhere else with greater accuracy. Immediately within the entrance into the first passage, on the left hand, are 2 figures as large as life, one of which appears to be the hero entering into the tomb. He is received by a deity with a hawk's head, on which are the globe and serpent. Both figures are surrounded by hieroglyphics, and, farther on, near the ground, is a crocodile very neatly sculptured. The walls on both sides of this passage are covered with hieroglyphs, which are separated by lines from the top to the bottom, at the distance of 5 or 6 inches from one another. Within these lines the hieroglyphics form their sentences, and it is plainly to be seen that the Egyptians read from the top to the bottom and then recommenced at the top. The ceiling of this first passage is painted with the figure of the eagles. In the front of this first hall, facing the entrance, is one of the finest compositions that was ever made by the Egyptians, for nothing like it can be seen in any part of Egypt. It consists of 4 figures as large as life. The god Osiris sits upon his throne, receiving the homages of a hero who is introduced by a hawk-headed deity. Behind the throne is a female figure as if in attendance on the great god. The whole group is surrounded by hieroglyphics and enclosed in a frame richly adorned with symbolical figures. The winged globe is above, with the wings spread over all, and a line of serpents crowns the whole. The figures and paintings are in such perfect preservation that they give the most correct idea of their ornaments and decorations. On going out of the second chamber into the first hall is a staircase, which leads into a lower passage, the entrance into which is decorated with two figures on each side, a male and a female, as large as life. The female appears to represent Isis, having as usual the horns and globe on her head. She seems ready to receive the hero who is about to enter the regions of immortality. The garments of this figure are so well preserved that nothing which has yet been brought before the public can give a more correct idea of Egyptian costumes. The figure of the hero is covered with a veil or transparent linen folded over his shoulder. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures, by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Betty B. The Great Albert Nyanza, by Sir Samuel Baker. My men appeared in high spirits at the prospect of joining so large a party as this of Mohammed, which mustered about 200 men. At that time I really placed dependence upon the professions of Mohammed and his people. They had just brought Speke and Grant with them and had received from them presents of a first-class double-barreled gun and several valuable rifles. I had promised not only to assist them in their ivory expeditions, but to give them something very handsome in addition, and the fact of my having upward of 40 men as escort was also an introduction, as they would be in addition to the force, which is a great advantage in hostile countries. Everything appeared to be in good train, but I little knew the duplicity of these Arab scoundrels. At the very moment that they were most friendly, they were plotting to deceive me and to prevent me from entering the country. They knew that, should I penetrate the interior, the ivory trade of the White Nile would be no longer a mystery, and that the atrocities of the slave trade would be exposed, and most likely be terminated by the intervention of European powers. Accordingly, they combined to prevent my advance and to overthrow my expedition completely. The whole of the men belonging to the various traders were determined that no Englishman should penetrate into the country. Accordingly, they fraternized with my escort and persuaded them that I was a Christian dog, that it was a disgrace for a Mohammedan to serve, that they would be starved in my service, as I would not allow them to steal cattle, that they would have no slaves, and that I should lead them, God knew where, to the sea, from whence Speke and Grant had started. Among my people were two blacks, one, Richarn, already described as having been brought up by the Austrian mission at Khartoum, the other a boy of 12 years old, Sa'at. As these were the only really faithful members of the expedition, it is my duty to describe them. Richarn was a habitual drunkard, but he had his good points. He was honest and much attached to both master and mistress. He had been with me for some months and was a fair sportsman, and being of an entirely different race from the Arabs, he kept himself apart from them and fraternized with the boy, Sa'at. Not only was the latter boy trustworthy, but he had an extraordinary amount of moral in addition to physical courage. If any complaint were made, and Sa'at was called as a witness, far from the shyness too often evinced when the accuser is brought face to face with the accused, such was Sa'at's proudest moment, and, no matter who the man might be, the boy would challenge him, regardless of all consequences. We were very fond of this boy. He was thoroughly good, and in that land of iniquity, thousands of miles away from all except what was evil, there was a comfort in having someone innocent and faithful in whom to trust. One morning I had returned to the tent after having, as usual, inspected the transport animals, when I observed Mrs. Baker looking extraordinarily pale, and immediately upon my arrival she gave orders for the presence of the vakeel, head man. There was something in her manner, so different from her usual calm, that I was utterly bewildered when I heard her question the vakeel whether the men were willing to march. Perfectly ready, was the reply. Then order them to strike the tent and load the animals. We start this moment. The man appeared confused, but not more so than I. Something was evidently on foot, but what I could not conjecture. The vakil wavered, and to my astonishment I heard the accusation made against him that, during the night, the whole of the escort had mutinously conspired to desert me, with my arms and ammunition that were in their hands, and to fire simultaneously at me should I attempt to disarm them. At first this charge was indignantly denied, until the boy Sa'at manfully stepped forward and declared that the conspiracy was entered into by the whole of the escort, and that both he and Risharn, knowing that mutiny was intended, had listened purposely to the conversation during the night. At daybreak the boy reported the fact to his mistress. Mutiny, robbery, and murder were thus deliberately determined, but I promptly dismissed them as mutineers. We now took a different road. My wife and I rode about a quarter of a mile at the head of the party as an advance guard, to warn the caravan of any difficulty. The very nature of the country declared that it must be full of ravines, and yet I could not help hoping against hope that we might have a clear mile of road without a break. The evening had passed, and the light faded. What had been difficult and tedious during the day now became most serious. We could not see the branches of hooked thorns that overhung the broken path. I rode in advance, my face and arms bleeding with countless scratches, while at each rip of a thorn I gave a warning shout, "Thorn," for those behind, and a cry of "Hole" for any deep rut that lay in the path. It was fortunately moonlight, but the jungle was so thick that the narrow track was barely perceptible. Thus both camels and donkeys ran against the trunks of trees, smashing the luggage and breaking all that could be broken. Nevertheless, the case was urgent. March we must at all hazards. For a long time we sat gazing at the valley before us, in which our fate lay hidden, feeling thankful that we had thus checkmated the brutal Turks. Not a sound was heard of our approaching camels. The delay was most irksome. There were many difficult places that we had passed through, and each would be a source of serious delay to the animals. At length we heard them in the distance. We could distinctly hear the men's voices, and we rejoiced that they were approaching the last remaining obstacle, that one ravine passed through, and all before would be easy. I heard the rattling of the stones as they drew nearer, and looking toward the ravine, I saw emerge from the dark foliage of the trees within 50 yards of us the hated red flag and crescent leading the Turks' party. We were outmarched. One by one, with scowling looks, the insolent scoundrels filed by us within a few feet, without making the customary salam, neither noticing us in any way except by threatening to shoot the Latuka, our guide, who had formerly accompanied them. At length their leader, Ibrahim, appeared in the rear of the party. He was riding on a donkey, being the last of the line, behind the flag that closed the march. I never saw a more atrocious countenance than that exhibited in this man. A mixed breed between a Turk sire and an Arab mother, he had the good features and bad qualities of either race: the fine, sharp, high-arched nose and large nostril, the pointed and projecting chin, rather high cheekbones and prominent brow, overhanging a pair of immense black eyes full of expression of all evil. As he approached he took no notice of us, but studiously looked straight before him with the most determined insolence. The fate of the expedition was, at this critical moment, retrieved by Mrs. Baker. She implored me to call him, to insist upon a personal explanation, and to offer him some present in the event of establishing amicable relations. I could not condescend to address the sullen scoundrel. He was in the act of passing us, and success depended upon that instant. Mrs. Baker herself called him. For the moment he made no reply, but upon my repeating the call in a loud key, he turned his donkey toward us and dismounted. I ordered him to sit down, as his men were ahead and we were alone. The following dialogue passed between us after the usual Arab mode of greeting. I said, "Ibrahim, why should we be enemies in the midst of this hostile country? We believe in the same God. Why should we quarrel in this land of heathens who believe in no God? You have your work to perform, I have mine. You want ivory. I am a simple traveler. Why should we clash? If I were offered the whole ivory of the country, I would not accept a single tusk, nor interfere with you in any way. Transact your business, and don't interfere with me. The country is wide enough for us both. I have a task before me, to reach a great lake, the head of the Nile. Reach it I will, inshallah. No power shall drive me back. If you are hostile, I will imprison you in Khartoum. If you assist me, I will reward you far beyond any reward you have ever received. Should I be killed in this country, you will be suspected. You know the result. The government would hang you on the bare suspicion. On the contrary, if you are friendly, I will use my influence in any country that I discover, that you may procure its ivory for the sake of your master Khurshid, who was generous to Captain Speke and Grant and kind to me. Should you be hostile, I shall hold your master responsible as your employer. Should you assist me, I will befriend you both. Choose your course frankly, like a man, friend or enemy. Before he had time to reply, Mrs. Baker addressed him much in the same strain, telling him that he did not know what Englishmen were, that nothing would drive them back, that the British government watched over them wherever they might be, and that no outrage could be committed with impunity upon a British subject, that I would not deceive him in any way, that I was not a traitor, and that I should be able to assist him materially by discovering new countries, rich in ivory, and that he would benefit himself personally by civil conduct. He seemed confused and wavered. I immediately promised him a new double-barreled gun and some gold, when my party should arrive, as an earnest of the future. He replied that he did not himself wish to be hostile, but that all the trading parties, without one exception, were against me, and that the men were convinced that I was a consul in disguise, who would report to the authorities at Khartoum all the proceedings of the traders. He said also that he believed me, but that his men would not. That all people told lies in their country, therefore no one was credited for the truth. However, said he, do not associate with my people, or they may insult you, but go and take possession of that tree, pointing to one in the valley of Illyria, for yourself and people, and I will come there and speak with you. I will now join my men, as I do not wish them to know that I have been conversing with you. He then made a salam, mounted his donkey, and rode off. I had won him. I knew the Arab character so thoroughly that I was convinced that the tree he had pointed out, followed by the words, I will come there and speak with you, was to be the rendezvous for the receipt of the promised gun and money. He was friendly after this, but the men showed an ugly temper. Pretending not to notice Bilal, who was now, as I had suspected, once more the ringleader, for the third time I ordered the men to rise immediately and to load the camels. Not a man moved, but the fellow Bilal marched up to me and, looking me straight in the face, dashed the butt end of his gun in defiance on the ground and led the mutiny. Not a man shall go with you. Go where you like with Ibrahim, but we won't follow you, nor move a step farther. The men shall not load the camels. You may employ the niggers to do it, but not us. I looked at this mutinous rascal for a moment. This was the burst of the conspiracy, and the threats and insolence that I had been forced to pass over for the sake of the expedition all rushed before me. Lay down your gun, I thundered, and load the camels. I won't, was his reply. Then stop here, I answered, at the same time lashing out as quick as lightning with my right hand upon his jaw. He rolled over in a heap, his gun flying some yards from his hand, and the late ringleader lay apparently insensible among the luggage, while several of his friends ran to him and did the Good Samaritan. Following up on the moment the advantage I had gained by establishing a panic, I seized my rifle and rushed into the midst of the wavering men, catching first one by the throat and then another, and dragging them to the camels, which I insisted upon their immediately loading. All except 3, who attended to the ruined ringleader, mechanically obeyed. Richarn and Salih both shouted to them to hurry, and the vakil, arriving at this moment and seeing how matters stood, himself assisted and urged the men to obey. The first deserters met defeat in their slave raid. It was in vain that they fought. Every bullet aimed at a latuka struck a rock, behind which the enemy was hidden. Rocks, stones, and lances were hurled at them from all sides and above. They were forced to retreat. The retreat ended in a panic and precipitate flight. Hemmed in on all sides amidst a shower of lances and stones thrown from the mountain above, the Turks fled down the rocky and precipitous ravines. Mistaking their route, they came to a precipice from which there was no retreat. The screaming and yelling savages closed around them. Fighting was useless. The natives, under cover of the numerous detached rocks, offered no mark for an aim, while the crowd of armed savages thrust them forward with wild yells to the very verge of the great precipice about 500 feet below. Down they fell, hurled to utter destruction by the mass of Latukas pressing onward. A few fought to the last, but one and all were at length forced by sheer pressure over the edge of the cliff, and met a just reward for their atrocities. My men were almost green with awe when I asked them solemnly, "Where are those men who deserted from me?" Without answering a word, they brought 2 of my guns and laid them at my feet. They were covered with clotted blood mixed with sand, which had hardened like cement over the locks and various portions of the barrels. My guns were all marked. As I looked at the numbers upon the stocks, I repeated aloud the names of the owners. "Are they all dead?" I asked. "None of the bodies can be recovered," faltered my vakeel. The 2 guns were brought from the spot by some natives who escaped and who saw the men fall. "They are all killed." "Better for them had they remained with me and done their duty." "The hand of God is heavy," I replied. My men slunk away abashed, leaving the gory witnesses of defeat and death on the ground. I called Sa'at and ordered him to give the 2 guns to Richarn to clean. Not only my own men, but the whole of Ibrahim's party were of the opinion that I had some mysterious connection with the disaster that had befallen my mutineers. All remembered the bitterness of my prophecy. The vultures will pick their bones, and this terrible mishap, having occurred so immediately afterward, took a strong hold upon their superstitious minds. As I passed through the camp, the men would quietly exclaim, "Wa Ilahi Hawaga," my good master, to which I simply replied, "Rabine Fe," there is a God. From that moment I observed an extraordinary change in the manner of both my people and those of Ibrahim, all of whom now paid us the greatest respect. Our course lay across a stream in the center of a marsh, and although deep, it was so covered with thickly matted water grass and other aquatic plants that a natural floating bridge was established by a carpet of weeds about 2 feet thick. Upon this waving and unsteady surface the men ran quickly across, sinking merely to the ankles, although beneath the tough vegetation there was deep water. It was equally impossible to ride or to be carried over this treacherous surface. Thus I led the way and begged Mrs. Baker to follow me on foot as quickly as possible, precisely in my track. The river was about 8 yards wide, and I had scarcely completed a fourth of the distance and looked back to see if my wife followed close to me, when I was horrified to see her standing in one spot and sinking gradually through the weeds, while her face was distorted and perfectly purple. Almost as soon as I perceived her, she fell as though shot dead. In an instant I was by her side, and with the assistance of 8 or 10 of my men, who were fortunately close to me, I dragged her like a corpse through the yielding vegetation, and up to our waists we scrambled across to the other side, just keeping her head above the water. To have carried her would have been impossible, as we should all have sunk together through the weeds. I laid her under a tree and bathed her face and head with water, as for the moment I thought she had fainted, but she lay perfectly insensible as though dead, with teeth and hands firmly clenched and her eyes open but fixed. It was a coup de soleil. We bore her to a miserable native village where we could not procure anything to eat. It was impossible to remain. The people would have starved. She was laid gently upon her litter, and we started forward on our funereal course. I was ill and broken-hearted, and I followed by her side through the long day's march over wild parklands and streams, with thick forests and deep marshy bottoms, over undulating hills and through valleys of tall papyrus rushes, which, as we brushed through them on our melancholy way, waved over the litter like the black plumes of a hearse. We halted at a village, and again the night was passed in watching. I was wet and coated with mud from the swampy marsh, and shivered with ague, but the cold within was greater than all. No change had taken place. She had never moved. I had plenty of fat, and I made 4 balls of about half a pound, each of which would burn for 3 hours. A piece of a broken water jar formed a lamp, several pieces of rag serving for wicks. So in solitude, the still calm night passed away as I sat by her side and watched. In the drawn and distorted features that lay before me, I could hardly trace the same face that for years had been my comfort through all the difficulties and dangers of my path. Was she to die? Was so terrible a sacrifice to be the result of my selfish exile? Again the night passed away, once more the march. Though weak and ill, and for 2 nights without a moment's sleep, I felt no fatigue, but mechanically followed by the side of the litter as though in a dream. The same wild country diversified with marsh and forest. Again we halted. The night came, and I sat by her side in a miserable hut, with the feeble lamp flickering while she lay as in death. She had never moved a muscle since she fell. My people slept. I was alone, and no sound broke the stillness of the night. The ears ached at the utter silence, till the sudden wild cry of a hyena made me shudder as the horrible thought rushed through my brain that, should she be buried in this lonely spot, the hyena would disturb her rest. The morning was not far distant. It was past 4 o'clock. I had passed the night in replacing wet cloths upon her head and moistening her lips, as she lay apparently lifeless on her litter. I could do nothing more. In solitude and abject misery in that dark hour, in a country of savage heathens, thousands of miles away from a Christian land, I beseeched an aid above all human, trusting alone to him. The morning broke. My lamp had just burnt out, and cramped with the night's watching, I rose from my low seat, and seeing that she lay in the same unaltered state, I went to the door of the hut to breathe one gasp of the fresh morning air. I was watching the first red streak that heralded the rising sun when I was startled by the words, "Thank God," faintly uttered behind me. Suddenly she had awakened from her torpor, and with a heart overflowing, I went to her bedside. Her eyes were full of madness. She spoke, but the brain was gone. I will not inflict a description of the terrible trial of 7 days of brain fever, with its attendant horrors. The rain poured in torrents, and day after day we were forced to travel for want of provisions, not being able to remain in one position. Every now and then we shot a few guinea fowl, but rarely. There was no game, although the country was most favorable. In the forests we procured wild honey, but the deserted villages contained no supplies, as we were on the frontier of Uganda, and Mtesa's people had plundered the district. For 7 nights I had not slept, and although as weak as a reed, I had marched by the side of her litter. Nature could resist no longer. We reached a village one evening. She had been in violent convulsions successively. It was all but over. I laid her down on her litter within a hut, covered her with a Scotch plaid, and I fell upon my mat insensible, worn out with sorrow and fatigue. My men put a new handle to the pickaxe that evening and sought for a dry spot to dig her grave. The sun had risen when I woke. I had slept, and horrified as the idea flashed upon me that she must be dead and that I had not been with her, I started up. She lay upon her bed, pale as marble, and with that calm serenity that the features assume when the cares of life no longer act upon the mind and the body rests in death. The dreadful thought bowed me down, but as I gazed upon her in fear, her chest gently heaved, not with the convulsive throbs of fever, but naturally. She was asleep, and when at a sudden noise she opened her eyes, they were calm and clear. She was saved. When not a ray of hope remained, God alone knows what helped us. The gratitude of that moment I will not attempt to describe. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Betty B. Finding the Source of the Nile by Sir Samuel Baker. For several days past our guides had told us that we were very near to the lake, and we were now assured that we should reach it on the morrow. I had noticed a lofty range of mountains at an immense distance west, and I had imagined that the lake lay on the other side of this chain, but I was now informed that those mountains formed the western frontier of the Wutan Zige, and that the lake was actually within a march of Parkani. I could not believe it possible that we were so near the object of our search. The guide Rabonga now appeared and declared that if we started early on the following morning, we should be able to wash in the lake by noon. That night I hardly slept. For years I had striven to reach the sources of the Nile. In my nightly dreams during that arduous voyage I had always failed, but after so much hard work and perseverance the cup was at my very lips, and I was to drink at the mysterious fountain before another sun should set, at that great reservoir of nature that ever since creation had baffled all discovery. I had hoped and prayed and striven through all kinds of difficulties, in sickness, starvation, and fatigue, to reach that hidden source, and when it had appeared impossible, we had both determined to die upon the road rather than return defeated. Was it possible that it was so near, and that tomorrow we could say, the work is accomplished? March 14th. The sun had not risen when I was spurring my ox after the guide, who, having been promised a double handful of beads on arrival at the lake, had caught the enthusiasm of the moment. The day broke beautifully clear, and having crossed a deep valley between the hills, we toiled up the opposite slope. I hurried to the summit. The glory of our prize burst suddenly upon me. There, like a sea of quicksilver, lay far beneath the grand expanse of water, a boundless sea horizon on the south and southwest, glittering in the noonday sun. And on the west, at 50 or 60 miles distance, blue mountains rose from the bosom of the lake to a height of about 7,000 feet above its level. It is impossible to describe the triumph of that moment. Here was the reward for all our labor, for the years of tenacity with which we had toiled through Africa. England had won the source of the Nile. Long before I reached this spot I had arranged to give 3 cheers with all our men in English style in honor of the discovery. But now that I look down upon the great inland sea lying nestled in the very heart of Africa, and thought how vainly mankind had sought these sources throughout so many ages, and reflected that I had been the humble instrument permitted to unravel this portion of the great mystery when so many greater than I had failed, I felt too serious to vent my feelings in vain cheers for victory, and I sincerely thanked God for having guided and supported us through all dangers to the good end. I was about 1,500 feet above the lake, and I looked down from the steep granite cliff upon those welcome waters, upon that vast reservoir which nourished Egypt and brought fertility when all was wilderness, upon that great source so long hidden from mankind, that source of bounty and of blessings to millions of human beings, and as one of the greatest objects in nature, I determined to honor it with a great name. As an imperishable memorial of one loved and mourned by our gracious Queen and deplored by every Englishman, I called this great lake the Albert Nyanza. The Victoria and the Albert Lakes are the 2 sources of the Nile. Elsewhere, Baker describes his meeting with Speke and Grant, who had been on the same search. I got the report that 2 white men had come up from the sea with De Bono's party. Could they be Speke and Grant? Off I ran and soon met them in reality. Hurrah for old England! They had come from the Victoria Nyanza, from which the Nile springs. The mystery of ages solved. With my pleasure of meeting them is the one disappointment, that I had not met them farther on the road in my search for them. However, the satisfaction is that my previous arrangements had been such as would have insured my finding them had they been in a fix. My projected route would have brought me vis-a-vis with them, as they had come from the lake by the course I had proposed to take. All my men perfectly mad with excitement, firing salutes as usual with ball cartridge, they shot one of my donkeys, a melancholy sacrifice as an offering at the completion of this geographical discovery. When I first met them they were walking along the bank of the river toward my boats. At a distance of about 100 yards I recognized my old friend Speke, and with a heart beating with joy I took off my cap and gave a welcome hurrah as I ran toward him. For the moment he did not recognize me. 10 years' growth of beard and mustache had worked a change, and as I was totally unexpected, my sudden appearance in the center of Africa appeared to him incredible. I hardly required an introduction to his companion, as we felt already acquainted, and after the transports of this happy meeting we walked together to my diabia, my men surrounding us with smoke and noise by keeping up an unremitting fire of musketry the whole way. We were shortly seated on deck under the awning, and such rough fare as could be hastily prepared was set before these two ragged, careworn specimens of African travel, whom I looked upon with feelings of pride as my own countrymen. As a good ship arrives in harbor, battered and torn by a long and stormy voyage, yet sound in her frame and seaworthy to the last, so both these gallant travelers arrived at Gondokoro. Speke appeared the more worn of the two. He was excessively lean, but in reality he was in good tough condition. He had walked the whole way from Zanzibar, never having once ridden during that wearying march. Grant was in honorable rags, his bare knees projecting through the remnants of trousers that were an exhibition of rough industry in tailor's work. He was looking tired and feverish, but both men had a fire in the eye that showed the spirit that had led them through. They wished to leave Gondokoro as soon as possible, en route for England, but delayed their departure until the moon should be in a position for an observation for determining the longitude. My boats were fortunately engaged by me for 5 months. Thus Speke and Grant could take charge of them to Khartoum. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Betty B. The Falls of the Zambezi by David Livingstone. We bade adieu to our friends at Linyanti, accompanied by Sekoletu and about 200 followers. We were all fed at his expense, and he took cattle for this purpose from every station we came to. The principal men of the Makololo, Lebiole, Larry, Nekwatlele, etc. were also of the party. We passed through the patch of the tsetse fly, fatal to beasts, which exists between Linyanti and Sesheke, by night. The majority of the company went on by daylight in order to prepare our beds. Sekoletu and I, with about 40 young men, waited outside the tsetse till dark. We then went forward, and about 10 o'clock it became so pitchy dark that both horses and men were completely blinded. The lightning spread over the sky, forming 8 or 10 branches at a time, in shape exactly like those of a tree. This, with great volumes of sheet lightning, enabled us at times to see the whole country. The intervals between the flashes were so densely dark as to convey the idea of stone blindness. The horses trembled, cried out, and turned around as if searching for each other, and every new flash revealed the men taking different directions, laughing and stumbling against each other. While at Sesheke, Sekoletu supplied me with 12 oxen, 3 of which were accustomed to being ridden upon, hose and beads to purchase a canoe when we should strike the Liambai beyond the falls. He likewise presented abundance of good fresh butter and honey, and did everything in his power to make me comfortable for the journey. I was entirely dependent on his generosity, for the goods I originally brought from the Cape were all expended by the time I set off from Linyanti to the west coast. I there drew 70 pounds of my salary, paid my men with it, and purchased goods for the return journey to Linyanti. These being now all expended, the Makololo again fitted me out and sent me on to the east coast. I was thus dependent on their bounty and that of other Africans for the means of going from Linyanti to Loanda and again from Linyanti to the east coast, and I feel deeply grateful to them. Coin would have been of no benefit, for gold and silver are quite unknown. As this was the point from which we intended to strike off to the northeast, I resolved on the following day to visit the Falls of Victoria, called by the natives Mosi-oa-Tunya, or more anciently Shangwi. Of these we had often heard since we came into the country. Indeed, one of the questions asked by the Sebituane was, "Have you smoke that sounds in your country?" They did not go near enough to examine them, but, viewing them with awe at a distance, said in reference to the vapor and noise, "Mosi-oa-Tunya, smoke does sound there." It was previously called Shangwi, the meaning of which I could not ascertain. The word for a pot resembles this, and it may mean a seething cauldron, but I am not certain of it. Being persuaded that Mr. Oswell and myself were the very first Europeans who ever visited the Zambezi in the center of the country, and that this is the connecting link between the known and unknown portions of that river, I decided to use the same liberty as the Makololo did, and gave the only English name I have affixed to any part of the country. Sekeletu intended to accompany me, but one canoe only having come instead of the two he had ordered, he resigned it to me. After 20 minutes' sail from Kalai, we came in sight, for the first time, of the columns of vapor appropriately called smoke, rising at a distance of 5 or 6 miles, exactly as when large tracts of grass are burned in Africa. 5 columns now arose, and bending in the direction of the wind, they seemed placed against a low ridge covered with trees. The tops of the columns at this distance appeared to mingle with the clouds. They were white below, and higher up became dark, so as to simulate smoke very closely. The whole scene was extremely beautiful. The banks and islands dotted over the river are adorned with sylvan vegetation of great variety of color and form. At the period of our visit, several trees were spangled over with blossoms. Some trees resemble the great spreading oak, others assume the character of our own elms and chestnuts. But no one can imagine the beauty of the view from anything witnessed in England. It had never been seen before by European eyes, but scenes so lovely must have been gazed upon by angels in their flight. The only want felt is that of mountains in the background. The falls are bounded on 3 sides by ridges 300 or 400 feet in height, which are covered with forest, with the red soil appearing among the trees. When about half a mile from the falls, I left the canoe by which we had come down thus far, and embarked in a lighter one, with men well acquainted with the rapids, who, by passing down the center of the stream in the eddies and still places caused by many jutting rocks, brought me to an island situated in the middle of the river, and on the edge of the lip over which the water rolls. In coming hither there was danger of being swept down by the streams which rushed along on each side of the island, but the river was now low, and we sailed where it is totally impossible to go when the water is high. But, though we had reached the island and were within a few yards of the spot, a view from which would solve the whole problem, I believe that no one could perceive where the vast body of water went. It seemed to lose itself in the earth, the opposite lip of the fissure into which it disappeared being only 80 feet distant. At least I did not comprehend it until, creeping with awe to the verge, I peered down into a large rent which had been made from bank to bank of the broad Zambezi, and saw that a stream of 1,000 yards broad leaped down 100 feet and then became suddenly compressed into a space of 15 or 20 yards. The entire falls are simply a crack made in a hard basaltic rock from the right to the left bank of the Zambezi, and then prolonged from the left bank away through 30 or 40 miles of hills. If one imagines the Thames filled with low, tree-covered hills immediately beyond the tunnel, extending as far as Gravesend, the bed of black basaltic rock instead of London mud, and a fissure made therein from one end of the tunnel to the other down through the keystones of the arch, and prolonged from the left end of the tunnel through 30 miles of hills, the pathway being 100 feet down from the bed of the river instead of what it is, with the lips of the fissure from 80 to 100 feet apart. Then fancy the Thames leaping bodily into the gulf, and forced there to change its direction and flow from the right to the left bank, and then rush boiling and roaring through the hills. He may have some idea of what takes place at this, the most wonderful sight I had witnessed in Africa. In looking down into the fissure on the right of the island, one sees nothing but a dense white cloud, which, at the time we visited the spot, had 2 bright rainbows on it. The sun was on the meridian, and the declination about equal to the latitude of the place. From this cloud rushed up a great jet of vapor exactly like steam, and it mounted 200 or 300 feet high, there condensing. It changed its hue to that of dark smoke and came back in a constant shower, which soon wetted us to the skin. This shower falls chiefly on the opposite side of the fissure, and a few yards back from the lip there stands a straight hedge of evergreen trees, whose leaves are always wet. From their roots a number of little rills run back into the Gulf, but as they flow down the steep wall there, the column of vapor in its ascent licks them up clean off the rock, and away they mount again. They are constantly running down, but never reach the bottom. On the left of the island we see the water at the bottom, a white rolling mass moving away to the prolongation of the fissure, which branches off near the left bank of the river. A piece of the rock has fallen off a spot on the left of the island, and juts out from the water below, and from it I judge the distance which the water falls to be about 100 feet. The walls of this gigantic crack are perpendicular, and composed of one homogeneous mass of rock. On the left side of the island we have a good view of the mass of water which causes one of the columns of vapor to ascend, as it leaps quite clear of the rock and forms a thick, unbroken fleece all the way to the bottom. Its whiteness gave the idea of snow, a sight I had not seen for many a day. As it broke into, if I may use the term, pieces of water, all rushing on in the same direction, each gave off several rays of foam, exactly as bits of steel, when burned in oxygen gas, give off rays of sparks. The snow-white sheet seemed like myriads of small comets rushing on in one direction, each of which left behind its nucleus rays of foam. I never saw the appearance referred to noticed elsewhere. It seemed to be the effect of the mass of water leaping at once clear of the rock and but slowly breaking up into spray. I have mentioned that we saw 5 columns of vapor ascending from this strange abyss. They are evidently formed by the compression suffered by the force of the water's own fall into an unyielding wedge-shaped space. Of the 5 columns, 2 on the right and 1 on the left of the island were the largest, and the streams which formed them seemed each to exceed in size the falls of the Clyde at Stonebyres, when that river is in flood. This was the period of low water in the Liambi, but, as far as I could guess, there was a flow of 500 or 600 yards of water, which at the edge of the fall seemed at least 3 feet deep. The fissure is said by the Makololo to be very much deeper farther to the eastward. There is one part at which the walls are so sloping that people accustomed to it can go down by descending in a sitting position. The Makololo, on one occasion, pursuing some fugitive Batoka, saw them, unable to stop the impetus of their flight at the edge, literally dashed to pieces at the bottom. They beheld the stream like a white cord at the bottom, and so far down, probably 300 feet, they became giddy, and were fain to go away, holding on to the ground. Sekeletu and his large party having conveyed me thus far, and furnished me with a company of 114 men to carry the tusks to the coast, we bade adieu to the Makololo on the 20th of November, and proceeded northward to the Lekone. The country around is very beautiful, and was once well peopled with Batoka, who possessed enormous herds of cattle. When Sebituane came in former times with his small but warlike party of Makololo to this sport, a general rising took place of the Batoka through the whole country in order to eat him up, but his usual success followed him, and, dispersing them, the Makololo obtained so many cattle that they could not take any note of the herds of sheep and goats. The tsetse had been brought by buffaloes into some districts where formerly cattle abounded. This obliged us to travel the first few stages by night. We could not well detect the nature of the country in the dim moonlight. The path, however, seemed to lead along the high bank of what may have been the ancient bed of the Zambezi before the fissure was made. The Lekone now winds in it in an opposite direction to that in which the ancient river must have flowed. For a few days we traveled over an uninhabited, gently undulating, and most beautiful district, the border territory between those who accept and those who reject the sway of the Makololo. The face of the country appears as if in long waves, running north and south. There are no rivers, though water stands in pools in the hollows. We were now come into the country which my people all magnify as a perfect paradise. Sebituane was driven from it by the Matabele. It suited him exactly for cattle, corn, and health. The soil is dry and often a reddish sand. There are few trees, but fine, large, shady ones stand dotted here and there over the country where towns formerly stood. One of the fig family I measured and found to be 40 feet in circumference. The heart had been burnt out and someone had made a lodging in it, for we saw the remains of a bed and a fire. The sight of the open country with the increased altitude we were attaining was most refreshing to the spirits. Large game abound. We see in the distance buffaloes, elands, hartebeest, gnus, and elephants, all very tame, as no one disturbs them. Lions, which always accompany other large animals, roared about us, but as it was moonlight, there was no danger. In the evening, while standing on a mass of granite, one began to roar at me, though it was still light. On the 3rd of December, we crossed the river Mozuma, or River of Dila, having traveled through a beautifully undulating pastoral country. To the south and a little east of this stands the hill Tabu Chu, or White Mountains, from a mass of white rock, probably dolomite, on its top. But none of the hills are of any great altitude. The Mozuma, or River of Dila, was the first watercourse which indicated that we were now on the slopes toward the eastern coast. It contained no flowing water, but revealed in its banks what gave me great pleasure at the time, pieces of lignite, possibly indicating the existence of a mineral, namely coal, the want of which in the central country I had always deplored. Again and again we came to the ruins of large towns, containing the only hieroglyphs of this country, worn millstones with a round ball of quartz with which the grinding was effected. Great numbers of these balls were lying about, showing that the depopulation had been the result of war, for, had the people removed in peace, they would have taken the balls with them. When we had passed the outskirting villages, which alone consider themselves in a state of war with the Makololo, we found the Batoka, or Batonga, as they here call themselves, quite friendly. Great numbers of them came from all the surrounding villages with presents of maize and masuka, and expressed great joy at the first appearance of a white man and harbinger of peace. The women clothe themselves better than the Balonda, but the men go in puris naturalibus. They walk about without the smallest sense of shame. The farther we advanced, the more we found the country swarming with inhabitants. Great numbers came to see the white man, a sight they had never beheld before. They always brought presents of maize and masuka. Their mode of salutation is quite singular. They throw themselves on their backs on the ground, and rolling from side to side, slap the outside of their thighs as expressions of thankfulness and welcome, uttering the words Kina Bomba. This method of salutation was to me very disagreeable, and I could never get reconciled to it. I called out, "Stop, stop, I don't want that," but they, imagining I was dissatisfied, only tumbled about more furiously and slapped their thighs with greater vigor. As we approached nearer the Zambezi, the country became covered with broad-leaved bushes, pretty thickly planted, and we had several times to shout to elephants to get out of our way. At an open space, a herd of buffaloes came trotting up to look at our oxen, and it was only by shooting one that I made them retreat. The meat is very much like that of an ox, and this one was very fine. The only danger we actually encountered was from a female elephant, with 3 young ones of different sizes. Charging through the center of our extended lines and causing the men to throw down their burdens in a great hurry, she received a spear for her temerity. I never saw an elephant with more than 1 calf before. We knew that we were near our Zambezi again, even before the great river burst upon our sight, by the numbers of waterfowl we met. I killed 4 geese with 2 shots, and, had I followed the wishes of my men, could have secured a meal of waterfowl for the whole party. I never saw a river with so much animal life around and in it, and, as the Barotse say, its fish and fowl are always fat. When our eyes were gladdened by a view of its goodly broad waters, we found it very much larger than it is even above the fall. One might try to make his voice heard across it in vain. Its flow was more rapid than near Shekshike, being often 4.5 miles an hour. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures, by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Betty B. Manila in the Forties, by Charles Wilkes. At daylight on the 13th of January, 1842, we were again under way with a light air, and at 9 o'clock reached the roadstead, where we anchored in 6 fathoms of water with good holding ground. A number of vessels were lying in the roads, among which were several Americans loading with hemp. There was also a large English East Indian man, manned by Lascars, whose noise rendered her more like a floating bedlam than anything else to which I can liken it. The view of the city and country around Manila partakes both of a Spanish and an Oriental character. The somber and heavy-looking churches with their awkward towers, the long lines of batteries mounted with heavy cannon, the massive houses with ranges of balconies, and the light and airy cottages elevated on posts situated in the luxuriant groves of tropical trees, all excite desire to become better acquainted with the country. Manila is situated on an extensive plain, gradually swelling into distant hills, beyond which again mountains rise in the background to the height of several thousand feet. The latter are apparently clothed with vegetation to their summits. The city is in strong contrast to this luxuriant scenery, bearing evident marks of decay, particularly in the churches, whose steeples and tile roofs have a dilapidated look. The site of the city does not appear to have been well chosen, it having apparently been selected entirely for the convenience of commerce, and the communication that the outlet of the lake affords for the bateaux, freight boats, that transport the produce from the shores of the Laguna de Bay to the city. There are many arms or branches to this stream, which have been converted into canals, and almost any part of Manila may now be reached in a banca, a small passage boat. The canal is generally filled with coasting vessels, bateaux from the lake, and lighters for the discharge of the vessels lying in the roads. The Bay of Manila is safe, excepting during the change of the monsoons, when it is subject to the typhoons of the China Seas, within whose range it lies. These blow at times with much force and cause great damage. Foreign vessels have, however, kept this anchorage and weathered these storms in safety. But native as well as Spanish vessels seek at these times the port of Cavite, about 3 leagues to the southwest, at the entrance of the bay, which is perfectly secure. Here the government dockyard is situated, and this harbor is consequently the resort of the few gunboats and galleys that are stationed there. The entrance to the canal, or river Pasig, is about 300 feet wide, and is enclosed between 2 well-constructed piers, which extend for some distance into the bay. On the end of one of these is the lighthouse, and on the other a guardhouse. The walls of these piers are about 4 feet above ordinary high water, and include the natural channel of the river, whose current sets out with some force, particularly when the ebb is making in the bay. The suburbs, or Binondo quarter, contain more inhabitants than the city itself, and is the commercial town. They have all the stir and life incident to a large population actively engaged in trade, and in this respect the contrast with the city proper is great. The city of Manila is built in the form of a large segment of a circle, having the chord of the segment on the river. The whole is strongly fortified with walls and ditches. The houses are substantially built after the fashion of the mother country. Within the walls are the governor's palace, custom house, treasury, admiralty, several churches, convents, and charitable institutions, a university, and the barracks for the troops. It also contains some public squares, on one of which is a bronze statue of Charles IV. The city is properly deemed the court residence of these islands, and all those attached to the government, or who wish to be considered as of the higher circle, reside here, but foreigners are not permitted to do so. The houses in the city are generally of stone, plastered and white or yellow washed on the outside. They are only 2 stories high and in consequence cover a large space, being built around a patio or courtyard. The ground floors are occupied as storehouses, stables, and for porters' lodges. The second story is devoted to the dining halls and sleeping apartments, kitchens, bathrooms, etc. The bedrooms have the windows down to the floor, opening on wide balconies, with blinds or shutters. These blinds are constructed with sliding frames, having small squares of 2 inches filled in with a thin, semi-transparent shell, a species of placuna. The fronts of some of the houses have a large number of these small lights, where the females of the family may enjoy themselves unperceived. After entering the canal, we very soon found ourselves among a motley and strange population. On landing, the attention is drawn to the vast number of small stalls and shops with which the streets are lined on each side, and to the crowds of people passing to and fro, all intent upon their several occupations. The artisans in Manila are almost wholly Chinese, and all trades are local, so that in each quarter of the Binondo suburb the privilege of exclusive occupancy is claimed by some particular kinds of shops. In passing up the Escolta, which is the longest and main street in this district, the cabinet makers seen busily at work in their shops are first met with. Next to these come the tinkers and blacksmiths, then the shoemakers, clothiers, fishmongers, haberdashers, etc. These are flanked by out-of-door occupations, and in each quarter are numerous cooks, frying cakes, stewing, etc. in movable kitchens, while here and there are to be seen betel nut sellers, either moving about to obtain customers or taking a stand in some great thoroughfare. The moving throng, composed of carriers, waiters, messengers, etc., passes quietly and without any noise. They are generally seen with the Chinese umbrella, painted of many colors, screening themselves from the sun. The whole population wear slippers and move along with a slipshod gait. The Chinese are apparently far more numerous than the Malays, and the 2 races differ as much in character as in appearance. One is all activity, while the other is disposed to avoid all exertion. They preserve their distinctive character throughout, mixing but very little with each other, and are removed as far as possible in their civilities. The former, from their industry and perseverance, have almost monopolized all the lucrative employments among the lower orders, excepting the selling of fish and betel nut, and articles manufactured in the provinces. Of all her foreign possessions, the Philippines have cost Spain the least blood and labor. The honor of their discovery belongs to Magojans, whose name is associated with the straits at the southern extremity of the American continent, but which has no memorial in these islands. Now that the glory which he gained by being the first to penetrate from the Atlantic to the Pacific has been in some measure obliterated by the disuse of those straits by navigators, it would seem due to his memory that some spot among these islands should be set apart to commemorate the name of him who made them known to Europe. This would be but common justice to the discoverer of a region which has been a source of so much honor and profit to the Spanish nation, who opened the vast expanse of the Pacific to the fleets of Europe, and who died fighting to secure the benefits of his enterprise to his king and country. Few portions of the globe seem to be so much the seat of internal fires, or to exhibit the effects of volcanic action so strong as the Philippines. During our visit, it was not known that any of the volcanoes were in action, but many of them were smoking, particularly that in the district of Albay, called Issarock. Its latest eruption was in the year 1839, but this did little damage compared with that of 1814, which covered several villages and the country for a great distance around with ashes. This mountain is situated to the southeast of Manila, 150 miles, and is said to be a perfect cone with a crater at its apex. It does not appear that the islands are much affected by earthquakes, although some have occasionally occurred that have done damage to the churches at Manila. The coal found in the Philippines is deemed of value. It has a strong resemblance to the bituminous coal of our own country, possesses a bright luster, and appears very free from all woody texture when fractured. It is found associated with sandstone, which contains many fossils. Lead and copper are reported as being very abundant. Gypsum and limestone occur in some districts. From this it will be seen that these islands have everything in the mineral way to constitute them desirable possessions. With such mineral resources and a soil capable of producing the most varied vegetation of the tropics, a liberal policy is all that the country lacks. The products of the Philippine Islands consist of sugar, coffee, hemp, indigo, rice, tortoiseshell, hides, ebony, saffron wood, sulfur, cotton, cordage, silk, pepper, cocoa, wax, and many other articles. In their agricultural operations, the people are industrious, although much labor is lost by the use of defective implements. The plow, of a very simple construction, has been adopted from the Chinese. It has no coulter, the share is flat, and being turned partly to one side, answers, in a certain degree, the purpose of a mold board. This rude implement is sufficient for the rich soils, where the tillage depends chiefly upon the harrow, in constructing which a thorny species of bamboo is used. The harrow is formed of 5 or 6 pieces of this material, on which the thorns are left firmly fastened together. It answers its purpose well, and is seldom out of order. A wrought iron harrow that was introduced by the Jesuits is used for clearing the ground more effectually, and more particularly for the purpose of extirpating a troublesome grass that is known by the name of kogon, a species of andropogon, of which it is very difficult to rid the fields. The bolo, or long knife, a basket, a hoe, complete the implements and answer all the purposes of our spades, etc. The buffalo was used until within a few years exclusively in their agricultural operations, and they have lately taken to the use of the ox, but horses are never used. The buffalo, from the slowness of his motions and his exceeding restlessness under the heat of the climate, is ill adapted to agricultural labor, but the natives are very partial to them, notwithstanding they occasion them much labor and trouble in bathing them during the great heat. This is absolutely necessary, or the animal becomes so fretful as to be unfit for use. If it were not for this, the buffalo would, notwithstanding his slow pace, be most effective in agricultural operations. He requires little food, and that of the coarsest kind. His strength surpasses that of the stoutest ox, and he is admirably adapted for the rice or paddy fields. They are very docile when used by the natives, and even children can manage them, but it is said they have a great antipathy to the whites and all strangers. The usual mode of guiding them is by a small cord attached to the cartilage of the nose. The yoke rests on the neck before the shoulders and is of simple construction. To this is attached whatever it may be necessary to draw, either by traces, shafts, or other fastenings. Frequently these animals may be seen with large bundles of bamboo lashed to them on each side. Buffaloes are to be met with on the lake with no more than their noses and eyes out of the water, and are not visible until they are approached within a few feet, when they cause alarm to the passengers by raising their large forms close to the boat. It is said that they resort to the lake to feed on a favorite grass that grows on its bottom in shallow water, and which they dive for. Their flesh is not eaten, except that of the young ones, for it is tough and tasteless. The milk is nutritious and of a character between that of the goat and the cow. Rice is, perhaps, of their agricultural products, the article upon which the inhabitants of the Philippine Islands most depend for food and profit. Of this they have several different varieties, which the natives distinguish by their size and the shape of the grain. The Burnambang, Lamuyo, Malagaquit, Banto Caballo, Dumali, Quinanda, Bolahan, and Tangi. The first 3 are aquatic, the latter 5 upland varieties. They each have their peculiar uses. The Dumali is the early variety. It ripens in 3 months from planting, from which circumstance it derives its name. It is raised exclusively on the uplands. Although much esteemed, it is not extensively cultivated, as the birds and insects destroy a large part of the crop. The Malagaquit is very much prized and used for making sweet and fancy dishes. It becomes exceedingly glutinous, for which reason it is used in making whitewash, which it is said to cause to become of a brilliant white and to withstand the weather. This variety is not, however, believed to be wholesome. There is also a variety of this last species which is used as food for horses and supposed to be a remedy and preventive against worms. The rice grounds or fields are laid out in squares and surrounded by embankments to retain the water of the rains or streams. After the rains have fallen in sufficient quantities to saturate the ground, a seed bed is generally planted in one corner of the field, in which the rice is sown broadcast about the month of June. The heavy rains take place in August, when the fields are plowed and are soon filled with water. The young plants are about this time taken from their seed bed, their tops and roots trimmed, and then planted in the field by making holes in the ground with the fingers and placing 4 or 5 sprouts in each of them. In this tedious labor the poor women are employed, whilst the males are lounging in their houses or in the shade of the trees. The harvest for the aquatic rice begins in December. It is reaped with small sickles, peculiar to the country, called yatap. To the back of these a small stick is fashioned by which they are held, and the stalk is forced upon it and cut. The spikes of rice are cut with this implement one by one. In this operation men, women, and children all take part. The upland rice requires much more care and labor in its cultivation. The land must be plowed 3 or 4 times and all the turf and lumps well broken up by the harrow. During its growth it requires to be weeded 2 or 3 times to keep the weeds from choking the crop. The seed is sown broadcast in May. This kind of rice is harvested in November, and to collect the crop is still more tedious than in the other case, for it is always gathered earlier and never reaped, in consequence of the grain not adhering to the ear. If it were gathered in any other way, the loss by transportation on the backs of buffaloes and horses without any covering to the sheaf would be so great as to dissipate a great portion of the crop. After the rice is harvested, there are different modes of treating it. Some of the proprietors take it home, where it is thrown into heaps and left until it is desirable to separate it from the straw, when it is trodden out by men and women with their bare feet. For this operation they usually receive a 5th part of the rice. Others stack it in a wet and green state, which subjects it to heat, from which cause the grain contracts a dark color and an unpleasant taste and smell. The natives, however, impute these defects to the wetness of the season. The crop of both the low and upland rice is usually from 30 to 50 for one, this on old land, but on that which is newly cleared or which has never been cultivated, the yield is far beyond this. In some soils of the latter description, it is said that for a chupa, 7 cubic inches, planted the yield has been a caban. The former is the 208th part of the latter. This is not the only advantage gained in planting rice lands, but the saving of labor is equally great. For all that is required is to make a hole with the fingers and place 3 or 4 grains in it. The upland rice requires but little water and is never irrigated. The cultivator in the Philippine Islands is always enabled to secure plenty of manure, for vegetation is so luxuriant that by pulling the weeds and laying them with earth, a good stock is quickly obtained with which to cover his fields. Thus, although the growth is so rank as to cause him labor, yet in this hot climate its decay is equally rapid, which tends to make his labors more successful. Among the important productions of these islands I have mentioned hemp, although the article called Manila hemp must not be understood to be derived from the plant which produces the common hemp, cannabis, being obtained from a species of plantain, Musa textilis, called in the Philippines abaca. This is a native of these islands and was formerly believed to be found only on Mindanao, but this is not the case, for it is cultivated on the south part of Luzon and all the islands south of it. It grows on high ground in rich soil and is propagated by seeds. It resembles the other plants of the tribe of plantains, but its fruit is much smaller, although edible. The fiber is derived from the stem, and the plant attains the height of 15 or 20 feet. The usual mode of preparing the hemp is to cut off the stem near the ground before the time or just when the fruit is ripe. The stem is then 8 or 10 feet long below the leaves, where it is again cut. The outer coating of the herbaceous stem is then stripped off until the fibers or cellular parts are seen, when it undergoes the process of rotting, and after being well dried in houses and sheds, is prepared for market by assorting it, a task which is performed by the women and children. That which is intended for cloth is soaked for an hour or two in weak lime water prepared from seashells, again dried and put up in bundles. From all the districts in which it grows, it is sent to Manila, which is the only port whence it can legally be exported. It arrives in large bundles and is packed there by means of a screw press in compact bales for shipping, secured by rattan, each weighing 2 piculs. A picul is about 140 pounds. The best Manila hemp ought to be white, dry, and of a long and fine fiber. This is known at Manila by the name of lupus. The second quality they call bandala. That which is brought to the United States is principally manufactured in or near Boston, and is the cordage known as white rope. The cordage manufactured at Manila is, however, very superior to the rope made with us, although the hemp is of the inferior kind. A large quantity is also manufactured into mats. In the opinion of our botanist, it is not probable that the plant could be introduced with success into our country, for in the Philippines it is not found north of latitude 14 degrees north. The coffee plant is well adapted to these islands. A few plants were introduced into the gardens of Manila about 50 years ago, since which time it has been spread all over the island, as is supposed by the civet cats, which, after swallowing the seeds, carry them to a distance before they are voided. The coffee of commerce is obtained here from the wild plant, and is of an excellent quality. Upward of 3,500 piculs are now exported, of which 1/6 goes to the United States. The sugar cane thrives well here. It is planted after the French fashion by sticking the piece diagonally into the ground. Some, finding the cane has suffered in times of drought, have adopted other modes. It comes to perfection in a year, and they seldom have 2 crops from the same piece of land, unless the season is very favorable. There are many kinds of cane cultivated, but that grown in the valley of Pampanga is thought to be the best. It is a small red variety from 4 to 5 feet high, and not thicker than the thumb. The manufacture of the sugar is rudely conducted, and the whole business, I was told, was in the hands of a few capitalists, who, by making advances, secure the whole crop from those who are employed to bring it to market. It is generally brought in molds of the usual conical shape, called pilones, which are delivered to the purchaser from November to June, and contain each about 150 pounds. On their receipt they are placed in large storehouses, where the familiar operation of claying is performed. The estimate for the quantity of sugar from these pilones after this process is about 100 pounds. It depends upon the care taken in the process. Of cotton they raise a considerable quantity, and principally of the yellow nankeen. In the province of Locos it is cultivated most extensively. The mode of cleaning is of its seed is very rude, by means of a hand mill, and the expense of cleaning a picul, 140 pounds, is from $5 to $7. There have, as far as I have understood, been no endeavors to introduce any cotton gins from our country. It will be merely necessary to give the prices at which laborers are paid to show how the compensation is in comparison with that in our country. In the vicinity of Manila, 12½ cents per day is the usual wages. This in the provinces falls to 6 and 9 cents. A man with 2 buffaloes is paid about 30 cents. The amount of labor performed by the latter in a day would be the plowing of a sown, about 2/10 of an acre. The most profitable way of employing laborers is by the task, when, it is said, the natives work well and are industrious. The manner in which the sugar and other produce is brought to market at Manila is peculiar, and deserves to be mentioned. In some of the villages the chief men unite to build a vessel, generally a pirogue, in which they embark their produce, under the conduct of a few persons who go to navigate it and dispose of the cargo. In due time they make their voyage, and when the accounts are settled, the returns are distributed to each according to his share. Festivities are then held, the saints thanked for their kindness, and blessings invoked for another year. After this is over, the vessel is taken carefully to pieces and distributed among the owners to be preserved for the next season. The profits in the crops, according to estimates, vary from 60 to 100%, but it was thought, as a general average, that this was, notwithstanding the great productiveness of the soil, far beyond the usual profits accruing from agricultural operations. In some provinces, this estimate would hold good and probably be exceeded. Indigo would probably be a lucrative crop, for that raised here is said to be of a quality equal to the best, and the crop is not subject to so many uncertainties as in India. The capital and attention required in vats, etc., prevent it from being raised in any quantities. Among the productions, the bamboo and rattan ought to claim a particular notice from their great utility. They enter into almost everything. Of the former, their houses are built, including frames, floors, sides, and roof. Fences are made of the same material, as well as every article of general household use, including baskets for oil and water. The rattan is a general substitute for ropes of all descriptions, and the two combined are used in constructing rafts for crossing ferries. The crops frequently suffer from the ravages of the locusts, which sweep all before them. Fortunately for the poorer classes, their attacks take place after the rice has been harvested, but the cane is sometimes entirely cut off. The authorities of Manila, in the vain hope of stopping their devastations, employ persons to gather them and throw them into the sea. I understand on one occasion they had spent $80,000 in this way, but all to little purpose. It is said that the crops rarely suffer from droughts, but on the contrary the rains are thought to fall too often and to flood the rice fields. These, however, yield a novel crop and are very advantageous to the poor, viz. A great quantity of fish, which are called dalag, and are a species of blunius. They are so plentiful that they are caught with baskets. These fish weigh from a half to 2 pounds, and some are said to be 18 inches long. But this is not all. They are said, after a deep inundation, to be found even in the vaults of churches. The Philippines are divided into 31 provinces, 16 of which are on the island of Luzon, and the remainder comprise the other islands of the group and the Ladrones. The population of the whole group is above 3 millions, including all tribes of natives, mestizos, and whites. The latter named class are but a few in number, not exceeding 3,000. The mestizos were supposed to be about 15,000 or 20,000. They are distinguished as Spanish and Indian mestizos. The Chinese have of late years increased to a large number, and it is said that there are 40,000 of them in and around Manila alone. 1/2 of the whole population belongs to Luzon. The island next to it in number of inhabitants is Panay, which contains about 330,000. Then come Cebu, Mindanao, Leyte, Samar, and Negros, varying from the above numbers down to 50,000. The population is increasing, and it is thought that it doubles itself in 70 years. This rate of increase appears probable from a comparison of the present population with the estimate made at the beginning of the present century, which shows a growth in 40 years of about 1,400,000. The native population is composed of a number of distinct tribes, the principal of which in Luzon are Pangaharian, Locos, Cagayan, Tagala, and Pampangan. The Irigotes, who dwell in the mountains, are the only natives who have not been subjected by the Spaniards. The other tribes have become identified with their rulers in religion, and it is thought that by this circumstance alone has Spain been able to maintain the ascendancy, with so small a number, over such a numerous, intelligent, and energetic race as they are represented to be. This is, however, more easily accounted for from the Spaniards fostering and keeping alive the jealousy and hatred that existed at the time of the discovery between the different tribes. It seems almost incredible that Spain should have so long persisted in the policy of allowing no more than one galleon to pass annually between her colonies, and equally so that the nations of Europe should have been so long deceived in regard to the riches and wealth that Spain was monopolizing in the Philippines. The capture of Manila in 1762 by the English first gave a clear idea of the value of this remote and little known appendage of the empire. The Philippines, considered in their capacity for commerce, are certainly among the most favored portions of the globe, and there is but one circumstance that tends in the least degree to lessen their apparent advantage. This is the prevalence of typhoons in the China seas, which are occasionally felt with force to the north of latitude 10 degrees north. South of that parallel they have never been known to prevail, and seldom so far, but from their unfailing occurrence yearly in some part of the China seas, they are looked for with more or less dread, and cause each season a temporary interruption in all the trade that passes along the coast of these islands. The army is now composed entirely of native troops, who number about 6,000 men, and the regiments are never suffered to serve in the provinces in which they are recruited, but those from the north are sent to the south and vice versa. There they are employed to keep a continual watch on each other, and, speaking different dialects, they never become identified. They are indeed never allowed to remain long enough in one region to imbibe any feelings in unison with those of its inhabitants. The hostility is so great among the regiments that mutinies have occurred, and contests arisen which have produced even bloodshed, which it was entirely out of the power of the officers to prevent. In cases of this kind, summary punishment is resorted to. Although the Spaniards, as far as is known abroad, live in peace and quiet, this is far from being the case, for rebellion and revolts among the troops and tribes are not infrequent in the provinces. During the time of our visit, one of these took place, but it was impossible to learn anything concerning it that could be relied upon, for all conversation respecting such occurrences is interdicted by the government. The difficulty to which I refer was said to have originated from the preaching of a fanatic priest, who inflamed them to such a degree that they overthrew the troops and became temporarily masters of the country. Prompt measures were immediately taken and orders issued to give the rebels no quarter. The regiments most hostile to those in the revolt were ordered to the spot. They spared no one. The priest and his companions were taken, put to death, and, according to report, in a manner so cruel as to be a disgrace to the records of the 19th century. Although I should hope the accounts I heard of these transactions were incorrect, yet the detestation these acts were held in would give some color to the statements. The few gazettes that are published at Manila are entirely under the control of the government, and a resident of that city must make up his mind to remain in ignorance of the things that are passing around him, or believe just what the authorities will allow to be told, whether truth or falsehood. The government of the Philippines is emphatically an iron rule. How long it can continue so is doubtful. The natives of the Philippines are industrious. They manufacture an amount of goods sufficient to supply their own wants, particularly from Panay and Locos. These, for the most part, consist of cotton and silks and a peculiar article called pina. The latter is manufactured from a species of bromelia, pineapple, and comes principally from the island of Panay. The finest kinds of pina are exceedingly beautiful and surpass any other material in its evenness and beauty of texture. Its color is yellowish, and the embroidery is fully equal to the material. It is much sought after by all strangers and considered as one of the curiosities of this group. Various reports have been stated of the mode of its manufacture, and among others that it was woven under water, which I found upon inquiry to be quite erroneous. The web of the pina is so fine that they are obliged to prevent all currents of air from passing through the rooms where it is manufactured, for which purpose there are gauze screens in the windows. After the article is brought to Manila, it is then embroidered by girls. This last operation adds greatly to its value. The market is a never-failing place of amusement to a foreigner, for there a crowd of the common people is always to be seen, and their mode of conducting business may be observed. The canals here afford great facilities for bringing vegetables and produce to market in a fresh state. The vegetables are chiefly brought from the shores of the Laguna de Bay through the river Pasig. The meat appeared inferior, and as in all Spanish places, the art of butchering is not understood. The poultry, however, surpasses that of any other place I have seen, particularly in ducks. the breeding of which is pursued to a great extent. Establishments for breeding these birds are here carried on in a systematic manner and are a great curiosity. They consist of many small enclosures, each about 20 feet by 40 or 50, made of bamboo, which are placed on the bank of the river and partly covered with water. In one corner of the enclosure is a small house, where the eggs are hatched by artificial heat, produced by rice chaff in a state of fermentation. It is not uncommon to see 600 or 800 ducklings, all of the same age. There are several hundreds of these enclosures, and the number of ducks of all ages may be computed at millions. The manner in which they are schooled to take exercise and to go in and out of the water and to return to their house almost exceeds belief. The keepers or tenders are of the Tagala tribe, who live near the enclosures and have them at all times under their eye. The old birds are not suffered to approach the young, and all of one age are kept together. They are fed upon rice and a small species of shellfish that is found in the river and is peculiar to it. From the extent of these establishments we inferred that ducks were the favorite article of food at Manila, and the consumption of them must be immense. The markets are well supplied with chickens, pigeons, young partridges, which are brought in alive, and turkeys. Among strange articles that we saw for sale were cakes of coagulated blood. The markets are well stocked with a variety of fish taken both in the Laguna and Bay of Manila, affording a supply of both the fresh and saltwater species, and many smaller kinds that are dried and smoked. Vegetables are in great plenty and consist of pumpkins, lettuce, onions, radishes, very long squashes, etc. Of fruits they have melons, chicos, durians, marbolas, and oranges. Fish are caught in weirs, by the hook, or in seines. The former are constructed of bamboo stakes in the shallow water of the lake at the point where it flows through the Pasig. In the bay and at the mouth of the river, the fish are taken in nets, suspended by the four corners from hoops attached to a crane, by which they are lowered into the water. The fishing boats are little better than rafts and are called saraboas. The usual passage boat is termed banca and is made of a single trunk. These are very much used by the inhabitants. They have a sort of awning to protect the passenger from the rays of the sun, and being light are easily rowed about, although they are exceedingly uncomfortable to sit in, from the lowness of the seats, and liable to overset if the weight is not placed near the bottom. The outrigger has in all probability been dispensed with, owing to the impediment it offered to the navigation of their canals. These canals offer great facilities for the transportation of burdens. The banks of almost all of them are faced with granite. Where the streets cross them, there are substantial stone bridges, which are generally of no more than one arch, so as not to impede the navigation. The barges used for the transportation of produce resemble our canal boats, and have sliding roofs to protect them from the rain. Water for the supply of vessels is brought off in large earthen jars. It is obtained from the river, and if care is not taken, the water will be impure. It ought to be filled beyond the city. Our supply was obtained 5 or 6 miles up the river by a lighter, in which were placed a number of water casks. It proved excellent. The country around Manila, though no more than an extended plain for some miles, is one of great interest and beauty, and affords many agreeable rides on the roads to Santa Ana and Marikina. Most of the country seats are situated on the river Pasig. They may indeed be called palaces from their extent and appearance. They are built upon a grand scale and after the Italian style, with terraces supported by strong abutments, decked with vases of plants. The grounds are ornamented with the luxuriant, lofty, and graceful trees of the tropics. These are tolerably well kept. Here and there fine large stone churches with their towers and steeples are to be seen, the whole giving the impression of a wealthy nobility and a happy and flourishing peasantry. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Betty B. Exploration of Teneriffe by A. von Humboldt. An expedition to the summit of the volcano of Teneriffe is interesting. not solely on account of the great number of phenomena which are the objects of scientific research. It has still greater attractions from the picturesque beauties which it lays open to those who are feelingly alive to the majesty of nature. It is a difficult task to describe those sensations, which act with so much the more force as they have something undefined, produced by the immensity of the space as well as by the greatness, the novelty and the multitude of the objects, amidst which we find ourselves transported. When a traveler attempts to furnish descriptions of the loftiest summits of the globe, the cataracts of the great rivers, the tortuous valleys of the Andes, he is exposed to the danger of fatiguing his readers by the monotonous expression of his admiration. It appears to me more comfortable to the plan which I have proposed to myself in this narrative to indicate the peculiar character that distinguishes each zone. We exhibit with more clearness the physiognomy of the landscape in proportion as we endeavor to sketch its individual features, to compare them with each other, and discover by this kind of analysis the sources of those enjoyments which are offered to us by the great picture of nature. Travelers have learned by experience that views from the summits of very lofty mountains are neither so beautiful, picturesque, nor varied as those from heights which do not exceed that of Vesuvius, Rigi, and Puy de Dome. Colossal mountains such as Chimborazo, Antisana, or Mount Rose compose so large a mass that the plains covered with rich vegetation are seen only in the immensity of distance, where a blue and vapory tint is uniformly spread over the landscape. The peak of Teneriffe, from its slender form and local position, unites the advantages of less lofty summits to those which arise from very great heights. We not only discover from its top a vast expanse of sea, but we see also the forests of Teneriffe and the inhabited parts of the coasts in a proximity fitted to produce the most beautiful contrasts of form and color. We might say that the volcano crushes with its mass the little isle which serves as its basis, and shoots up from the bosom of the waters to a height 3 times loftier than the region where the clouds float in summer. If its crater, half extinguished for ages past, shot forth flakes of fire like that of Stromboli in the Aeolian Islands, the peak of Teneriffe, resembling a lighthouse, would furnish a direction to the mariner in a circuit of more than 260 leagues. When seated on the external edge of the crater, we turned our eyes toward the northwest, where the coasts are decked with villages and hamlets. At our feet, masses of vapor, constantly driven by the winds, afforded us the most variable spectacle. A uniform stratum of clouds, the same as we have just described, and which separated us from the lower regions of the island, had been pierced in several places by the effect of the small currents of air, which the earth, heated by the sun, began to send toward us. The port of Orotava, its vessels at anchor, the gardens and the vineyards which encircle the town, exhibited themselves through an opening which seemed to enlarge every instant. From the summit of these solitary regions our eyes hovered over an inhabited world. We enjoyed the striking contrast between the bare sides of the peak, its steep declivities covered with scoriae, its elevated plains destitute of vegetation, and the smiling aspect of the cultured country beneath. We beheld the plants divided by zones, as the temperature of the atmosphere diminished with the height of the site. Below the Piton, lichens began to cover the scorious lava with lustered surface. A violet, akin to the Viola decumbens, rises on the slope of the volcano at a height of 11,310 feet. It takes the lead not only of the other herbaceous plants, but even of the gramineae, which in the Alps and on the ridge of the Cordilleras form close neighborhood with the plants of the family Cryptogamia. Tufts of retama, loaded with flowers, make gay the valleys hollowed out by the torrents, and which are encumbered by the effects of the lateral eruptions. Below the spartium, or retama, lies the region of ferns, bordered by the tract of the arborescent heaths. Forests of laurel, rhamnus, arbutus divide the ericas from the rising grounds planted with vines and fruit trees. A rich carpet of verdure extends from the plains of spartium and the zone of the alpine plants, even to the group of the date trees and the musa, at the feet of which the ocean appears to roll. I here pass slightly over the different features of this botanical chart, as I shall enter hereafter into some further details respecting the geography of the plants of the Isle of Teneriffe. The seeming proximity, in which, from the summit of the peak, we behold the hamlets, the vineyards, the gardens on the coast, is increased by the prodigious transparency of the atmosphere. Notwithstanding the great distance, we distinguish not only the houses, the sails of the vessels, and the trunks of trees. Our eyes dwelt on the rich vegetation of the plains, enameled with the most vivid coloring. These phenomena are owing not only to the height of the site, but to the peculiar modifications of the air in warm climates. Under every zone, an object placed on a level with the sea and viewed in a horizontal direction appears less luminous than when seen from the top of a mountain, when vapors arrive across strata of air of decreasing density. Differences equally striking are produced by the influence of climates. The surface of a lake or large river is less resplendent when we see it at an equal distance from the top of the higher Alps of Switzerland than when we view it from the summit of the Cordilleras of Peru and Mexico. In proportion as the air is pure and serene, the solution of the vapors becomes more perfect, and the light loses less in its passage. When from the coast of the South Sea we reach the elevated plains of Quito, or that of Antisana, we are struck for some days at the nearness at which we think we see objects which are 7 or 8 leagues distant. The peak of Teide has not the advantage of being situated in the equinoctial region, but the dryness of the columns of air which rise perpetually above the neighboring plains of Africa, and which the eastern winds bring with rapidity, gives the atmosphere of the Canary Islands a transparency which surpasses not only that of the air of Naples and Sicily, but perhaps also the purity of the sky of Quito and Peru. This transparency may be regarded as one of the chief causes of the beauty of the landscape under the torrid zone. It is this which brightens the splendor of the vegetable coloring and contributes to the magical effect of their harmonies and their contrasts. If a mass of light which circulates about objects fatigues the external senses during a part of the day, the inhabitant of the southern climates has his compensation in moral enjoyments. A lucid clearness in the conceptions, a serenity of mind, correspond with the transparency of the surrounding atmosphere. We feel these impressions without overstepping the limits of Europe. I appeal to travelers who have visited countries rendered famous by prodigies of the imagination and the arts, the favored climates of Greece and Italy. We prolonged in vain our stay on the summit of the peak, to await the moment when we might enjoy the view of the whole of the archipelago of the Fortunate Islands. We discovered Palma, Gomera, and the Great Canary at our feet. The mountains of Lanzarote, free from vapors at sunrise, were soon enveloped in thick clouds. On a supposition only of an ordinary refraction, the eye takes in calm weather, from the summit of the volcano, a surface of the globe of 5,700 square leagues, equal to a fourth of the surface of Spain. The question has often been agitated, if it were possible to perceive the coast of Africa from the top of this colossal pyramid, but the nearest parts of this coast are still further from Teneriffe than 2 degrees 49 minutes, or 56 leagues. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Betty B. The Island of Trinidad by James Anthony Froude. Trinidad is the largest, after Jamaica, of the British West Indian Islands, and the hottest absolutely after none of them. It is square-shaped and, I suppose, was once a part of South America. The Orinoco River and the ocean currents between them have cut a channel between it and the mainland, which is expanded into a vast shallow lake known as the Gulf of Paria. The two entrances by which the gulf is approached are narrow, and are called bocas, or mouths, one the dragon's mouth, the other the serpent's. When the Orinoco is in flood, the water is brackish, and the brilliant violet hue of the Caribbean Sea is changed to a dirty yellow. But the harbor which is so formed would hold all the commercial navies of the world, and seems formed by nature to be the depot one day of an enormous trade. The town has between 30 and 40,000 people living in it, and the rain and the Johnny Crows, a black vulture that acts as scavenger between them, keep off pestilence. Outside is a large savanna, or park, where the villas are of the successful men of business. One of these belonged to my host, a cool, airy habitation, with open doors and windows, overhanging portico, and rooms into which all the winds might enter, but not the sun. A garden in front was shut off from the savanna by a fence of bananas. At the gate stood as sentinel a cabbage palm 100 feet high. On the lawn mangoes, oranges, pawpaws, and breadfruit trees, strange to look at, but luxuriantly shady. Before the door was a tree of good dimensions, whose name I have forgotten, the stem and branches of which were hung with orchids which G had collected in the woods. The borders were blazing with varieties of the single hibiscus, crimson, pink, and fawn color, the largest that I had ever seen. The average diameter of each single flower was from 7 to 8 inches. Wind streamed freely through the long sitting room, loaded with the perfume of orange trees. On table and in bookcase were visible evidences of a highly cultivated taste. The particular room assigned to myself would have been delightful, but that my possession of it was disputed even in daylight by mosquitoes, who for bloodthirsty ferocity had a bad preeminence over the worst that I had ever met with elsewhere. I killed one who was at work upon me, and examined him through a glass. Bewick, with the inspiration of genius, had drawn his exact likeness as the devil, a long black stroke for a body, a nick for a neck, horns on the head, and a beak for a mouth, spindle arms and longer spindle legs, 2 painted wings, and a tail. Line for line, there the figure was before me, which in the unforgettable tailpiece is driving the thief under the gallows, and I had a melancholy satisfaction in identifying him. I had been warned to be on the lookout for scorpions, centipedes, jiggers, and land crabs, who would bite me if I walked slipperless over the floor in the dark. Of these I met with none, either there or anywhere, but the mosquito of Trinidad is enough by himself. For malice, mockery, and venom of tooth and trumpet he is without a match in the world. From mosquitoes, however, one could seek safety in tobacco smoke, or hide behind the lace curtains with which every bed is provided. Otherwise, I found every provision to make life pass deliciously. To walk is difficult in a damp, steamy atmosphere, hotter during daylight than the hottest forcing house in Kew. Beautiful, however, it was beyond dispute. Before sunset, a carriage took us around the savannah. Tropical human beings, like tropical birds, are fond of fine colors, especially black human beings, and the party was as brilliant as Kensington Gardens on a Sunday. At nightfall the scene became even more wonderful, air, grass, and trees being alight with fireflies, each as brilliant as an English glowworm. The palm tree at our own gate stood like a ghostly sentinel clear against the starry sky, a single long dead frond hanging from below the coronet of leaves and clashing against the stem as it was blown to and fro by the night wind, while long-winged bats swept and whistled over our heads. The residence stands in a fine situation, in large grounds of its own at the foot of the mountains. It has been lately built, regardless of expense, for the colony is rich and likes to do things handsomely. On the lawn, under the windows, stood a tree which was entirely new to me, an enormous ceiba, or silk cotton tree, umbrella-shaped, 50 yards in diameter, the huge and buttressed trunk throwing out branches so massive that one wondered how any woody fiber could bear the strain of their weight, the boughs twisting in and out till they made a roof over one's head, which was hung with every fantastic variety of parasites. Vast as the cebas were, which I saw afterward in other parts of the West Indies, this was the largest. The ceba is the sacred tree of the Negro, the temple of Jumbi, the proper house of Obeah. To cut down one is impious. No black in his right mind would wound even the bark. A Jamaica police officer told me that if a ceba had to be removed, the men who used the axe were well dosed with rum to give them courage to defy the devil. From Government House we strolled into the adjoining botanical gardens. I had long heard of the wonders of these. The reality went beyond description. Plants with which I was familiar as shrubs in English conservatories were here expanded into forest giants, with hundreds of others of which we cannot raise even Lilliputian imitations. Let man be what he will, nature in the tropics is always grand. Palms were growing in the greatest luxuriance, of every known species, from the cabbage towering up into the sky to the fan palm of the desert, whose fronds are reservoirs of water. Of exogenous trees, the majority were leguminous in some shape or another, forming flowers like a pea or vetch, and hanging their seeds in pods. Yet in shape and foliage they distanced far the most splendid ornaments of an English park. They had old world names and characters wholly different. Cedars which were not conifers, almonds which were no relations of peaches, and gum trees as unlike eucalypti as one tree can be unlike another. Again, you saw ferns which you seemed to recognize till some unexpected anomaly startled you out of your mistake. A gigantic Portugal laurel, or what I took for such, was throwing out a flower direct from the stem like a cactus. Grandest among them all, and happily in full bloom, was the sacred tree of Burma, the Amherstia nobilis, at a distance like a splendid horse chestnut, with crimson blossoms in pendant bunches, each separate flower in the convolution of its parts exactly counterfeiting a large orchid, with which it had not the faintest affinity, the Amherstia being leguminous like the rest. Underneath, and dispersed among the imperial beauties, were spice trees, orange trees, coffee plants, and cocoa, or again shrubs with special virtues or vices. We had to be careful what we were about, for fruits of fairest appearance were tempting us all around. My companion was preparing to eat something to encourage me to do the same. A gardener stopped him in time. It was Nux vomica. I was straying along a less frequented path, conscious of a heavy, vaporous odor in which I might have fainted had I remained exposed to it. I was close to a manchineel tree. Prettiest and freshest were the nutmegs, which had a glen all to themselves and perfumed the surrounding air. In Trinidad and in Grenada, I believe the nutmegs are the largest that are known, being from 30 to 40 feet high, leaves brilliant green, something like the leaves of an orange, but extremely delicate and thin, folded one over the other, the lowest branches sweeping to the ground till the whole tree forms a natural bower, which is proof against a tropical shower. The fragrance attracts moths and flies, not mosquitoes, who prefer a ranker atmosphere. I saw a pair of butterflies, the match of which I do not remember, even in any museum, dark blue shot with green, like a peacock's neck, and the size of English bats. I asked a black boy to catch me one. That sort no let catchy, massa, he said, and I was penitently glad to hear it. Among the wonders of the garden are the vines, as they call them, that is, the creepers of various kinds that climb about the other trees. Standing in an open space, there was what once had been a mighty cedar. It was now dead, only the trunk and dead branches remaining, and had been murdered by a fig vine, which had started from the root, twined itself like a python round the stem, strangled out the natural life, and spreading out in all directions, had covered boughs and twigs with a foliage not its own. So far the vine had done no worse than ivy does at home, but there was one feature about it which puzzled me altogether. The lowest of the original branches of the cedar were about 20 feet above our heads. From these, in 4 or 5 places, the parasite had let fall shoots, perhaps an inch in diameter, which descended to within a foot of the ground, and then suddenly, without touching that or anything, formed a bight like a rope, went straight up again, caught hold of the branch from which they started, and so hung suspended exactly as an ordinary swing. In 3 distinctly perfect instances the vine had executed this singular evolution. While at the extremity of one of the longest and tallest branches high up in the air, it had made a clean leap of 15 feet without visible help, and had caught hold of another tree adjoining on the same level. These performances were so inexplicable that I conceived that they must have been a freak of the gardener's. I was mistaken. He said that at particular times in the year the fig vine threw out fine tendrils, which hung downward like strings. The strongest among them would lay hold of 2 or 3 others and climb up upon them. The rest would die and drop off, while the successful one, having found support for itself above, would remain swinging in the air and thicken and prosper. The leap he explained by the wind. I retained a suspicion that the wind had been assisted by some aspiring energy in the plant itself, so bold it was and so ambitious. But the wonders of the garden were thrown into the shade by the cottage at the extreme angle of it, where Charles Kingsley had been the guest of Sir Arthur Gordon. It is a long, straggling wooden building with deep verandas, lying in a hollow overshadowed by trees, with views opening out into the savannah through arches formed by clumps of tall bamboos, the canes growing thick in circular masses and shooting up 100 feet into the air, where they meet and form frames for the landscape, peculiar and even picturesque when there are not too many of them. These bamboos were Kingsley's special delight, as he had never seen the like of them elsewhere. The room in which he wrote is still shown, and the gallery where he walked up and down with his long pipe. His memory is cherished in the island as of some singular and beautiful presence which still hovers about the scenes which so delighted him in the closing evening of his own life. In Trinidad there are 18,000 freeholders, most of them Negroes and representatives of the old slaves. Their cabins are spread along the road on either side, overhung with breadfruit trees, tamarinds, calabash trees, out of which they make their cups and water jugs. The luscious granadilla climbs among the branches. Plantains throw their cool shade over the doors. Oranges and limes and citrons perfume the air and droop their boughs under the weight of their golden burdens. There were yams in the gardens and cows in the paddocks, and cocoa bushes loaded with purple or yellow pods. Children played about in swarms in happy idleness and abundance, with schools too at intervals and an occasional Catholic chapel, for the old religion prevails in Trinidad, never having been disturbed. What form could human life assume more charming than that which we were now looking on? Once more, the earth does not contain any peasantry so well off, so well cared for, so happy, so sleek and contented as the sons and daughters of the emancipated slaves in the English West Indian islands. Sugar may fail the planter, but cocoa, which each peasant can grow with small effort for himself, does not fail and will not. He may better his condition, if he has any such ambition, without stirring beyond his own ground, and so far perhaps his ambition may extend if it is not turned off upon politics. Even the necessary evils of the tropics are not many or serious. His skin is proof against mosquitoes. There are snakes in Trinidad as there were snakes in Eden. "Plenty snakes," said one of them who was at work in his garden. "Plenty snakes, but no bitey." As to costume, he would prefer the costume of innocence if he were allowed. Clothes in such a climate are superfluous for warmth, and to the minds of the Negroes, unconscious as they are of shame, superfluous for decency. European prejudice, however, still passes for something. The women have a love for finery which would prevent a complete return to African simplicity, and in the islands which are still French, and in those like Trinidad which the French originally colonized, they dress themselves with real taste. They hide their wool in red or yellow handkerchiefs, gracefully twisted, or perhaps it is not only to conceal the wool. Columbus found the Carib women of the island dressing their hair in the same fashion. The waterworks, when we reached them, were even more beautiful than we had been taught to expect. A dam has been driven across a perfectly limpid mountain stream. A wide open area has been cleared, leveled, strengthened with masonry, and divided into deep basins, or reservoirs, through which the current continually flows. Hedges of hibiscus shine with crimson blossoms. Innumerable hummingbirds glance to and fro among the trees and shrubs, and gardens and ponds are overhung by magnificent bamboos, which so astonished me by their size that I inquired if their height had been measured. One of them, I was told, had lately fallen and was found to be 130 feet long. A single drawback only there was to this enchanting spot, and it was again the snakes. There are huge pythons in Trinidad which are supposed to have crossed the straits from the continent. Some washerwomen at work in the stream had been disturbed a few days before our visit by one of these monsters, who had come down to see what they were about. They are harmless, but trying to the nerves. The train from Porus brought us back to Kingston an hour before sunset. The evening was lovely, even for Jamaica. The sea breeze had fallen, the land breeze had not risen, and the dust lay harmless on road and hedge. Cherry Garden, to which I was bound, was but 7 miles distant by the direct road, so I calculated on a delightful drive which would bring me to my destination before dark. So I calculated, but alas for human expectation. I engaged a buggy at the station with a decent-looking conductor, who assured me that he knew the way to Cherry Garden as well as to his own door. His horse looked starved and miserable. He insisted that there was not another in Kingston that was more than a match for it. We set out, and for the first 2 or 3 miles we went on well enough, conversing amicably on things in general. But it so happened that it was market day. The road was thronged with women plodding along with their baskets on their heads, a single male on a donkey to each detachment of them, carrying nothing, like an officer with a detachment of soldiers. Foolish indignation rose in me, and I asked my friend if he was not ashamed of seeing the poor creatures toiling so cruelly, while their lords and masters amused themselves. I appealed to his feelings as a man, as if it were likely that he had any. The wretch only laughed. "Ah, massa," he said, with his tongue in his cheek, "women do women's work, men do men's work, all right." "And what is men's work?" I asked. Instead of answering, he went on, "Look at they women, massa, how they laugh, how happy they be. Nobody more happy than black woman, massa." I would not let him off. I pricked into him till he got excited too, and we argued and contradicted each other, till at last the horse, finding he was not attended to, went his own way, and that was a wrong one. Between Kingston and our destination there is a deep sandy flat, overgrown with brush and penetrated in all directions with labyrinthine lanes. Into this we had wandered in our quarrels, and neither of us knew where we were. The sand was loose, our miserable beast was above his fetlocks in it, and was visibly drooping under his efforts to drag us along even at a walk. The sun went down, the tropic twilight is short, the evening star shone out in the west, and the crescent moon over our heads. My man said this and said that. Every word was a lie, for he had lost his way and would not allow it. We saw a light through some trees. I sent him to inquire. We were directed one way and another way, every way except the right one. We emerged at last upon a hard road of some kind. The stars told me the general direction. We came to cottages where the name of Cherry Garden was known, and we were told that it was 2 miles off. But alas, again there were 2 roads to it, a short and a good one, and a long and a bad one, and they sent us by the last. There was a steep hill to climb, for the house is 800 feet above the sea. The horse could hardly crawl, and my nigger went to work to flog him to let off his own ill humor. I had to stop that by force, and at last, as it grew too dark to see the road under the trees, I got out and walked, leaving him to follow at a foot's pace. The night was lovely. I began to think that we should have to camp out after all, and that it would be no great hardship. It was like the gloaming of a June night in England, the daylight in the open spots not entirely gone, and mixing softly with the light of moon and planet and the flashing of the fireflies. I plodded on, mile after mile, and Cherry Garden still receded to 1 mile farther. We came to a gate of some consequence. The outline of a large mansion was visible, with gardens round it. I concluded that we had arrived, and was feeling for the latch, when the forms of a lady and gentleman appeared against the sky, who were strolling in the grounds. They directed me still upward, with the mile which never diminished, still to be traveled. Like myself, our weary animal had gathered hopes from the sight of the gate. He had again to drag on as he could. His owner was subdued and silent, and obeyed whatever order I gave him. The trees now closed over us so thick that I could see nothing. Vainly I repented of my unnecessary philanthropy, which had been the cause of the mischief. What had I to do with black women, or white either, for that matter? I had to feel the way with my feet and a stick. I came to a place where the lane again divided. I tried the nearest turn. I found a trench across it 3 feet deep, which had been cut by a torrent. This was altogether beyond the capacity of our unfortunate animal, so I took the other boldly, prepared, if it proved wrong, to bivouac till morning with my nigger, and go on with my argument. Happily there was no need. We came again on a gate which led into a field. There was a drive across it and wire fences. Finally lights began to glimmer and dogs to bark. We were at the real cherry garden at last, and found the whole household alarmed for what had become of me. I could not punish my misleader by stinting his fare, for I knew that I had only myself to blame. He was an honest fellow after all. In the disturbance of my mind I left a rather valuable umbrella in his buggy. He discovered it after he had gone, and had grace enough to see that it was returned to me. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures, by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Betty B. The Australian Desert, by Peter Egerton Warburton. We are to commence our flight to the Oakover at sunset. God grant us the strength to get through. Richard is very weak, and so am I. To get rid of a small box, we selected a few bottles of homeopathic medicines for use and ate up all the rest. How much of our property we had thrown away before we resorted to this expedient of lightening the loads may be guessed. I started later than we intended, our course about west by south. The sandhills are more troublesome than we have had them for some time. When we wanted to look north and south for water, the sandhills generally ran east and west. Now, when we particularly wish to avoid crossing them, we are compelled to do so from their running northwest by west. The eclipse of the moon darkened our journey for several hours, but we made a favorable stretch westward for the last few miles of our night's journey. I could not go so far as I had hoped from the fatiguing character of the country. Camped at 3:15 a.m. November 5th, 1873. A strong east wind is blowing. We are compelled to give up smoking while on a short allowance of water. It is a deprivation, for smoke and water stand in the place of food. We started west-southwest at 6:30 p.m. and made 25 miles, though we had most trying sandhills to cross. I became quite unable to continue the journey, being reduced to a skeleton by thirst, famine, and fatigue. I was so emaciated and weak I could scarcely rise from the ground, or stagger half a dozen steps when up. Charlie, a native member of the party, had been absent all day, and we were alarmed about him when he did not return at sunset. I knew not what to do. Delay was death to us all, as we had not water enough to carry us through. On the other hand, to leave the camp without the lad seemed an inhuman act, as he must then perish. It was 6 against 1, so I waited till the moon was well up and started at 9 p.m. We made about 8 miles, and while crossing a flat heard, to our intense delight, a coo-ee, and Charlie joined us. Poor lad, how rejoiced we were to see him again so unexpectedly. The lad had actually walked about 20 miles after all the fatigue of the previous night's traveling. He had run up a large party of natives and gone to their water. This news of more water permitted us to use at once what we had with us, and the recovery of Charlie put us in good spirits. It may, I think, be admitted that the hand of Providence was distinctly visible in this instance. I had deferred starting until 9 p.m. to give the absent boy a chance of regaining the camp. It turned out afterward that had we expedited our departure by 10 minutes, or postponed it for that same length of time, Charlie would have missed us, and had this happened, there is little doubt that not only myself, but probably other members of the expedition would have perished from thirst. The route pursued by us was at right angles with the course taken by the boy, and the chances of our stumbling up against each other in the dark were infinitesimally small. Providence mercifully directed it otherwise, and our departure was so timed that after traveling from 2 to 2 hours and a half, when all hope of the recovery of the wanderer was almost abandoned, I was gladdened by the cooee of the brave lad, whose keen ears had caught the sound of the bells attached to the camels' necks. To the energy and courage of this untutored native may, under the guidance of the Almighty, be attributed the salvation of the party. It was by no accident that he encountered the friendly well. For 14 miles he followed up the tracks of some blacks. Though fatigued by a day of severe work and receiving a kindly welcome from the natives, he had hurried back, unmindful of his own exhausted condition, to apprise his companions of the important discovery he had made. We turned toward the native camp and halted a short distance from it, that we might not frighten them away. I was so utterly exhausted when we camped at 3 a.m. that it was evident I never could have gone on after that night without more food and water. I would therefore thankfully acknowledge the goodness and mercy of God in saving my life by guiding us to a place where we got both. November 7th. Reached the well at 6 a.m. The natives fled at our approach but returned after a little time. Wallaby were procured from them by barter. The fresh meat and plenty of water restored me for a time from my forlorn condition. There are so many natives that they drink more of their own water than we can well spare them. We obtained here the rest we all so much needed. November 8th. The natives all disappeared at daylight, and our hope of more food goes with them. I have invariably throughout the journey carried my pistol in my belt, but for the last few days its weight was too much for me, and I had put it in my bag. While lying under the shade of a blanket with my head on the bag, one barrel unaccountably went off, and had not the muzzle been turned from me, I should have had the ball through my head. My life has again been given to me. Our position is now latitude 20 degrees 41 minutes long, by account 122 degrees 30 minutes, so I hope we are not more than 3 days' journey from the Oakover, and we expect to find some tributary before reaching the river itself. We trust a better country may supply us with some means of getting food. The natives at this camp have a large seashell for a drinking cup. They have also an old butcher's knife and seem to be acquainted with cattle. I think they have seen white men before. That they possessed a knowledge of cattle was inferred from the signs they made, and from a tolerably good imitation of lowing when they saw the camels. All these things cheer us with the hope of our reaching a country in which we may find something to eat. The terrible sandhills we have crossed have impeded our progress, and the country yields us nothing whatever. I cannot get even a crow or a snake. The sun-dried camel meat affords us only a nominal subsistence. There is not a particle of nourishment in it. We are not particular, and whatever we could get we should eat. One of the camels is reported to be ailing. These animals, though most enduring when well, appear liable to many sudden and unaccountable maladies. We started toward the west at 7 p.m., crossed some sand ridges, but the flats, though more extensive, are very bad for traveling over, being thickly covered with immense tussocks of spinifex. This and the ailing camel lessened our progress. Past one small dry clay pan and several anthills, which looks as if we were gradually clearing those frightful sandhills that have worn us out and cost us so many camels. Camped at 3:30 a.m. We killed our last meat on the 20th of October. A large bull camel has therefore fed us for 3 weeks. It must be remembered that we have no flour, tea, nor sugar. Neither have we an atom of salt, so we cannot salt our meat. We are 7 in all, and are living entirely upon sun-dried slips of meat, which are as tasteless and innutritious as a piece of dead bark. Unless the game drops into our hands in great abundance, we must kill another camel directly we get to water. Most of us are nearly exhausted from starvation, and our only resource is a camel, which would disappear from before us in a twinkling. Started at 6:15 p.m., traveled 5 hours, then took a latitude, which put us in 21 degrees 2 minutes, so we turned west for 3 hours more, completing 20 miles over very hard country and heavy sandhills. November 12th. We find no appearance of change in our country, and suppose that we are more to the eastward than we supposed, or else the head of the Oakover is laid down more to the eastward than it is. The error is most probably mine, as it is difficult to keep the longitude quite correct after traveling so many months on a general westerly course. Our position is most critical, in consequence of the weakness of the camels. They cannot get over this terrible country and stand the fierce heat without frequent watering and rest. Without water, we are helpless. 3 p.m. I have decided to send Lewis, the 2 camel men, and the black boy on ahead with the best and strongest camels to try to reach the river, returning to us with water if successful. My son and Dennis White and myself remain behind, but following the first party as fast as our jaded camels can take us. We have abandoned everything but our small supply of water and meat, and each party has a gun. Lewis and his party started at 6 p.m. We left ourselves at 6:30. We could make only about 4 miles when we lay down till 2 a.m. Starting again, we had made about 8 miles when we were surprised by a voice, and found we had overtaken the advance party, one of whose camels had knocked up on the previous night. This was a death blow to our hopes of getting relief by sending them on first. We are hemmed in on every side. Every trial we make fails, and I can now only hope that someone or more of the party may reach water sooner or later. As for myself, I can see no hope of life, for I cannot hold up without food and water. I have given Lewis written instructions to justify his leaving me should I die, and have made such arrangements as I can for the preservation of my journals and maps. The advance party has started again, and we followed till a little after sunrise, when our camels showed signs of distress, and we camped. Should the advance party see likely smokes, they are to turn to them. My party at least are now in that state that, unless it please God to save us, we cannot live more than 24 hours. We are at our last drop of water, and the smallest bit of dried meat chokes me. I fear my son must share my fate, as he will not leave me. God have mercy upon us, for we are brought very low, and by the time death reaches us, we shall not regret exchanging our present misery for that state in which the weary are at rest. We have tried to do our duty, and have been disappointed in all our expectations. I have been in excellent health during the whole journey, and am so still, being merely worn out from want of food and water. Let no self-reproaches afflict any one respecting me. I undertook the journey for the benefit of my family, and I was quite equal to it under all the circumstances that could be reasonably anticipated. But difficulties and losses have come upon us so thickly for the last few months that we have not been able to move. Thus our provisions are gone, but this would not have stopped us could we have found water without such laborious search. The country is terrible. I do not believe men ever traversed so vast an extent of continuous desert. We followed this afternoon on the advanced tracks as far as our camels can take us. Richard shot me a little bird. It was only about the size of a sparrow, but it did me good. If the country would only give any single thing we could eat, I should do very well, but we cannot find a snake, kite, or crow. There are a few wallabies in the spinifex, but we cannot get them. Our miseries are not a little increased by the ants. We cannot get a moment's rest, night or day, for them. November 13th. My rear party could advance only 8 miles when the camels gave in. Our food is scanty enough, but our great want is water. We have a little, but dare not take more than a spoonful at a time, while the heat is so great that the slightest exposure and exertion bring on a parching thirst. We are as low and weak as living men well can be. Our only hope of prolonging our lives is in the advance party finding some native camp. We have seen smokes, but are in too crippled a state to go to them. November 14th. Early this morning my son took our man White and started in the direction of the smoke we had last seen. At midday, while I was sipping in solitude a drop of water out of a spoon, Lewis came up with a bag of water. Never shall I forget the draught of water I then got, but I was so weak that I almost fainted shortly after drinking it. The advance party had run up a smoke and found a well about 12 miles off. Our lives were saved, but poor Charlie was nearly killed. He had gone forward alone to the native camp, the remainder of the party with the camels keeping out of sight. The blacks treated Charlie kindly and gave him water, but when he cooeed for the party to come up and the camels appeared, then I suppose the men were frightened and supposed Charlie had entrapped them. They instantly speared him in the back and arm, cut his skull with a waddy, and nearly broke his jaw. I do not think this attack was made with any premeditated malice, but doubtless they would have killed the lad had not the remainder of the party, rushing to his rescue, frightened them away. Unfortunately, the few medicines we had not eaten had by some oversight been left behind at the camp, where we abandoned almost everything but the clothes we happened to stand up in. Lewis returned to the well and was to come out and meet us next day with more water. We started at sunset, but could not keep up on the tracks for more than 2 miles when we camped. November 15th. We made another effort at daylight to get on, but one of the camels broke down, though it had not carried a saddle. The poor beast had become quite blind and staggered about in a most alarming way. We could not get her beyond 1.5 miles when she knocked up under the shade of a bush and would go no farther. We therefore also sat down to await the water to be sent out to us. The heat was intense, and my son, having been obliged to walk because the camel could not carry him, suffered very greatly from thirst, and had not water been brought us before midday, it would have gone ill with him. Between 10 and 11 a.m., Lewis returned with water from the well. The camel, though we gave it some water, could not move from the shade of the bush. We tried to drive it and to drag it, but to no purpose. Therefore we shot it. My son and White returned to the well for more water and to bring out camels to carry the meat. Lewis remained with me to cut up the camel and prepare it for carriage. We sent the head and tail, with the liver and half the heart and kidneys, to make soup for Charlie and a little picking for the rest. I hope the fact of the camel's head not having been turned toward Mecca, or its throat cut by a true believer, may not prejudice the camel men against the use of what we send. Cutting up the camel and eating the titbits was the work of the day. We have now only 5 camels, and one of them so weak it cannot carry a saddle. Could we but reach the Oakover, we might manage some way or other, but the camels must take us there, or we shall never see it. I am sanguine now that we shall get there with at least 4 camels. 2 days ago I expected never to be able to leave the spot I was lying on. December 25th. We cannot but draw a mental picture of our friends in Adelaide sitting down to their Christmas dinner, while we lie sweltering on the ground starving, and should be thankful to have the pickings out of any pig's trough. This is no exaggeration, but literal truth. We cut out 3 bee-holes today, but found no honey in any of them. No sign of Lewis. If he is not here by the close of Sunday next, I shall be obliged to suppose he has gone to Roebourne, in which case there can be no hope of his return for the next 3 weeks, and except God grant us his help, we cannot live so long on our present supply. Our lives have been preserved through many and great dangers, so my trust is in God's mercy toward us. It never fails, though it does not take always the course we look for. We fancied we should find many possums in the gum trees, but have not seen one. We have fish close to us, but though we deprive ourselves of the entrails of a bird as bait, they will not take it. We eat everything clean through from head to tail. Prejudiced cooks may not accept my advice, but I am quite satisfied all birds ought to be cooked whole, extracting what you please afterward. We omitted the latter operation, but this is a matter depending on circumstances. Our last Christmas at Alice Springs was miserable enough, as we then thought, but the present beats it out and out. December 26th, desperately hot but still dry. Obtained a shag and 2 white cockatoos. Richard's leg is improving, yet he is exceedingly weak, not very much better than I am. December 27th, passed in our ordinary heated idleness. December 28th, threatening rain, but none fell. How heavily time hangs on our hands. We drink, smoke, and sleep as much as we can, then talk about what we should like to eat. December 29th, Sala's finger is very bad indeed from the scorpion sting. The state of our blood allows no wound to heal of itself, and I have no medicine suitable to his case. If it continues to get worse without any prospect of surgical aid, Someone, not I, shall have to chop his finger off with the tomahawk, or he will lose his arm and his life. Lewis not having returned, I am compelled to think either that there is no station on the De Grey, or that he has missed it and gone on to Roebourne, in which case he cannot be back for a fortnight. Our position stands thus. We have abundance of water, a little tobacco, and a few bits of dried camel. Occasionally an iguana or a cockatoo enlivens our fare, and lastly, I hope the late rain will bring up some thistles or pigweed that we can eat. Our difficulties are to make our meat last, though, so far from doing us good, we are all afflicted with scurvy, diarrhea, and affection of the kidneys from the use of it. We cannot catch the fish, we cannot find opossums or snakes, the birds won't sit down by us, and we can't get up to go to them. We thought we should have no difficulty in feeding ourselves on the river, but it turns out that from one cause or another we can get very little, and we are daily dropping down a peg or two lower. I am, however, satisfied that sending down to look for the station was our best plan. If it fail, the two who have been sent may save their lives, and we have a chance of saving ours if we can only hold out, whereas had we all remained, we should have eaten the 2 camels that are gone and scarcely have progressed 20 miles. After that our case would have been hopeless. I cannot tell how it may turn out, but I do not regret the measure. We must wait patiently. I am sure Lewis will do all that can be done. His endurance, perseverance, and judgment are beyond all praise, and his various services have been most valuable. My great fear is that the summer rains may set in and stop his return, but we must hope for the best. A few hours after making the above entry in my journal, Lewis returned with an ample supply for all our wants and with 6 horses to carry us down. I need not say how thankful we were or how quickly we set to work at the food. The camels with the heavier supplies are to come up tomorrow. We all feel most grateful to Messrs. Grant, Harper, and Anderson for their promptitude and liberality. My companions are all eating to the extent of their powers. For myself, I was too weak to stand the sudden change of food and am ill in consequence. I have now only to close my journal. We have been more than a year on the journey. All distances forward and backward included, our land traveling, as nearly as I can estimate it, has amounted to 4,000 miles. We have all got through our trials better than could have been expected. I believe my son and myself are the only 2 European sufferers. I have lost the sight of one eye, and my son is much shaken in health. Saleh, the Afghan, left his finger in Roebourne. Beyond this, I know of no harm that has been done. We started with 17 camels and ended with 2. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Betty B. Volcanic New Zealand by James Anthony Froude. Our immediate business was to visit the famous terraces, the 8th wonder of the world. These were destroyed by an earthquake a few years after Froude's visit in 1885. The terraces were 24 miles off. We were to drive first through the mountains to a native village which had once been a famous missionary station called Wairoa. There we were to sleep at an establishment affiliated to the Lake Hotel, and the next day a native boat would take us across Tarawara Lake, a piece of water as large as Rotorua, at the extremity of which the miracle of nature was to be found. We had brought a letter of introduction from Sir George Grey to the chief of Wairoa, a very great chief, we learned afterward, who declined allegiance to the king. It was to his tribe that the terraces belonged, and to them we were to be indebted for boat and crew and permission to see the place. The sum exacted varied with the number of the party. There were 3 of us, and we should have £4 to pay. The tariff is fixed to limit extortion. The money goes to the villagers, who make a night of it and get drunk after each expedition. A native guide, a lady, would attend us and show off the wonders. There was a choice of 2, whose portraits we had studied in the Auckland photograph shops. Both were middle-aged. Sophia was small and pretty. She had bright black eyes with a soft expression and spoke excellent English. Kate was famous for having once dived after and saved a tourist who had fallen into the water, and had received the Humane Society's medal. We delayed our selection till we had seen these famous rivals. At night, the scene is said to be more beautiful than in the day, the fireflies being so many and so brilliant that the glade seems as if lighted up for a festival of the fairies. It is altogether a preternatural kind of place. On emerging from beneath the trees, we found ourselves on the edge of a circular lake or basin of beautifully transparent, sapphire-colored water, a mile in diameter, with no stream running into it or out of it, enclosed completely round with woods, cliffs, and rocky slopes. No boat or canoe floats on its mysterious surface. It is said to contain no living thing save a dragon, which has been seen on sunny days to crawl upon a bank to warm itself. I was reminded instantly of the mountain lake in the Arabian Nights, where the fisherman drew his net at the bidding of the genius. Here, if anywhere in the world, was the identical spot where the 5 fish were taken out, red, blue, yellow, purple, and green, that terrified the king's cook by talking in the frying pan. The dragon might really be there for anything that I could tell. Anything might be there, so weird, so enchanted was the whole scene. Following the beach for a quarter of a mile, and listening to the voices of the waves which rippled on the shingle, we turned around a shoulder of rock and saw, 100 feet below us, and divided from the blue lake by a ridge over which a strong hand might throw a stone, a second lake of a dingy green color, not enchanted, this one, but merely uncanny looking. I suppose below both these are mineral springs, which account for the tint. Out of the green lake a river did run, a strong, rapid stream falling in cataracts down a broken ravine, and overhung by dense clumps of trees with large glossy leaves. The road followed the water into a valley which opened out at the lower end. There stood Wairoa and its inhabitants. The fall itself was worth a visit, being finer perhaps than the finest in Wales or Cumberland. We had to crawl down a steep, slippery path through overhanging bushes to look at it from the bottom. The water fell about 200 feet at 2 leaps, broken in the middle by a black mass of rock. Trees started out from the precipices and hung over the torrent. Gigantic and exquisitely graceful ferns stretched forward their waving fronds and dipped them in the spray. One fern especially I noticed, which I had never seen or heard of, which crawls like ivy over the stones, winds round them in careless wreaths, and fringes them with tassels of green. Returning to the upper regions, we followed a path which ran along the shoulder of a mountain. On our left were high, beetling crags. On our right, a precipice 800 feet deep, with green open meadows below. The river, having escaped out of the gorge, was winding peacefully through them between wooded banks, a boathouse at the end, and beyond the wide waters of Tarawara, enclosed by a grand range of hills, which soared up blue and beautiful into the evening air. I had rarely looked on a softer and sweeter scene. We strolled home. On the way I found what I took to be a daisy, and wondered as I wandered at the Pimpernel at Melbourne. It was not a daisy, however, but one of those freaks of nature in which the form of one thing is imitated, one knows not why, by another. Kate and her assistant, Marileha, rowed us across the lake, landing us at the mouth of a small river. We took off our boots and stockings, put on canvas shoes which a wetting would not spoil, and followed our 2 guides through the bush, waiting for what fate had in store for us, Miss Mary laughing, shouting, and singing to amuse Kate, whose head still ached. After a winding walk of half a mile, we came again on the river, which was rushing deep and swift through reeds and ti-tree. A rickety canoe was waiting there, in which we crossed, climbed a bank, and stretched before us we saw the white terraces in all its strangeness. A crystal staircase, glittering and stainless as if it were ice, spreading out like an open fan from a point above us on the hillside, and projecting at the bottom into a lake where it was perhaps 200 feet wide. The summit was concealed behind the volumes of steam rising out of the boiling fountain, from which the siliceous stream proceeded. The stairs were about 20 in number, the height of each being about 6 or 7 feet. The floors dividing them were horizontal, as if laid with a spirit level. They were of uneven breadth, 20, 30, 50 feet or even more, each step down being always perpendicular and all forming arcs of a circle, of which the crater was the center. On reaching the lake, the silica flowed away into the water, where it lay in a sheet half submerged, like ice at the beginning of a thaw. There was nothing in the fall of the ground to account for the regularity of shape. A crater has been opened through the rock 120 feet above the lake. The water, which comes up boiling from below, is charged as heavily as it will bear with silicic acid. The silica crystallizes as it is exposed to the air. The water continues to flow over the hardened surface, continually adding a fresh coating to the deposits already laid down, and, for reasons which men of science can no doubt supply, the crystals take the form which I have described. The process is a rapid one. A piece of newspaper left behind by a recent visitor was already stiff as the starched collar of a shirt. Tourists, ambitious of immortality, have penciled their names and the date of their visit on the white surface over which the stream was running. Some of these inscriptions were 6 and 7 years old, yet the strokes were as fresh as on the day they were made, being protected by the film of glass which was instantly drawn over them. The thickness of the crust is, I believe, unascertained, the Maoris objecting to scientific examination of their treasure. It struck me, however, that this singular cascade must have been of recent, indeed measurably recent origin. In the middle of the terrace were the remains of a ti tree bush, which was standing where a small patch of soil was still uncovered. Part of this, where the silica had not reached the roots, was in leaf and alive. The rest had been similarly alive within a year or two, for it had not yet rotted, but had died as the crust rose around it. Clearly nothing could grow through the crust, and the bush was a living evidence of the rate at which it was forming. It appeared to me that this particular staircase was not perhaps 100 years old, but that terraces like it had successively been formed all along the hillside as the crater opened now at one spot and now at another. Wherever the rock showed elsewhere through the soil, it was of the same material as that which I saw growing. If the supply of silicic acid was stopped, the surface would dry and crack. Ti trees would then spring up over it. The crystal steps would crumble into less regular outlines, and in a century or two the fairy-like wonder which we were gazing at would be indistinguishable from the adjoining slopes. We walked, or rather waded, upward to the boiling pool. It was not in that we were to be bathed. It was about 60 feet across and was of unknown depth. The heat was too intense to allow us to approach the edge, and we could see little from the dense clouds of smoke which lay upon it. We were more fortunate afterward at the crater of the second terrace. The crystallization is ice-like, and the phenomenon, except for the alternate horizontal and vertical arrangement of the deposited silica, is like what would be seen in any northern region when a severe frost suddenly seizes hold of a waterfall before snow has fallen and buried it. A fixed number of minutes is allotted for each of the sights. Kate was peremptory with E and myself. Miss Mahalea had charge of my son. "Come along, boy," I heard her say to him. We were dragged off the white terrace in spite of ourselves, but soon forgot it in the many and various wonders which were waiting for us. Columns of steam were rising all around us. We had already heard, near at hand, a noise like the blast pipe of some enormous steam engine. Climbing up a rocky path through the bush, we came on a black gaping chasm, the craggy sides of which we could just distinguish through the vapor. Water was boiling furiously at the bottom, and it was as if a legion of imprisoned devils were roaring to be let out. Devil's Hole they called the place, and the name suited well with it. Behind a rock a few yards distant we found a large open pool, boiling also so violently that great volumes of water heaved and rolled and spouted, as if in a gigantic saucepan standing over a furnace. It was full of sulphur. Heat, noise, and smell were alike intolerable. To look at the thing and then escape from it was all that we could do, and we were glad to be led away out of sight and hearing. Again a climb, and we were on an open level plateau, 2 acres or so in extent, smoking rocks all round it, and scattered over its surface a number of pale brown mud heaps, exactly like African ant hills. Each of these was the cone of some sulphurous geyser. Some were quiet, some were active. Suspicious bubbles of steam spurted out under our feet as we trod, and we were warned to be careful where we went. Here we found a photographer who had bought permission from the Maoris, at work with his instruments, and Marileha was made to stand for her likeness on the top of one of the mud piles. We did not envy him his occupation, for the whole place smelt of brimstone and of the near neighborhood of the nether pit. Our own attention was directed particularly to a hole filled with mud of a peculiar kind, much relished by the natives and eaten by them as porridge. To us, who had been curious about their food, this dirty mess was interesting. It did not, however, solve the problem. Mud could hardly be so nutritious as they professed to find it, though it may have had medicinal virtues to assist the digestion of crayfish. The lake into which the terrace descended lay close below us. It was green and hot, the temperature near 100 degrees, patched over with beds of rank reed and rush, which were forced into unnatural luxuriance. After leaving the mud heaps, we went to the waterside, where we found our luncheon laid out in an open-air saloon, with a smooth floor of silica, and natural slabs of silica ranged around the sides as benches. Steam fountains were playing in half a dozen places. The floor was hot, a mere skin between us and Cocytus. The slabs were hot, just to the point of being agreeable to sit upon. This spot was a favorite winter resort of the Maori, their palavering hall where they had their constitutional debates, their storeroom, their kitchen, and their dining room. Here they had their innocent meals on dried fish and fruit. Here also their less innocent, on dried slices of their enemies. We were now to be ferried across the lake. The canoe had been brought up, a scooped-out tree trunk, as long as a racing 8-oar and about as narrow. It was leaky and so low in the water that the lightest ripple washed over the gunwale. The bottom, however, was littered with fresh-gathered fern, which for the present was dry, and we were directed to lie down upon it. Marileha stood in the bow, wielding her paddle, with her elf locks rolling wildly down her back. The hot waves lapped in and splashed us. The lake was weird and evil-looking. Here Kate had earned her medal. Some gentleman, unused to boats, had lost his balance or his courage and had fallen overboard. Kate had dived after him as he sank and fished him up again. The Pink Terrace, the object of our voyage, opened out before us on the opposite shore. It was formed on the same lines as the other, save that it was narrower and was flushed with pale rose color. Oxide of iron is said to be the cause, but there is probably something besides. The water has not, I believe, been completely analyzed. Miss Mary used her paddle like a mistress. She carried us over with no worse misfortune than a light splashing, and landed us at the terrace foot. A youth took charge of us and led us up the shining stairs. The crystals were even more beautiful than those which we had seen, falling like clusters of rosy icicles, or hanging in festoons like creepers trailing from a rail. At the foot of each cascade the water lay in pools of ultramarine, their exquisite color being due in part, I suppose, to the light of the sky refracted upward from the bottom. In the deepest of these we were to bathe. The temperature was 94 or 95 degrees. The water lay inviting in its crystal basin. E declined the adventure. I and A hung our clothes on a tea bush and followed our Maori, who had already plunged in, being unencumbered except with a blanket to show us the way. His black head and copper shoulders were so animal-like that I did not altogether admire his company. But he was a man and a brother, and I knew that he must be clean, at any rate, poor fellow, from perpetual washing. The water was deep enough to swim in comfortably, though not over our heads. We lay on our backs and floated for 10 minutes in exquisite enjoyment, and the alkali, or the flint, or the perfect purity of the element seemed to saturate our systems. I, for one, when I was dressed again, could have fancied myself back in the old days when I did not know that I had a body and could run uphill as lightly as down. The bath over, we pursued our way. The marvel of the terrace was still before us, reserved to the last, like the finish in a pheasant battue. The crater at the White Terrace had been boiling. The steam rushing out of it had filled the air with cloud, and the scorching heat had kept us at a distance. Here the temperature was 20 degrees lower. There was still vapor hovering over the surface, but it was lighter and more transparent, and a soft breeze now and then blew it completely aside. We could stand on the brim and gaze as through an opening in the earth into an azure infinity beyond. Down and down, and fainter and softer as they receded, the white crystals projected from the rocky wall over the abyss, till they seemed to dissolve not into darkness, but into light. The hue of the water was something which I had never seen, and shall never again see on this side of eternity. Not the violet, not the harebell, nearest in its tint to heaven of all nature's flowers, not turquoise, not sapphire, not the unfathomable ether itself, could convey to one who had not looked on it a sense of that supernatural loveliness. Comparison could only soil such inimitable purity. The only color I ever saw in sky or on earth, the least resembling the aspect of this extraordinary pool, was the flame of burning sulphur. Here was a bath, if mortal flesh could have borne to dive into it. Had it been in Norway, we should have seen far down the floating Lorelei, inviting us to plunge and leave life and all belonging to it for such a home and such a companionship. It was a bath for the gods and not for man. Artemis and her nymphs should have been swimming there, and we Actaeons daring our fate to gaze on them. This was the end of our adventure, a unique experience. There was nothing more to see, and any more vulgar wonders would now have been too tame to interest us. We returned to the canoe and were rowed over the lake and down the river. Flights of ducks rose noisily out of the reed beds. Cormorants wheeled above our heads. Great water hens with crimson heads and steadfast eyes stared at us as we went by. The stream, when we struck into it, ran deep and swift and serpentine, low hidden between flags and bushes. It was scarcely as broad as our canoe was long, and if we had touched the bank anywhere, we should have been overturned. Spurts of steam shot out at us from holes in the banks. By this time it seemed natural that they should be there as part of the constitution of things. In a few minutes we were at the spot where we had landed in the morning. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Betty B. Historical Sketch of Arctic Exploration, Part 1. By Ernest Ingersoll. Arctic exploration began with the great rise of interest in geography and international commerce, which characterized the 15th and 16th centuries due to the discovery of America, the improvement in instruments of navigation and topography, and the invention of printing, whereby accounts of voyages came to be widely read. The daring sailors of Norseland, not to speak of earlier, somewhat mythical, voyagers to Ultima Thule, had long known the stormy seas between Norway and Greenland, as far north at least as the borders of the summer ice drift, where they went to hunt the walrus and the seal in their open boats. Magellan had shown the possibility of sailing to the Far East, whence came goods always in demand and yielding large profits, and where lived millions of men ready to buy the products of the awakening West. But then, as now, the key to that profitable interchange of commodities which is called trade lay in cost of transportation. For centuries the carriage had been overland, a method slow, limited, and costly. Magellan had shown it possible to sail back and forth around the globe, but the voyage was so long and so costly that it was little improvement, and Da Gama had pointed out a scarcely shorter path around Africa. A few ventures came by way of the Red Sea, camel train across the Isthmus of Suez and through the Mediterranean, but that route was so infested with pirates as to be commercially impracticable. It occurred to Englishmen that a relatively short trade route might be found around the north shore of the continents of Europe and Asia, provided it were possible to sail through those ice-obstructed waters. A valuable commerce might, at least, they thought, be established between England and northern Russia or Muscovy. This especially appealed to the English and Dutch, because by such a route they would avoid the exactions of their traditional enemies, the Spanish and Portuguese. then masters of the southern seas, and never more happy than when seizing merchant prizes. Seeking a northeast passage. In 1553, therefore, an English navigator, Sir Hugh Willoughby, was sent north with 3 small ships, one of them commanded by Richard Chancellor, to study the feasibility of a northeast passage. Willoughby reached Kolgujev Island, then returned to the coast of Lapland and died there in winter quarters with all his 62 men. But Chancellor made his way up the White Sea, where he was met by Russian traders, and, going himself to Moscow, he arranged with the Tsar for friendly trade relations with England. When the next year he returned to England and reported this degree of success, there was organized and chartered in London the Muscovy Company, an event that had important consequences. This was followed by further attempts by the Dutch to work their way through a northeast passage, the most notable of which was in charge of Wilhelm Barentz. His vessel reached Nova Zembla and traced its coast some distance to the north. 2 years later, Barentz went as pilot to another expedition dispatched by the merchants of Amsterdam, which confirmed and extended his discoveries, but ended in being frozen in north of Nova Zembla, resulting in the death of many of the men. Arctic voyagers had not yet learned to foresee the intensity of the cold to which they were to be subjected, nor how adequately to protect themselves against it and against starvation. There were in those days very little means of carrying food other than meat in the roughly salted condition to which seamen were then accustomed, and when this was eaten continuously for several months, it tended, with other unhealthy conditions, to bring about that frightful disease scurvy, which was the bane of all early voyagers. At last, in June 1597, the survivors set out in separate boats for the mainland. Barentz succumbed to the hardships and was buried in the waters which now bear his name, but the others reached Lapland, found the other vessel, and were carried home. This expedition was one of the most important of all that had been made, since it ascertained the terrific pressure of the ice pack upon the north coast of Nova Zembla, and proved the existence of open water between that island and the mainland. To this information may be traced the Dutch whale fisheries, which were not only of great value to the nation, but had an important effect in stimulating Arctic exploration. Willoughby's failure caused attention to be turned to the possibility of passing into the Pacific north of America, the shortest possible water route between Europe and China, or the East Indies, which were at that time the goals of commercial ambition, and for 3 centuries explorers struggled to find a Northwest Passage, a phrase indelibly printed upon the history of Arctic research. Beginning the search for a Northwest Passage. One of the first seekers was Martin Frobisher, who, in 1576, sailing in a fishing boat of about 25 tons, found the bay bearing his name and took back the news of a wide space of water near it leading west, that now known as Hudson Strait. He also carried back tons of glittering mica schist, thought to contain gold. A few years later, 1585, John Davis, another Englishman, reached the Arctic Circle on the west coast of Davis Strait, as it is still called, and in 2 subsequent voyages he rediscovered the west coast of Greenland as far as the present town of Upernavik, and returned convinced that a passage for ships was possible onward through a great sea, free, large, very salt and blue, opening out to the north. The formation of the English Muscovy Company has been mentioned. This corporation resumed its efforts toward a northern passage to the east by sending out a ship in command of Captain Henry Hudson, who in 2 voyages, 1607 to 08, examined the front of the ice floe all the way from northeastern Greenland to the Kara Strait without finding any opening, although once he penetrated north to latitude 80 degrees 23 minutes. In 1609, he entered the service of the Dutch East India Company and again went north in 2 ships, the Good Hope and the Half Moon, flying the company's flag. But although he again reached Nova Zembla, his crew mutinied in terror, and the Waigat Passage was not attempted. The Good Hope returned to Amsterdam while the Half Moon pushed on across the Atlantic. This is the voyage in which Hudson entered our Hudson River. But this and other important discoveries made by him in lower latitudes have no Arctic interest, except that they exploded the theory that a great strait could be found leading through the American continent somewhere about latitude 40 degrees north. In April 1610, Henry Hudson was again sent to the northwest by an association of Englishmen, and in June he entered Hudson Bay. The summer was spent in learning what he could about this inland sea, but the frosts of November locked his vessel in the ice, and the months that followed were fraught with great suffering and fear. This culminated in the following June, when a portion of the ship's crew mutinied openly, seized Hudson, his son, and 7 disabled companions, put them off in the ship's small boat, and set them adrift. No one of the marooned party was ever heard of again. The mutineers then spent some time in pursuit of whales and finally returned to England, where they were promptly tried and almost as promptly hanged. This expedition had added an immense area and number of details to the map of North America, and had definitely shown that no passage through the continent existed there, but it had also revealed to Europe new whaling and sealing grounds which have not yet been exhausted, and a means of direct approach to the interior of the continent, which is likely to be more actively utilized in the future than it has been in the past. Whaling voyages and scientific expeditions into North American waters now followed one another rapidly, and many a name on our maps remains as a memorial of some brave voyager long since forgotten by the general public. The best remembered one of this early time is that of William Baffin, who, with Robert Bylot, was the first to enter the great bay which perpetuates his reputation and whose outlines he traced, but he thought it landlocked. Hudson Bay also became a field of work for seamen acting in the interest of the Hudson's Bay Company, chartered in 1634, and 2 talented captains, Fox and James, have left their names upon the great northern and southern extensions, respectively, of this Canadian sea. Meanwhile, Russians had begun studying the vast length of their own Arctic coast. Not to go farther back, Peter the Great employed a Danish naval officer, Vitus Bering, upon a grand plan to determine the boundaries of Asia, and desired him particularly to ascertain whether or not it was connected with America. Bering made this his first object and went twice to the North Pacific, where he was finally wrecked and died. Later, in 1770, an ivory merchant, whose name has been attached to the Liakhov Islands off the mouth of the Yana River, explored that region extensively, finding among other things deposits of fossil, mammoth ivory, which resulted in attracting many other ivory hunters, and in the gaining of additional geographic details. Ross, Perry, Buchan, and Franklin. European wars interrupted exploration till after the Napoleonic disturbance had subsided, when a new and most productive era of discovery began in a renewed searching for a northwest passage by sea, stimulated by large money rewards offered by the British government. Sir John Barrow, for whom several Arctic places are named, promoted the earlier of these new efforts, especially one in charge of Sir John Ross, who, in 1818, confirmed Baffin's much doubted assertions in respect to the shores of Baffin Bay, and then penetrated far beyond into Lancaster Sound, from the western opening of which he was turned back by oddly mistaking low, jagged clouds for mountains lying athwart his path. One of his lieutenants was William Edward Perry. He believed that the search had been prematurely abandoned, and in 1819 returned to the same regions in the ships Griper and Hecla, disproving Ross's theory that Lancaster Sound was landlocked by sailing through it. He went on through its continuation, Barrow Strait, and explored Prince Regent Inlet, Wellington Channel, and the islands north of Melville Sound, since called Perry Archipelago. Perry made 2 further voyages, taking the Hecla each time, but added little to his former successes and lost one of his ships in the ice. He also later attempted to find the pole by sledging from Spitzbergen and later reached latitude 82 degrees 45 minutes. This was in 1827. Perry's writings are very readable and contain careful descriptions of Eskimo life and customs. Meanwhile, 1819, another British naval officer who was ardent in the scientific branches of his profession, as well as distinguished in seamanship and naval warfare, and who had been with David Buchan in the ill-starred Trent polar expedition of 1818, was sent overland to cooperate with others in defining the mainland coast of America. This was Lieutenant John Franklin, a man destined to become one of the most famous among the explorers of the frozen North. For several years he and his parties lived and traveled among the Eskimos, tracing the coastline from a considerable distance east of the mouth of the Coppermine River westward almost to Point Barrow, Alaska, where they came within 146 miles of meeting Beechey's cooperative examination by sea from Bering Strait. And it was out of these trips that we got the valuable treatises upon the natural history of British America, published by his assistants Hearn and Richardson. This ended in 1826. Captain John Ross and his nephew James made a second expedition in 1829 and went as far as Perry had done, but curiously failed to recognize Bellot Strait as a thoroughfare, and so missed the thing they were in search of. They discovered Boothia Felix, and, during the 3 winters spent on its eastern shore, the younger Ross, by sledging, discovered Franklin Passage, Victoria Strait, and King William Land, and largely explored their coasts. But his most important work, giving imperishable renown to his name, as Greeley declares, was the determination of the position of the North Magnetic Pole on the west coast of Boothia Felix. The additions made, and to be made, in respect to magnetism in the polar regions have always been one of the worthiest and most serviceable objects of investigation in this line of research, having a direct bearing upon the security of navigation. This, with other advantageous facts to be learned only, or best, in the region near the pole, is, however, explained so clearly in Dr. Gerland's article on polar research, pages 90 to 96, that it need not be dwelt upon here. By overland journeys from their trading posts on Great Slave Lake and elsewhere, the Hudson's Bay Company's men, especially Black, Simpson, Dease, and John Ray, connected various points of the American coast, so that before 1850 it was known with substantial accuracy from Melville Peninsula to Bering Strait. In much the same way, Russian sledge travelers had traced the northern Asiatic coast by descending to the mouths of rivers, but no ship had yet succeeded in passing Cape Chelyuskin, the northernmost point of Asia. Franklin's ill-fated expedition. In May 1845, the ships Erebus and Terror, which had just returned from the Antarctic regions with Sir James Ross, carried Sir John Franklin with 129 men to search again for a Northwest Passage, and began perhaps the most romantic episode in Arctic history. In July they were spoken by a whaler off Lancaster Sound, and then disappeared. Anxiety grew steadily in regard to them, but not until 1848 did the British government fit out any search expedition. In that year, several of these were conducted on land by Ross, Richardson, and Ray, but with no result. In 1851, Ray again started north overland from Fort Confidence, and with 2 men traveled on foot to Wollaston Land, which he was the first to visit. After various side trips, he proceeded north to Victoria Strait, and so came within 50 miles of where Franklin's vessels, as we now know, had been abandoned. 3 years later, this same indefatigable Scotchman discovered evidences of the residence of Franklin's men on King William Land, and the next year various relics were recovered there. Meanwhile, several expeditions by sea had learned little of Franklin's fate, but had added vastly to knowledge of Arctic geography. McClure's party in The Investigator coming very near to actually making the Northwest Passage, and failing only because they could not force their way through the ice to Barrow Strait. It was not until later that the whole truth in regard to the Franklin expedition came out. Sir John died on June 11, 1847, on board the Erebus, both ships having been icebound since the previous September, and the ships were deserted in April 1848. Officers and crews, then numbering 105 men, started overland for the south, hoping to reach and ascend Back's Fish River. The party broke up into smaller groups, and one by one all perished. We now know that had they had a little further information, the lives of many might have been saved. The record found in a cairn at Point Victory and some other scattered relics are all that are left of the expedition, save the worldwide significance of its results and the pathos of its tragic end. Early American explorers. The universal interest in the fate of Franklin and the tireless efforts of his widow to learn the facts aroused sympathy in the United States, but it was not until 1850 that this took practical form. In that year, Henry Grinnell, a merchant of New York, sent into the north 2 small vessels to take part in the search, but they accomplished little beyond the discovery of Grinnell Land. With them went a young physician, Elisha Kent Kane, who persuaded Grinnell to send him again to the north, less to search for Franklin, whom he had despaired of, than to prosecute explorations in higher latitudes. In 1853, in command of the little brig Advance, manned principally by whaling men, he made his way straight up to Smith Sound, where on the Greenland shore of its northerly expansion, since called Kane Basin, he was stopped by ice and remained a prisoner until rescued in 1855. Dr. Kane wrote the histories of these expeditions, and especially of the latter one, in books so charmingly expressed and abounding in such novel information that they were read like romances in every home in the land, and did more to fire the ardor for Arctic discovery, which has ever since glowed in this country, than anything else said or done previous to the exploits of R.E. Peary. An excellent sample of this book may be read on pages 163 to 171 of this volume. Hall and the Polaris. Kane's and other books aroused the enthusiasm of a young newspaper man in Cincinnati, Charles F. Hall, who resolved to go to the far north alone, and having, by popular subscription, procured an outfit, he traveled in a whaler to the shores of Cumberland Sound, and there lived and wandered for 2 years with the Eskimos, finding, among other interesting things, the remains of a stone house built by Frobisher in 1758. This was in 1860 to 61. Again, from 1864 to 1869, Hall was living with a wandering Eskimo north of Hudson Bay, preparing himself to undertake an expedition which may be said to be the first whose avowed object was to try to reach the North Pole. The United States government furnished him the steamer Polaris and a small but efficient body of scientific assistants, one of whom was Emil Bessels. The Polaris passed through Smith Sound and Kennedy Channel, and finding that the latter, beyond its expansion into Hall Sound, continued northeastward, forming Robeson Channel, Hall stopped his ship and by sledge journeys reached Cape Brevoort, above 82 degrees north, whence he could see the open polar sea. This was not only far beyond any previous northing, but his work added immensely to our knowledge of both Grinnell Land and northwestern Greenland, and prepared the way for further successes. This sledge journey was, however, too great a strain, for Hall had hardly returned to his ship when he sickened and died. His companions sailed southward, but met with extraordinary misfortunes. The ship's company became divided in a storm which nearly sank the vessel, one party going upon the ice while the other remained with the broken ship. The former drifted miraculously down to the coast of Labrador, where all were rescued, while those left on the ship reached land, spent a fairly comfortable winter, and got home by their own boats and the generosity of a Scotch whaling ship. Dr. Bessels and others returned to the north in 1872 and again reached the Polar Sea, a few miles farther than Hall's record. In 1875, a British expedition under Sir George Nares re-examined this same region, learning much more of Grinnell Land, and his sledging parties under Clements R. Markham reached 83 degrees 20 minutes north. The overland trip of Frederick Schwatka to King William Land in 1879 should also be mentioned. Voyaging about Spitzbergen. All this time the seas and archipelagos north of Europe, as well as those north of America, were being questioned. The Norwegian fishermen had been familiar with Spitzbergen waters from long ago, but it was not until 1863 that the group was circumnavigated. The next year, Captain S.K. Tobieson sailed around Northeast Land, and in 1870 Nova Zembla was circumnavigated, and the mouth of the Obi reached. The men who did these feats were sealers, or whale fishers, in small, stanch Norwegian schooners, such as flocked in Barents Sea at this period, and they furnished invaluable material, as did the whalers and sealers of American and Scotch ports, for the ice pilots and crews of the scientific expeditions which now began to go to the north. Moreover, many of the commanders were trained by amateur service in such vessels. Julius von Payer, who went to Greenland in 1869, and in the next year participated in a German expedition toward the North Pole east of Spitzbergen, was an Austrian painter as well as staff officer. He was one of the leaders, the other being Karl Weyprecht, of an Austrian expedition which in 1872 to 74 discovered and explored Franz Joseph Land. International stations and Greely's work. Weyprecht embodied the results of his Arctic experiences in various important scientific works, and made a strong plea that instead of these miscellaneous, spasmodic efforts, a united attempt should be made by all the nations interested in scientific advance. He outlined a system of cooperation by which stations established in the polar world could be mutually helpful, eliminating the question of commercial or national rivalry, and all working together purely in the interests of science and the elucidation of the many physical problems to which a knowledge of polar conditions alone affords the clue. There resulted in 1879 the International Geographical Congress, which convened in Hamburg for the discussion of polar questions. In the winter of 1882, Weyprecht died the year before, stations of relief and supplies were established both in the Arctic and the Antarctic regions, according to the plan of the Hamburg Congress, and of a subsequent one held at Bern, which afforded a system of circumpolar cooperation. The station established by the United States under Lieutenant Adolphus W. Greely, USA, in latitude 81 degrees 44 minutes north on the east coast of Grinnell Land, was one of the earliest. This station on Lady Franklin Bay, Robeson Channel, was the farthest north of any, and was named Fort Conger. Amply equipped and carefully selected as to its members, it was destined to make some extraordinary geographic exploration, and it collected much valuable data in addition to important weather observation. Dr. Octave Pavey made a pedestrian and sledge expedition to the extreme northern point of Grinnell Land, now called Grant Land, while other parties explored the interior. Lockwood and Brainard, two other members, crossed over to Greenland, and on May 5, 1882, reached 83 degrees, 24 minutes, 5 seconds, which up to that time was the farthest north and for years was the most northern latitude to which the American flag had been carried. In August 1883, the party left Fort Conger in expectation of finding a vessel in Smith's Sound, but were compelled to go into winter quarters near Cape Sabine, and here the remnant of the party was found in the following spring by Captain Winfield S. Schley, commanding the government relief ships Bear and Thetis. Lockwood was among the 19 who had perished, and Greely and his 6 companions were rescued only in the nick of time. The work of the Greely party was brilliant and permanent. The Northeast Passage won in the Vega. Meanwhile, Spitzbergen had been thoroughly charted by Niels A. E. Nordenskjöld, a Swedish nobleman, who alternated with this work trips to the interior of Greenland in 1870 and 1883, and in 1878-79 he reattempted the Northeast Passage with a brilliant success which has made his name famous. He obtained and outfitted the steamer Vega, and arranged that a smaller supply steamer should accompany him as far as the mouth of the river Lena, a bold proposition in itself, for that was 1,000 miles beyond the Yenisei. Nevertheless, this undertaking was carried out, for leaving on July 4, 1878, a month later they were traversing the Kara Sea, and on August 19th past Cape Chelyuskin, which, up to that time, had defied all attempts. A week later the mouth of the Lena was reached, and the little tender, after transferring her coal and other stores, turned west and actually sailed back to civilization uninjured. The Vega then hastened on eastward and came near getting right through to Bering Strait in that one season. But at the end of September the men found themselves frozen into the ice off North Cape, where Captain Cook had turned back in 1778, only 120 miles from Bering Strait. Here they were near shore. The country was inhabited by Chukches, a nomadic people with herds of reindeer who take the place in Siberia of the Eskimos of Arctic America, and the time was well spent in gathering a knowledge of these people and their country, and in making very valuable collections in zoology and anthropology. It was not until July 18, 1879, however, that their prison gates opened and the Vega steamed on. These waters were familiar enough to navigators, and Nordenskjold proceeded straight east, passed down through Bering Strait, and a few months later reached home via the Suez Canal, a second Magellan. The Jeannette Expedition. In the same year, 1879, George W. DeLong, an American naval lieutenant, was sailing into the western Siberian Arctic seas in command of the Jeannette, carrying an expedition organized by James Gordon Bennett the Younger, but authorized by the United States. She just missed meeting the Vega, and having reached the Siberian Cape Lourdes Cayman, steamed northward to latitude 71 degrees 35 minutes. There, in September, DeLong was caught in the ice and drifted northwestward to latitude 77 degrees 15 minutes, thus learning that Wrangell Land was really an island. It was now June 1881, and the drift came to an end by the crushing of the Jeannette in the moving pack. The crew escaped to the ice and dragged themselves and their loaded boats and sledges through frightful hardships and exertions toward the bleak coast of Siberia. Open water was found at last, and the starving men embarked in their 3 boats for the mouth of the Lena, but soon they were separated in a storm, and each one proceeded as best he could. One boat foundered in the first gale. Another, in charge of G.W. Melville, now Rear Admiral, United States Navy, reached an eastern mouth of the river and ascended it to a Russian village. A third boat, with DeLong and others, also reached the Lena Delta, but only 2 seamen were able to proceed afoot to Boulogne, a faraway Russian settlement. Melville heard of this and made haste to start out searching parties, but they were too late. DeLong and his crew had died of exhaustion, and it was not until the next season that their bodies and records were fully recovered. Melville's account of DeLong's fate. Perhaps no better picture of the terrors of the Arctic and its stabbing cold can be found than that which is given by Melville, describing the forlorn place where he found the DeLong party. A barren plateau between a small outlying promontory and a bleak weather-riven rock of red syenite reaching to the skies, on which even the mosses and lichens would scarce grow. The raging of the wind and the pitiless sea and the roar of the black water of the bay dashing over the ice foot made the lonesome picture look colder and more appalling. Drifts of ice and snow choked the ravines and hollows, but, saving ourselves and the famished, skeleton-like survivors, not a living thing appeared on the whitened landscape. The region truly seemed to be the most desolate on the face of the earth. It looked as though the curses of 10,000 witches had descended upon and blasted it, and even the birds would not dare to take their flight across the lifeless land, lest they too fall victims into the death gap below. Struggling up the valley of death against the frantic wind from the low point to the westward of the camp, where we managed with difficulty to effect a landing in our whaleboats, we first came upon the remains of the winter habitation, a parallelogram of 4 walls about 3 feet high, built of loose stone, the inside dimensions being 18 by 22 feet, with a tunnel or covered way facing the mountain to the southward. This hut had been roofed over with the whaleboats turned upside down and covered with the sails and tent cloths. The smoke flue made of old tin kettles bound with bits of canvas was thrown to one side, and water had risen in and about the wretched dwelling place to a height of 8 inches, concealing much of the foul evidence of squalid misery in which its poor occupants had lived. Cast-off fur and cloth clothing, empty tin cans, and the sickening filth of 25 men for 9 months lay heaped and scattered about, a veritable Augean scene. Facts regarding the Siberian Sea. Despite its dreadful outcome, the scientific results of this expedition were important, physically and geographically. They covered some 50,000 square miles of polar ocean and clearly indicate the conditions of an equal area between their line of drift and the Asiatic coast. De Long believed the ocean bordering Siberia to be a shallow sea, dotted with islands, and his conclusions have been confirmed by the admirable scientific work since of Toll, Bunge, and other Europeans who have explored that part of the Arctic realm and shown that a broad continental shelf borders northern Asia and Europe, beyond which there is a sudden descent to the depths of the true polar sea. Moreover, the steady drift of the Jeannette, helpless in her ice pack, gave a clue to the probable direction of the currents in that region, which led Nansen to believe that he could drift right across the polar space, a project practically carried out, as will be related presently. Early efforts of R.E. Peary. Some years now elapsed during which little was done in this department of geographical work, when the public began to hear of an American naval civil engineer, Lieutenant Robert E. Peary, who had previously been known only as chief engineer in charge of the government survey of the proposed route of the Nicaragua Ship Canal. He was a Pennsylvanian and a graduate of Bowdoin College, who had entered the staff of the United States Navy in 1881. In 1886, he made a reconnaissance of the Greenland ice cap near Disco, and then began thorough study and preparation for further Arctic work, to which he was intensely attracted. In 1891-92, Peary returned to northern Greenland, and, with E. Astrup, journeyed from Melville Bay across the lofty, ice-buried interior to the Atlantic coast at Independence Bay, latitude 81 degrees 37 minutes north, an unprecedented foot march of 1,200 miles. He proved that the northern extension of the great interior ice cap ends below latitude 82 degrees north. He also established the insularity of Greenland and ascertained the existence of detached, ice-free land masses north of the mainland. His ethnological work among the Eskimos, known as the Arctic Highlanders, from Cape York to Smith Sound, was the most thorough and noteworthy that has been done in that region. The name Peary Land remains written across the map of northwestern Greenland, and Peary Channel is the name of the water between it and the land masses north of it. On this voyage, but of course not in the sledging, Peary was accompanied by his young wife, and at Etah was born to them their first child, a daughter. Mrs. Peary has written an entertaining book, My Arctic Journal, relating the experiences of that winter with the Eskimos, who were immensely interested in her and her baby, who was named Marie Agnito, Marie the Snow Child, and thrived excellently. Nansen's Drift in the Fram. At this time there was in progress one of the most unusual and daring projects ever undertaken. While Greely was retreating in 1882, a Norwegian, Dr. Fridtjof Nansen, was voyaging in the Jan Mayen and Spitzbergen seas in a sealing ship as a student of marine zoology. He observed fragments of the wreckage of the Jeannette on the coast of Greenland, which must have drifted thither from northeastern Siberia. This and much other evidence convinced Dr. Nansen that a current flowed across the unknown polar space from the neighborhood of Alaska to the northeast coast of Greenland, and thence became the great Arctic current that we recognize south of Iceland. He argued that if a vessel could find this current north of eastern Siberia, she would be moved with it until she emerged into the Atlantic. Incidentally, she might drift directly over the pole. With this in view, he raised funds to build and equip a small wooden vessel, the Fram, furnished with both steam and sails. She was so shaped by the roundness of her bottom and so amazingly braced and strengthened within that before any nips of the ice could crush her, The pressure would lift her out of the water, as in fact happened many times in the course of her wonderful excursion. Nansen chose 12 companions, and though some of them were educated men of science, others skillful sea captains, and others common sailors, all lived and worked together in one cabin as brothers, the happiest and healthiest lot of men that ever ventured into the Hyperborean kingdom of desolation. End of chapter 48. Historical Sketch of Arctic Exploration, Part 1. Chapter 49 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Betty B. Historical Sketch of Arctic Exploration, Part 2. Nansen's March Toward the Pole. This expedition was fortunate in getting easily to a point northeast of the Siberian Islands, where they were frozen into the ice, and began a slow drift in the direction expected, that is, west-northwest to latitude 85 degrees 57 minutes north, longitude 70 degrees east, when the ship gradually veered southward, and after 35 months besetment escaped into open water north of Spitzbergen and made her way safely to Norway. In March 1895, Nansen and a companion, Johansen, left the ship and with dog sledge and kayak made a rush toward the pole. They reached latitude 86 degrees 4 minutes north in longitude 96 degrees east before being forced to turn back by impassable ice and failure of provisions. The extraordinary courage and endurance of these men in their perilous march back to land is one of the most thrilling chapters in the chronicle of polar research. At last, after almost superhuman labors and escapes from freezing, drowning, starving, and the attacks of famished bears, the two reached Franz Josef Land and spent a winter in what amounted to solitary confinement in a hut constructed of earth, stones, and walrus hides. The next spring they plodded on, incidentally learning much that was new in respect to this remote island, and by good chance found the camp of the English Jackson Harmsworth expedition, which carried them back to Norway in the ship Windward. A pleasing coincidence was the fact that the Fram, which had been left in the command of Captain Otto Sverdrup, returned the same week. Nansen's Farthest North and a later book by Johansen are narratives of these adventures and their accompanying accessions to knowledge, the most prominent of which was the fact that the water over which the Fram drifted was found to be of great depth and rich in marine organisms. Peary in North Greenland. Coincidentally, Peary had been busy. During 1893 to 94, he was completing the investigation of the northern borders of Greenland. The summers of 1896 and 1897 were occupied by trips to the Melville Sound region, in the course of which he obtained those huge meteorites which have been the admiration of mineralogists ever since they were placed on view in New York. Disdaining rest after his return, he devoted the winter of 1897-98 to preparations for an expedition so extensive that it was to consume 4 years. His ship was the Windward, the same which had brought Nansen home from Franz Josef Land, and which had been given by Mr. Harmsworth, now Lord Northcliffe. The expenses were paid by a committee of American subscribers, of whom Morris K. Jessup of New York was foremost, and until his death in 1908, this gentleman continued to be the most liberal supporter of Peary's Arctic enterprises. These subscribers formed in 1899 the Peary Arctic Club, which still exists, fostering interest in polar science. The Windward passed the winter of 1898-99 in Allman Bay, and its commander made exploratory journeys on Ellesmere Land, where he had extraordinary sufferings, losing 7 toes by freezing. The next summer, a supporting ship, the Diana, with Mrs. Peary and a scientific party as passengers, reached him, and later both ships returned southward, leaving Lieutenant Peary and a few others at Payer. In the early summer of 1900, the Windward was again sent north with Mrs. Peary and her daughter, who picked up Peary and went with him in the ship to a winter harbor near the polar coast. As nothing was heard from them for a year, the Erik was dispatched by the Peary Club with supplies, and this party met the Windward in Folk Fjord, starting homeward with all well on board. During this absence Peary had rounded the northern limit of the Greenland archipelago, had reached latitude 83 degrees 50 minutes, the highest point then attained, and had done important scientific work. He was not yet ready to return, however, and taking the new supplies, he passed a third winter in the north, whence he was brought back by the club ship in the following season. Work by European explorers. During these years an expedition of Norwegian men of science, led by Otto Sverdrup, who had commanded the Fram after Nansen had left her for his sledge trip, and using that same old ship had spent 4 seasons continuously in the waters south and west of Ellesmere Land, whose western side they carefully surveyed, increasing the map by much previously unknown territory, and they brought safely back valuable information and large collections. In the winter of 1899 to 1900, an Italian venture under the Duke of the Abruzzi in the Stella Polaris established favorable quarters north of Franz Josef Land. Cagni, one of the staff, the Duke of the Abruzzi unfortunately being unable to go, undertook a sledge journey from this base and actually distanced Nansen's record, reaching latitude 86 degrees 33 minutes 49 seconds north. This same region was a field of American explorations in 1902, and a scientific expedition subsidized by the French Academy of Sciences followed in 1903. The Ziegler expedition in the America set out from Trondheim, Norway for Franz Josef Land the same summer, and in the autumn a Canadian party left Halifax in the Neptune. Of these, the Ziegler expedition was by far the most important. William Ziegler, an American, was the generous and intelligent supporter of this endeavor to reach the pole by way of the European Arctic Ocean. Anthony Fiala, who had distinguished himself in an earlier Ziegler experiment, was placed in command, and in June 1903 left Trondheim in the steam whaling vessel America. Conditions were unusually favorable, and the party established themselves at Teplitz Bay, Crown Prince Rudolf Land, in latitude 81 degrees 50 minutes north, which was reached in August 1903. Camp was established on shore, but in November, while a considerable store of provisions was still on board, the America was crushed in the ice, and eventually she drifted away and was lost. 2 years were spent in fruitless efforts to get north, and then all returned in a rescue steamer. Amundsen navigates the Northwest Passage. In 1904, the Norwegian captain, Ronald Amundsen, set out in a small sailing sloop, his object being to locate anew the North Magnetic Pole. This had been discovered by Ross in 1832 on the southeast triangle of Boothia Felix, but it was supposed to have traveled a few degrees eastward since Ross had fixed its coordinates. Amundsen, with a handful of men and the Joa, a vessel of only 47 tons, succeeded in making the Northwest Passage as well as in accomplishing the declared object of his expedition. Entering Lancaster Sound from Baffin Bay in June 1903, the Norwegian captain followed Peary's old route of 1819 and reached King William Land, that region forever associated with the sad fate of Franklin's men. This was the field for his scientific endeavors, and his survey included the coast and waters of western Boothia, south to King William Land, and as far west as Victoria Land. He collected many data respecting the phenomena of magnetic variation, inclination, and intensity, and sent the results to Nansen, hermetically sealed in a metal tube. This survey accomplished, Amundsen resumed his course in his little single-stick vessel. From Victoria Strait, he reached the channel leading westward between the Arctic archipelago and the American mainland, the route discovered by the Franklin party, though not credited to them until many years of search had collected the pitiful tokens of their line of travel. The Joa was, then, the first ship to accomplish, without serious difficulty, the Northwest Passage. It followed the Franklin course and avoided the hardships of McClure's more northerly course. when in 1850 he brought the Investigator from the west to within 25 miles of the open water of Barrow Strait, and was obliged to leave her there, although he and his crew reached Belcher's ships and returned to England. Thus McClure's men had made the passage, but no ship had done so previous to the Gjoa. Here, it may be remarked, the comparatively shallow water, indicating that the western hemisphere is also extended in a continental shelf, ensures in summer an open sea, since drifting fragments from the polar pack ground farther out where the deep water begins. Moreover, the coast is tundra land, or bare, and being low, has no glacial formation to fill the channels with icebergs. Amundsen arrived at the mouth of the Mackenzie River in September 1905, and there found some whalers who were caught in the ice. They told him that the political situation was strained between Norway and Sweden, and, being anxious to learn what had happened, as well as hear from his family, he determined to march south to the Yukon Telegraph Station at Eagle City. It was a trip of 700 miles on snowshoes, and had only been made once or twice before by trappers. With Captain Magg of the whaler Bonanza, he set out. 4 weeks later, December 5, 1905, they arrived at their destination. The people could not believe that he had made the trip from Europe via the Arctic Ocean, or that he had come from the mouth of the Mackenzie on snowshoes, and his arrival in San Francisco a few weeks later was justly the occasion of a great celebration. The North Pole, a geographical prize. A season of rest, but not of inaction, for Lieutenant Peary followed his return to New York in 1902. Hitherto, geographical study of the extent and character of the land masses and ice fields in the extreme north and of the climatic conditions had been the foremost matter in his mind, with greater results than had fallen to the lot of any other single man. Now Peary set himself to reach the North Pole, which he described as the last great geographical prize the earth has to offer. In respect to this he wrote to the Secretary of the Navy, when applying for further leave of absence, as follows: "The attainment of the North Pole is, in my opinion, our manifest privilege and duty. Its attainment by another country would be in the light of a reproach and a criticism. The sense of all the foremost geographers, practical and theoretical, now converges upon the Smith Sound or American route, along which I have been working for years past. Other routes have been eliminated. If we delay in preempting this route, someone else will step in and win the prize. I believe that my experience, gained in years of practical work, my special method of travel and equipment, the evolution of years of practical work, my personal acquaintance with every feature of my chosen route and region, and my command of the full resources and utmost efforts of the entire little tribe of Whale Sound Hyperboreans who have lived and worked with me for years, give substantial reasons for anticipating a successful outcome to an expedition based on the above lines." The Roosevelt's first voyage. To accomplish this and other intended work, a more suitable vessel was needed than was available, and the Peary Club resolved to construct one. Consequently, plans were made for a ship which should combine the necessary qualities of power, the smallest consumption and the largest capacity for coal, of a model which should withstand shock and pressure, which should surmount and crush floes, which should respond on call with full power of engines, in short, a ship which should be the product of actual experience. Such a ship was built at Bucksport, Maine, christened Roosevelt, and on July 4, 1905, departed for the North, well found. 18 months later she returned, badly crippled, but with all on board in good health. She brought a story of splendid endeavor, including a new record of approach to the pole. The ship was forced farther than ship had ever gone before, clear through Robeson Channel and into the actual polar sea, where it turned west and crept along the coast of Grant Land to the headland named Cape Sheridan, and there into winter quarters. All interest and efforts were centered upon the proposed rush toward the pole, which began as soon as the dawning light of spring made it possible. Peary gets farthest north. There were 4 parties, each with dogs, Eskimo drivers, and hunters. Long ago Peary learned that the Eskimos and the dogs held the secret of northern success. In 2 days they were halted by a stretch of open water. After staying in camp for a week, they took a dangerous chance and went across a layer of thin ice that had formed. The main party, led by Peary, was cut off from the others by a blizzard which caused a delay of 5 days. A continuation of the rush northward followed. Photographs brought to New York showed the sledgers' discouraging experiences among giant humps of ice and pressure ridges, and at last, with the provisions nearly exhausted, the chief had to give orders to turn back on April 21, 1906. He was then in latitude 87 degrees 6' north, or within 203 miles of the pole, the nearest point yet reached, and but for the delays in the first part of the dash, he was convinced that he could have made the pole. Describing his feelings afterward, he said it was the saddest day of his life. He felt no joy over his farthest north mark, but only disappointment. On the way back, open water stopped them, and at the end of 2 days' camping, the provisions were all gone. They ate the weakest dogs just before making their perilous run over a thin and wavering ice strip. A skirmish line, with each man 50 feet from his neighbor, was formed to go across, and no sooner had the last man reached firm ice than the strip parted behind him. Had they delayed the venture a few minutes, all of them probably would have perished. When they arrived at the Greenland coast, men and dogs were emaciated, but the Eskimos got them several hares, the first good food they had tasted for weeks. Starting on again, they came across tracks in the snow, and trailing them, discovered Clark and 3 Eskimos from one of the supporting parties, nearly dead from starvation and ready to give up hope and die. But Peary found and killed 7 musk oxen, which provided food enough to carry them to the ship. Valuable results in 1905 to 1906. The dash over, Peary set out to establish hitherto unknown coastlines. Traveling westward along the northern shore of Grant Land, he planted the flag on Cape Columbia, on the most northerly point of the American archipelago. He then left a record on the northernmost point of Greenland. So, including Nansen's previous records, the North American section of farthest north was rather well charted geographically, and the only really unknown portion of the Arctic Circle that remained, except for the territory immediately at the pole, was the section of Siberia. Thus the Roosevelt returned home, reaching Cape Breton on November 23, 1906, with a truly great record of scientific achievement. This expedition has been dwelt upon at length because of the great service of its lessons. One of these was that the polar ice opposite this coast was steadily drifting eastward to meet the westerly drift from the eastern Siberia toward the Atlantic. Another was the assurance that it was not the cold that presented the greatest obstacle, but the difficulty of carrying provisions. The success of any sledge dash, Peary concluded, depended upon the ability to make speed enough to keep the party fed all the way up to the pole and back. The Bradley Polar Expedition. In the summer of 1907, Dr. Frederick A. Cook of Brooklyn, New York, went to the north in a Gloucester schooner as a guest of John R. Bradley, a resident of New York known as a hunter of big game in various lands. The departure was unostentatious, and the object of the trip was stated to be a summer shooting and collecting excursion. It was observed, however, that an immense quantity of stores was loaded, and much of such equipment as only a polar explorer would require. The schooner left Gloucester July 3, 1907, and reached Smith Sound in the latter part of August. Here numerous Eskimos were found in good condition, having been successful in the season's hunting, and well provided with strong and healthy dogs. Dr. Cook now announced in letters sent back with Mr. Bradley, who after a season's hunting returned to New York, that, so far as he was concerned, this was an expedition in which he intended alone to try to reach the North Pole, and that, as the conditions were propitious, he had remained behind for that purpose. The yachting cruise thereupon became the Bradley Polar Expedition. At Anuktok, some 20 miles north of Etah, Cook erected the small house taken with him in sections, and assembled his supplies, which were sufficient for 3 years. With him remained an assistant, Rudolph Frank. These two spent the next few months in preparing the equipment in which the journey toward the pole was to be made, and in selecting and training the Eskimos and dogs that were to be taken along. Mr. Frank remained behind in charge of the property left at Etah. To pass the winter so far south, 700 miles in a straight line from the pole, was contrary to all theory and practice, but Cook argued that by doing so, and starting as soon as the dawning light would permit, he would have far less trouble from open water than later in the season, while the cold could be endured, and that by going across Grinnell Land to the northern point of Axel Heiberg Land before embarking upon the Arctic Ocean, he would be traveling through a country abounding in game, and so would find sustenance for his men and dogs. Moreover, leaving the land so far west would enable him to take advantage of the eastern drift of the polar ice, hereafter explained. By the middle of February, 1908, all was ready. The Arctic night was waning and a start was made, the party consisting of Dr. Cook, 10 Eskimos, and more than 100 dogs, drawing 11 loaded sledges. They crossed Smith Sound and struck into the snowy and mountainous heights of Grinnell Land. The difficulties of travel were enormous. The cold experienced, reported at 83 degrees Fahrenheit, was greater than had ever been recorded. Progress was slow, but game, musk oxen, reindeer, bears, hares, and foxes abounded, and all hands, including the dogs, were well fed from day to day and kept strong. 5 weeks later, the expedition reached the northern extremity of land at the mouth of Nansen Sound, and here 6 Eskimos with half the sledges and dogs were sent back. They reached Etah in safety and reported that Dr. Cook had made a base camp on the shore and with the remaining Eskimos and dogs had set out for the pole. As this unheralded expedition was destined to become very conspicuous, it will be well at this point to tell briefly who this daring explorer was. Sketch of Dr. Cook. Dr. Cook was born in 1865 at the village of Callicoon Depot, New York, of parents German in birth who originally spelled their name Koch. His father was a physician but died when Frederick was 6 years of age, after which the family had a struggle with poverty until the children were of an age to contribute adequately to the family purse. This permitted Frederick little schooling, but when later the family moved to Brooklyn and the boy went to work with a merchant, he took advantage of the public night schools to get further education. Of indomitable ambition and perseverance, he resolved to study medicine, and worked half the day and night in order to pursue his studies, which were completed in 6 years, after which he married and began practice in Brooklyn. A year later, however, his wife died, and Dr. Cook yielded to his longing for travel and went with Peary in the Kite. This voyage in 1891 brought Cook his first experience in Arctic campaigning, especially in sledging, for he tramped to latitude 82 degrees in northwestern Greenland. Although after his return he resumed in Brooklyn the practice of medicine, Dr. Cook made a second trip to the Arctic in the supporting yacht Leda in 1893, and then organized an expedition of his own for 1894. This was intended as a scientific reconnaissance, and the party included several well-known physicists and naturalists. The vessel chosen, the Miranda, was soon seen to be unsuitable for the purpose, and had hardly left St. John's, Newfoundland, when it collided with an iceberg and had to put back for repairs. Resuming its voyage, it was presently half wrecked on reefs near Sukkertoppen, and everybody had to go ashore. The aid of a Gloucester fishing schooner was presently secured, and the expedition re-embarked, towing the Miranda until bad weather intervened and she sank, with all the property on board. Nevertheless, the scientific notes and observations made were of substantial value. During 1897 to 99, Dr. Cook was acting as surgeon with an expedition for Antarctic exploration in the Belgica, the productive value of which was much enhanced by Cook's narrative, Through the First Antarctic Night. In 1901, Dr. Cook went north in Peary's supply steamer, Erik, but this was hardly more than a pleasure ship. 2 years later, Alaska attracted him, and he made an ineffectual attempt to climb the isolated and lofty Mount McKinley. In 1906, he returned to Alaska with a party of mountaineers and scientific assistance, and made a new attack upon the mountain. Repeated ascents were made from various points, only to be baffled by the summit cliffs. Discouraged, his companions left him, supposing that he was about to follow. It was some time, however, before he returned to the coast, when he reported that he had suddenly resolved to make one more trial. With a single companion, one of the camp hands, the others being away on a hunt, he announced that from a new base he had climbed to the top of the peak, which he found to be 20,300 feet in altitude. Exactly the altitude trigonometrically calculated by Robert Muldrow of the U.S. Geological Survey in 1900. All of his Alaskan travels, including the ascent to Mount McKinley, were related in a book entitled To the Top of the Continent. It is thus seen that Dr. Cook was by no means inexperienced in travel in cold latitudes when he undertook the adventurous quest upon which he disappeared from the world in the spring of 1908. The Peary Expedition of 1908. It was with peculiar confidence that Peary looked forward to his next attempt, which he hoped could be made in the summer of 1907, but numberless difficulties, most of all lack of money, stood in the way. The Peary Arctic Club was rather at a standstill, not only on account of the commercial depression which just then made everyone feel poor in pocket and anxious in soul, but Mr. Jessup was ill, and his death in January 1908 seemed a paralyzing blow to those intent upon the plan. Peary, however, made heroic and ceaseless efforts, and finally procured funds and assurances sufficient to outfit the Roosevelt and provision a party to try for the pole in 1908. The party included the experienced Robert Bartlett as sailing master, Professor Donald B. McMillan, a trained explorer and educator, as first assistant, Professor Ross G. Marvin of Cornell University, Dr. J. W. Goodsell, surgeon, George Borup, a young scientific assistant, and the chief engineer and several of the men who had previously served in his crew. The Roosevelt looked rough when she left New York on the morning of July 8, 1908, and proceeded to Oyster Bay, Long Island, where President Roosevelt was then residing, for there had been no money to spare for paint and niceties. The president and members of his household boarded her, and after a pleased inspection bade the expedition a hearty farewell, receiving from its commander the assurance of great confidence of success. The voyage was interrupted in Baffin Bay by a terrific storm, which inflicted so much damage that a delay was necessary at Etah to make repairs. To this point went also a supply steamer, carrying coal to be stored for use on the return journey. Here, too, were gathered a large number of Eskimos of the Highlander tribe, which Peary had been nourishing for years, with a great number of dogs, and an abundance of food prepared in the shape of walrus carcasses. 22 Eskimo men and their families and 226 sledge dogs were embarked, and then the Roosevelt proceeded northward on August 18th, while her tender came south. Cook announces success. For many months nothing was heard of either of these bold men racing toward the mysterious northern axis of the globe, and those most interested were beginning to feel anxious when the world was startled by a laconic telegram from Dr. Cook, dated Lerwick, Shetland Islands, September 1st, 1909, announcing that he had reached the North Pole and was returning on a Danish government steamer. This was followed by a long telegram to the New York Herald, and on September 4th, Dr. Cook arrived at Copenhagen, where he was received with immense popular rejoicings and distinguished honors from official and scientific bodies. His story was quickly learned and notified to the whole world, which replied by enthusiastic congratulations from every civilized country. Dr. Cook stated that after sending back half his party, he had started March 21st on his straight north dash toward the pole, taking with him 5 Eskimos and 44 dogs, dragging provisions for 80 days. He also carried a collapsible canvas boat and the best obtainable instruments for astronomically determining his position from day to day. The party struggled through the rough space of the ice near shore, and after reaching the better surface of the outer pack, 3 Eskimos were sent back, and 2, the youngest and strongest of the whole party, were kept for the further work. On March 30th, Cook recorded longitude 86 degrees 36 minutes west and latitude 84 degrees 17 minutes north. Land was seen west between the 84th and 85th parallels, but could not be examined. The going steadily improved as northing was gained at an unprecedented rate of speed for polar travel, slightly less than 15 miles a day. And beyond the 87th parallel, the ice was smooth and little broken, having much the appearance, Dr. Cook notes, of land ice. When cracks occasionally opened, they were almost immediately closed by the continued intense cold, which kept about 40 degrees Fahrenheit below zero. On April 14th, when only about 100 miles remained to do, the overworked, underfed dogs were succumbing, but the men hurried on. Teams and strength sufficed to accomplish this terminal distance, and Dr. Cook reported that on April 21st he had the inexpressible satisfaction of standing on the spot where latitude and longitude converge upon a point equidistant in all directions from the equator, so that wherever you look is south. 2 days were spent here in rest and repeated observations for position. There was nothing to see anywhere but a plain of ice and snow, and not a trace of life. There would have been nothing to stay for even had shelter and provisions been abundant, but death by freezing or starvation would be the penalty of delay, and the return path was taken with all possible haste. With lightened sledges and the sense of a race for life, an even greater speed than on the northward run was maintained at first. But below the 87th parallel, so much fog, open water, and generally bad conditions were encountered, that the men went slowly and wandered in the incessant fog and snow far west of their intended landing on Axel Heiberg Land. Unable to reach that haven, they were compelled to make their way as best they could down the western shores of Crown Prince Gustaf Sea, subsisting on the country, which sometimes left them for 2 or 3 days together without food. Finally, by aid of their collapsible boat, which served, when not afloat, as a sort of sledge, they reached the southeastern extremity of Ellesmere Land via Jones Sound. There they encamped during the winter of 1908 to 1909. In the spring of 1909 they made their way, through great hardship and hunger, up the western coast of Smith Sound and crossed over to Etah. Here Dr. Cook found Harry Whitney, an American hunter, with whom he said he left his instruments, certain records, and other property, while he himself proceeded by sledging southward to Upernavik, where he awaited the arrival in August of the Danish steamship on which he sailed to Copenhagen. Lieutenant Peary reaches the Pole. Meanwhile, what of the other lost one, Robert E. Peary? For all thoughts turned sympathetically toward the man who had been heroically and intelligently striving after this prize for almost 30 years. The answer came on September 7th, 1909, with startling suddenness, in a wireless telegram from Battle Harbor, Labrador. Stars and stripes nailed to the pole. Peary. If the time and method of the announcement of Dr. Cook's achievement were dramatic, what shall be said of the fairly theatrical entrance of Peary upon the scene with this curt statement? A day later, a brief sketch of how the pole was reached was published in the New York Times from his hand, and soon afterward a more detailed story appeared. When in August 1908 Peary vanished from view in the fogs of Kane Basin, he found both ice conditions and weather fairly kind until he had reached the northern outlet of Robeson Channel, where the ship was much delayed and nearly wrecked. She was, however, forced on into the Arctic Ocean and steered west to an anchorage at the mouth of Sheridan River, near Cape Joseph Henry. It was now September 5th, and the advanced state of the season compelled great diligence in landing supplies for the land parties and preparing for the long winter. As soon as practicable, depots of supplies intended for the use of the great polar sledging trip to be made in the spring were established all along the coast as far west as Cape Columbia. This labor alternated with inland trips which were productive not only of many additional details to the map of Grant Land, but also of much game, for reindeer, bears, musk oxen, hares, etc. were numerous even to the coast. The moment in early February 1909 that the returning light permitted, The polar search was put under way, successive parties driving heavily laden sledges to Cape Columbia. This far westerly point of departure from the land was chosen in order to allow for the easterly drift of the ice which lay between the land and the pole, as has been mentioned. When all had gathered at this rendezvous, there were 7 white men, 59 Eskimos, 140 dogs, and 23 sledges. All who had visited the Arctic Ocean in this part of the world have encountered much the same situation, namely, a shore strip about 100 miles wide of ice, which is constantly breaking up and moving about, ever trending eastward under the drag of currents and winds. Outside of it is always found a strip of more or less open water called the Big Lead or Lane, beyond which lies a sort of vast island of never melting and comparatively motionless ice, which covers the polar space within about latitude 83 degrees. This inner or polar ice field is fairly smooth, while the much disturbed band between it and the shore is extremely rough, owing to repeated breaking, crowding together, and freezing into those jagged upturned masses called hummocks or pressure ridges. Peary's successful dash northward. Late in February, a pioneer party was sent ahead to break a way through this rough region, and Peary and the caravan followed on March 1st. The party now numbered 7 white men, 17 Eskimos, 133 dogs, and 19 sledges. The difficulties were great, and on the 4th all overtook Bartlett, stopped by a lake of open water, which held all on its bank until the 11th, when it was crossed. By the 14th the going had become good, but there Dr. Goodsell turned back according to program, and McMillan was obliged to return because of frostbitten feet. The temperature was minus 59 degrees Fahrenheit. Some open leads now troubled them, but the 10th march carried them to latitude 85 degrees 23 minutes, where Borup was turned back. Bartlett here went ahead 20 hours before the rest started. As soon as he was overtaken he went on, and the main body occupied his camp. Thus Peary slept while the pioneers marched, and vice versa, yet all parties were in touch daily, and a road was broken for the heavy sledges. Steady progress was thus made to latitude 86 degrees 38 minutes. It was here that Marvin was turned back with his division, and went to his death, for he hastened some miles ahead of his men, and in crossing a lead alone he was drowned, so that not even his body could be recovered by the Eskimos, who continued with the sledges to land. The party from this point consisted of 9 men, 7 sledges, and 60 dogs. As they struggled north, obstacles and dangers multiplied for a time, and the narrowest escapes from death are recorded as the ice broke up around them. Moreover, the pressure of a gale from the north robbed them of hard-earned distance by pressing the ice back toward the south. At the 88th parallel, Bartlett was ordered to turn back as had been arranged, Mr. Peary desiring that no other white man than himself should actually reach the pole at that time, but Captain Bartlett had had the satisfaction of distancing all previous records by many miles. There now remained Peary, his Negro servant Henson, who had been his companion in exploration for years, and 4 Eskimos. The dogs were in good condition, and the party had supplies for 40 or even 50 days. The gale had ceased, the ice was hard, and weather calm and clear. It was now April 1st, and Peary's plan was to push the speed to 15 miles a day, or better if possible. This terrific program was carried out, for no one spared himself, and the going was more favorable than could be expected, but it was so bitter cold that even the natives complained. After the 89th parallel had been passed, however, the air grew decidedly warmer, while the sledding improved. On the morning of April 6th, the final march was rushed forward, and Peary stood at last at the pole, an unmarked astronomical point in an enormous plain of restless ice. Some 30 hours were spent there in taking all sorts of scientific notes, observations, and photographs. Then began a headlong race for home, which was attended with remarkably good luck and unprecedented speed, and took Peary and the 5 hardy and faithful men who had stood beside him at the pole back to the safety of the land and the ship. The earliest opportunity to escape from her icy bonds was embraced by the Roosevelt, and the end of the summer found her and all her company, save Marvin, back in civilized waters. Early in October the stout little ship reached New York, and with Commander Peary on the bridge took part in the naval parade up the Hudson, which was one of the notable features of the great Hudson-Fulton celebration of 1909. Mr. Peary was received not only with the acclaim of popular enthusiasm, but with unquestioned honors by the scientific world. Note: the above account of polar travel, as well as of mountain climbing by Dr. Cook, was based on his own reports. As those reports form part of the records of exploration, they rightly hold a place in this historical summary. The subsequent discrediting of Cook, ranking him among great impostors, and his apparent confession by flight and concealment are known to all the world. The lesson of this imposture, and of all like deceptions, should impress itself deeply upon the minds of young readers, and should prove an effectual deterrent to false ambitions. End of chapter 49. Chapter 50 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Betty B. Animals of the Realms of Snow. One of the most surprising things brought out by the progress of advance toward the North Pole was the knowledge that many forms of animal life were to be found in abundance as far north as the land extended, and in the water much farther. Whales go as far as open water is to be found, and would range all the polar seas, no doubt, were they not usually frozen over so unbrokenly that a whale could not find places in which to rise and breathe the air. The same is true of seals and walruses. The presence of these marine mammals shows, what is plain from other evidence, that fishes, mollusks, and other suitable food for them abound in these remote waters. These large sea animals are the mainstay of the Eskimos, all of whom make their homes close to the water, although in summer they wander a good deal inland, except in Greenland, whose interior is a barren waste of glaciers and snowfields. Upon the walrus they depend for winter dog food, and immense quantities of its flesh are gathered during the summer, and stored for that purpose, while the thick hide is put to many good uses. The commonest seals are the bearded and ringed, which are seen lying on the unbroken ice in spring and early summer. When the ice in Smith Sound and its neighboring waters breaks up, the saddleback, or harp seal, is occasionally met with, and the bladdernose and common harbor seal are more often encountered. The bladdernose seal is 9 or 10 feet long and 400 to 600 pounds in weight, yet it is so agile that it can jump out of the water right over a boat and up onto a floe the edge of which is as much as 6 feet from the surface. The male bladdernose, when aroused, is a ferocious animal, and frequently it capsizes the kayaks of Eskimo hunters, in which it bites a hole, causing them to founder. It has received its name from the enormous furry bladder, situated on the nose, which it can distend to great size, and it usually does so when it is provoked, or must defend itself. This seal does not keep to the banks, but is to be found far out at sea. It is fond of sunshine, and takes to the water in rainy weather. The great enemy of all the seals in that region is the white whale, or grampus, which has no fear of anything. It will attack the largest whales, tearing great pieces of blubber out of their sides with its formidable teeth, and so maltreating them that often they die in consequence. It is the terror of the seals. No sooner do the latter perceive their mortal enemy than they make a hasty escape onto an ice floe, or land, but the grampus is not so easily daunted. If the edge of the ice or land is not very high, it simply flings up its tail and sweeps the seal into the sea, when it is done for in the twinkling of an eye. Land animals. Turning now to the land animals, let us first speak of the beasts of prey, of which the list is short, including in the far region north of Lancaster and Barrow Straits, of which we are now speaking. Only the polar or white ice bear, the wolf, the Arctic fox, the ermine weasel, and possibly the wolverine. The bear is monarch of the frozen land, his kingdom covering the whole region within the Arctic Circle, and here and there, as between Hudson Bay and the Atlantic, reaching south of it. Formerly it ranged south to Newfoundland, but now none are to be seen south of northern Labrador. Its power to endure cold is remarkable in a land animal, no degree of frost recorded seeming sufficient to abate its activity, and it does not hesitate to plunge into the sea and disport itself regardless of either the floating ice or an air chilled to many degrees below zero. Its fur is not noticeably longer than that of other bears, but the underfur, growing among the roots of the outer coat, is impervious to water and retains the heat of its body, and the soles of its feet are hairy, aiding it in swimming and giving it a firmer hold upon the ice as well as protecting the feet against the cold. The size of this bear is usually overestimated, for many of the great lengths recorded result from the measurement of stretched skins. Hornaday tells us that the largest specimen in the New York Zoological Park, up to 1904, was 7 feet 2 inches in length and weighed alive about 800 pounds. When standing erect upon its hind feet, its nose reached 8 feet 8 inches from the ground. The height of such a bear is 50 inches at the foreshoulder, showing that its legs are longer in proportion than in other kinds of bears. Undoubtedly, occasional specimens exceed these figures. The coat is yellowish white all the year round, with the claws and spaces about the muzzle black. These bears move rapidly, easily outrunning a man, and when lean, giving dogs a hard chase to overtake them. They swim and dive well in water and show great agility in climbing about steep rocks or ice masses, or in getting out of the water upon floes, and they pounce upon seals and snatch at porpoises and moving fish with amazing quickness, considering their bulk. In temperament they are timid rather than ferocious as a rule, and are not especially dangerous as game, yet when brought to bay fight with sturdy courage, and every Arctic explorer relates tales of the self-sacrificing devotion the mother shows in defense of her cubs, and of the intelligent anxiety she displays in keeping them behind her when danger threatens. At night, however, the polar bear is often far more ready to attack a man than in the daytime, presumably because of its own greater sense of danger in the night. Hunting grounds. His favorite hunting grounds, say the authors of American Animals, are along the margin of the ice fields, where the drifting floes grind against the fixed ice of the shoreline, and rend and split with the heaving of the ocean. Here he watches for seals as patiently as a cat watches for mice, or stalks them under cover of the ice cakes at the edge of the breakers. Dr. Kane relates that on occasion, when in dire need, he saw a large seal basking upon the ice. Taking off my shoes, he writes, I commenced a somewhat refrigerating process of stalking, lying upon my belly and crawling along, side by side, behind the little knobs of floe. At last, when I was within rifle shot, the animal gave a sluggish roll to one side and suddenly lifted his head. The movement was evidently independent of me, for he strained his neck in nearly the opposite direction. Then, for the first time, I found that I had a rival seal hunter in a large bear, who was on his belly like myself, waiting with commendable patience and cold feet for a chance of nearer approach. If he sees a seal resting on the ice where there is small chance of creeping on it undetected, the bear will plunge into the sea and swim far out to leeward, then approach mostly under water. He is a powerful swimmer, even in a heavy sea, and has been met with in open water miles from land. In the spring these bears range the sea margins and feed upon any dead animal thrown up, or fishes, crabs, etc., left in the pools by the retreat of the tide. They search for the eggs and young of birds, devour young seals and the calves of musk-ox, reindeer, and the like, pounce on or scratch out young hares and lemmings, and so grow fat. In summer, much grass and herbage is eaten, and berries, willow bark, roots, and lichens are added to the fare, so that the approach of winter finds them with stores of fat, all of which will be needed during the long winter. and many of the bears killed in the latter part of that season are mere skin and bone. Although these bears are likely to be found anywhere, even to the extremest northern verge of the land and the land ice, they vary greatly in abundance, often being absent one winter from islands and districts where they have previously been numerous and will be again. They seem especially plentiful on Spitzbergen, whence most of the skins brought to market as rugs, etc., are derived. It used to be stated that most of these bears, and at any rate all the females, migrated from the far north to somewhat warmer latitudes in winter, and also that during the middle of that incumbent season all went into hibernation, when the young were born. This does not, however, seem to be an invariable custom, although it is certainly true that fewer of the animals are seen in December, January, and February than at other times. In the autumn, when the snowstorms become heavy and frequent, and the driving scud from the sea shuts out the low sun, most of the she-bears look round for some protected hollow in which to pass the winter. Sometimes one will dig a cave for herself in a snowdrift, or, curling up in the bed of a rock, she lets the snow bury her as it will, the one object in any case being to have plenty of snow piled above her for protection against the coming winter. The young polar bears are born soon after the old one has buried herself for the winter, and for months she hibernates there under the snow, with only a slender breathing shaft kept open by the warmth that rises from her fat body. By autumn, the mother has recovered from her exhaustion, and her two cubs are become stout and playful, when she takes evident pleasure in their company. Her rough play is their training, ducking them in the lanes, sliding down the icebergs in well-worn places, a sport, for it can be regarded as nothing else, of which these bears, old and young, are very fond. Tumbling, rolling, growling, and pretending to fight with them, and the little ones throw themselves into the game with all their hearts, while the hoarfrost and glittering sunshine on the hummocks and snowfields give the scene a marvelous purity and freshness. Observations of Sverdrup. Some of the best information as to the habits of white bears, with many thrilling stories of encounters with them, are to be found in New Land, the narrative by Otto Sverdrup of the Norwegian expedition of 1898 to 1902. It was in spring that the bears appeared, often several would be seen in a day, and they seemed quite unacquainted with man and his weapons, frequently visiting camps and storehouses with a boldness which could only mean total ignorance. For example, on Sunday, April 21st, another bear came running out towards us from the ice foot. He looked ready to burst with curiosity to know what we were, but that he can hardly have found out. He peered and stared and turned and twisted till I felt quite sorry for him, and felt as if I ought to offer him my glasses, for his eyes seemed to be almost dropping out of his head. When he could do no more he set off southeastward, but struck out so far from land that he fell onto our tracks, where he picked up the scent and followed us for an hour or more, though always at a respectful distance. On another occasion, early in the morning, just after we had finished breakfast, the dogs gave tongue. Shy plunged out of the tent, and I followed at his heels, but we had hardly got outside before the dogs wrested themselves loose and set off after a bear. Their traces had already become inextricably entangled during the course of the night, and when they now set off, with the connecting lanyard holding all the traces together, confusion became worse confounded. Away across loose snow and every obstacle as hard as they could go, but always with a couple of yelping, sprawling duffers in tow, who made the snow fly up like dust. As for the bear, they had hold of it several times, but could not bring it to bay. I was only thankful the fellow did not take it into its head to make an end of them on the spot, for it could easily have done so had it liked. And thus the whole medley made their way towards land. An exciting adventure. One more adventure is worth giving as an example of what a factor the bears are in the life of a resident on Arctic islands. One night late in the fall, September 30th, 1902, Bay, the naturalist of the Fram expedition, was alone in a tent on the shore of Jones Sound, guarding a store of walrus meat, and next day had a tale to tell which shows that guarding was necessary. On September 30th, I lay reading till late in the evening, and when eventually I put out the light, I remained awake for some time. Just as I was falling asleep, I was suddenly aroused, without any kind of preparation, by a series of frightful howls from Susamel. I have often heard dogs howl from pain or fear, but such terror as this expressed I had never heard before. At the same time, I heard a wild turmoil going on at the place where the dog was tied up. Susamel, apparently, was rushing round and round the length of her chain, followed by some animal with much heavier steps. That something was going on was very evident, and I therefore made all the haste I could to light the lamp and get out of the bag. But the bag was very narrow, and it was therefore some time before I was clear of it. During this performance I overturned the lamp, which at once went out, but I would not stop to light it again. Outside the howls continued, and the dog and its enemy, whatever it might be, ran round and round till I could hear the pebbles scattering far and wide. But then I heard that the dog had got loose, and was running as hard as it could go, still howling and with the chain dragging behind it, in a northerly direction, towards the lowest part of the point. In this way, Susamel, called later the heroine of Ytre Eid, left the seat of war, and left me to pull the chestnuts out of the fire as best I might. Meanwhile, I had got out of the sleeping bag and seized my gun, which was lying ready loaded beside me. I then managed, still in the dark, to unhook a couple of hooks in the tent door so that I could see out. Being cloudy weather, it was very dark, and I could only see the meat stack in a confused mess. I could just distinguish the outlines of a bear, which was standing by it, with its head down, but without eating, as if it were listening. I very cautiously stuck the barrel of the gun out of the tent door. It was much too dark to aim, but as I knew the gun well, I pointed it towards the bear as accurately as I could, and fired. The only thing that came off, however, was a click, as the cock got caught in the tent door. Then, with the greatest care, I got the door right open and crept out, which I could do unnoticed, as the sail of the boat ran a good way forward in front of the tent, and made the entrance to it still darker than the surroundings. But when I had come halfway out of the tent, one of the hooks caught in my Icelandic jersey, which was the garment I was wearing uppermost. In becoming aware of this, I touched a tin box inside the tent with my foot, so that it gave a slight rattle. No sooner was this sound audible than the bear, to my great and unpleasant surprise, came trotting smartly up towards me. Here was manifestly no time to be lost. When my assailant was about 15 feet away, and still advancing quickly, I blazed at it, lying on my face, and without being able to take proper aim. The flash from the gun shed a brief light on the scene, but a moment afterwards made one only the more sensible of the darkness. That I had hit the bear was plain enough, for it rose on to its hind legs, whined from fury and pain, sparred with its forelegs, and spun round like a top. It was the most remarkable, I might almost say the most insane sight I had ever seen. At the same moment I observed two very small cubs which appeared from the meat heap and stood side by side, amazed spectators of the scene which followed. Well, the bear spun round and round, but by degrees the whining ceased, and it ran round in an ever-increasing circle. It was quite evident that it was seeking the reason for the pain it was feeling. Whether it saw me when I fired, I do not know, but anyhow, it must have been dazed by the shot, and the deep gloom under the sail prevented it from seeing me later. I had not been able to put a new cartridge into the rifle barrel, but the shot barrel was loaded with ball, which I knew would have its effect at close range. I was afraid, however, that I might shoot wide, now that the bear was in such a state of activity. In that case I should be disarmed, and the shot would be nothing but an indication of where I was. I therefore lay quite still with my finger on the trigger, ready to use my last shot at the extreme moment, when the bear should be on top of me. And that this was what would happen I had not the slightest doubt, for in one of its rounds it came close up on my left side and was then about 8 feet away. It turned straight towards me, and I had not even time to bring the barrel of my gun over in its direction. but happily it met one of the guy ropes, and this slight hindrance it evidently would not overstep, for it again changed its direction and ran down to the meat stack. This was its last circular tour, for my shot seemed suddenly to have an effect. Followed by its young ones, and leaving behind it a broad stripe of blood, it now rushed down across the ice foot, which was quite under water from the spring tides, and went to sea, swimming southwards. The morning light showed evidence of the scrimmage, and that a great deal of blood had been shed, and later a dead bear was found some distance away. As for the dog, she ran several miles to the ship before stopping. Wolves and Arctic Dogs. Next to the white bear, the wolf is the most formidable carnivorous animal of the northern solitudes. This is the big gray wolf, and it also has a circumpolar range, and advances to the margin of the Arctic Ocean. They constantly visited the Fram in her winter quarters in Jones Sound, sometimes in midwinter, when the thermometer showed 60 degrees below zero. Emboldened by hunger, they came right up to the refuse heap, and many a fight took place with the dogs. Although in all their 4 years none of Sverdrup's dogs fraternized with their wild cousins, those of the Eskimo generally constantly do, and the stock is recruited with resulting hybrids. Sir Edward Parry, when wintering a few miles southward in 1820, had a different experience. About this time, January 1820, a white setter dog had left the Griper for several nights past at the same time, and had regularly returned after several hours' absence. As the daylight returned, we had opportunities of seeing him in company with a she-wolf, with whom he kept up an almost daily intercourse for several weeks, till at length he returned no more to the ships. Some time after, a large dog of mine, which was also getting into the habit of occasionally remaining away for some time, returned on board a great deal lacerated and covered with blood, having no doubt maintained a severe encounter with a male wolf, whom we traced to a considerable distance by the tracks on the snow. An old dog of the Newfoundland breed that we had on board the Hecla was also in the habit of remaining out with the wolves for a day or two together, and we frequently watched them keeping company on the most friendly terms. These Arctic wolves are hardly less easy to trap or catch with baited hooks or any other device than their sophisticated brethren of civilized districts, but Sverdrup's men did at last capture a pair, young male and female, in a big box trap. They were confined in a cage on deck and soon became reconciled to their position. After a while a fox was captured and put in with the wolves, although the general opinion was that this was equivalent to killing him, for the fox is a part of the wolf's regular prey. But to the astonishment of everyone, the fox snapped and snarled and bullied the wolves into complete subjection. In early spring these wolves were let out and tied up on deck, where they played with each other all day long, and when they had a chance, with those on board as well. A game with one or other of the crew in particular was mutually appreciated, but it was impossible to fatten them. The fox, on the other hand, was so bad-tempered that nothing could be done with him. He showed his teeth and snarled if anybody went near him. During a trip Sverdrup and Schei made to Nansen Sound, wolves annoyed them constantly, and once killed one of the dogs. They describe how once they witnessed an attack of a pack upon a band of musk oxen. On arriving at the camp we had noticed 2 polar herds up a little valley. They appeared to consist of 4 cows, each with a calf. The 7 unwounded wolves, having to leave us with stomachs as empty as when they came, now went inland, taking a line northwards toward the plains, and came across these animals. The meeting was evidently quite unexpected on both sides, for the air was so still that they could hardly have got wind of each other, and we could see that the wolves actually started when they caught sight of the oxen. They stopped short and stood still a while, probably making out their plan of attack. Finally they formed a ring around the nearer of the animals, but not one of them would approach closer than 200 or 300 yards. There they took up their stand, and as long as we were about, and that was for several hours, they kept at their music without let or hindrance. Such music, too, a long-drawn, weird howling, as if a knife were being driven into them every time they uttered the sound. We were most curious to see what would happen, We thought that the 4 cows with their small calves must be a splendid opportunity for the wolves, but the cows did not seem to be at all impressed by them, and, as a matter of fact, were so indifferent that they did not even take the trouble to get up. When later on the wolves appeared to think of approaching the other herd, which was somewhat scattered, the animals drew nearer together, but did not form a square. It would appear from this scene that the polar ox stands in no great awe of the wolf, at all events when it does not appear in greater numbers than on this occasion. On the other hand, it would seem as if the wolf has a good deal of respect for the oxen. White foxes are numerous everywhere, and in summer have no lack of food, but what they find to eat in winter is a mystery, and nearly everyone examined at that season is lean and empty. The same may be said of the ermines, which, however, are far less often seen. Reindeer, hares, birds, and fish. Of the herbivorous land animals, the most important in Arctic America is the musk-ox, or polar ox, which is treated of elsewhere. It is preeminently the noblest game of the far north. The calves are born probably about the end of April, and this is undoubtedly the time when the wolf is most dangerous to these animals. Their food consists all the year round of grass and other herbage, which they scrape from under the comparatively thin sheet of snow. The other ruminant of the polar regions, the reindeer, is not nearly so common north of the mainland as the musk-ox, but single animals or small herds are met with even to Cape Columbia, and in northern Greenland occurs a variety, discovered by Peary, which is white the year round. It is without doubt on account of the wolf, which with its great staying power tires it out and at last overtakes it, that the reindeer is not found in greater numbers. Wheresoever the large valleys open out into the fjords, and where the vegetation is rather more plentiful, there the handsome white Arctic hare is certain to be found, often in large flocks. Its behavior varies much, as sometimes it will allow one to approach quite near to it, while at others it is a matter of difficulty even to come within reasonable rifle range. Its movements are very remarkable, as it habitually rises upon its hind legs and covers long distances on them, sometimes hopping and sometimes running. The other rodent of these lands, the lemming, is more retiring. It exists numerously on all the islands, but as it is eagerly pursued by both beasts and birds of prey, it ventures out of its burrows no more than necessary. Of the birds, the gerfalcon, snowy owl, and raven, which alone among them retains its sable coat the year round, represent land birds of prey, while skuas terrorize the waterfowl. Ptarmigans breed everywhere, but migrate southward in midwinter. The only singing bird is the snow bunting, whose sprightly song in summer is mentioned by every traveler as one of the delights of the season. The seafowl are more numerous than the land birds, both as regards species and individuals. It is they which bring life and turmoil to these barren coasts. Their scream it is which fills the air, their presence which brings summer with it. Most conspicuous perhaps are the gulls, of which there are several species, breeding on the cliffs and rocky shores, the most numerous and finest being the glaucous gull. The screaming of the Arctic terns is heard everywhere. Among the first birds to arrive from the south are the barnacle geese, whose nests are made on islets in the sea or rivers, and also on the Great Plains. This and the eider ducks, of 2 kinds, are to be seen everywhere on these coasts as soon as there are splits in the ice in the spring. The food of the latter consists mainly of the prickly and little attractive sea urchin. The nests of both are sometimes found singly scattered about the shore, sometimes on islets in the rivers and sometimes on the small islands. The eiders remain in the autumn as long as there is the smallest amount of open water. The long-tailed duck, or old squaw, is also numerous, resting near freshwater lakes. An occasional red-throated loon is taken, and some shore birds, such as the turnstone and knot. The eggs of the latter, not hitherto known, was one of the prizes brought back by Peary in 1909. Of cliff-building seabirds, there are 3 kinds of auks and guillemot, of which the black guillemot is most in evidence, and often to be seen in myriads at favorable nesting haunts. It nests in many places amidst old heaps of stones, and is an important provider of food on summer boating excursions. Mention must be made of one more bird, namely the fulmar, or mollymoke, the bird of the fog and drifting ice, which occurs everywhere and sometimes is seen very early in the spring. Fish are scarce in the far north, though a straggling salmon now and then reaches Jones Sound, but insect life is more abundant than anyone would suppose who had not studied the matter. End of chapter 50. Chapter 51 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Betty B. The Musk-Ox and Its Habits. Much has been heard ever since exploration in high latitudes began of the musk-ox, a large animal which inhabits those solitudes between Greenland and the Mackenzie River. To its presence is due very largely the existence of native races of men there, and without the food it has furnished, many an explorer must have perished, and the geography of extensive regions have remained little known. This animal, however, is not a true ox, but forms a type by itself, more nearly related to the white goat antelope of the northern Rocky Mountains than to any other American quadruped, and still more closely to the takins, Bedorcus, of Tibet and western China. Its scientific name is Ovibos machatus, and there appears to be only a single species, although those of Greenland differ somewhat from those of the mainland. Mr. Ingersoll tells us, in his Life of Mammals, that this animal is Arctic in the strictest sense of the word, for Peary found them upon the northernmost shores of Grantland and Greenland, and none wander even in midwinter farther south in the Arctic Circle. They are not found west of Cape Bathurst, he says, nor east of Fox Channel and Baffin Bay, nor on the west coast of Greenland, although frequenting the east coast south to about latitude 70 degrees north. None now occurs anywhere in the Old World, but in Pleistocene times these animals inhabited Asia and Europe down to the east and west mountain axis, and were hunted by the men of the early Stone Age, and at a somewhat earlier time musk-oxen of extinct genera as well as species roamed over this continent as far south as Kansas. These singular animals have little resemblance to other ruminants except in the bison-like head. In it, remarks William T. Hornaday, author of the American Natural History, one sees an oblong mass of very long and wavy brown hair, 4.5 feet high by 6.5 feet long, supported upon very short and post-like legs that are half hidden by the sweeping pelage of the body. The 3-inch tail is so very small and short it is quite invisible. There is a blunt and hairy muzzle, round and shining eyes, but the ears are almost invisible. The whole top of the head is covered by a pair of horns, enormously flattened at the base and meeting each other in the center line of the forehead. The outer hair is a foot or more in length and often touches the snow when the animal walks. In the middle of the back is a broad saddle mark of shorter, dull gray hair. Next to the body is a woolly coat of very fine, soft, light brown hair, very clean and so dense that neither cold nor moisture can penetrate it. This is for warmth. The longer and coarser hair that grows through it is the storm coat to shed rain and snow. The average live weight is about 500 pounds, but some are much heavier. They are so very ox-like in appearance and behavior that some of the later men have spoken of them as polar oxen, thinking it a better name than musk oxen, especially as all agree that there is neither odor nor taste of musk about them. Yet Nathorst, who has written extensively of them as encountered in northeastern Greenland, declares that he could smell a herd at a long distance. Probably the fullest information extant of these animals and their habits, as learned by years of hunting them, even to the shores of the Arctic Ocean, is contained in The New Land by Otto Sverdrup, from which the succeeding material has been gathered. The region covered was Ellesmere Land and the islands west of it. Agility and curiosity. The musk oxen, or polar oxen, as Sverdrup terms them, were first encountered, however, down near Hayes Sound, where in some places broad paths showed the frequency of their tramp through certain valleys. Single bulls and small bands were met with in a rocky district, where they would hasten with amazing agility to some high point and take a stand, facing the hunter, instead of running away, except when they became alarmed a long distance off. Sverdrup shot a cow in one such group when the rest of the herd, instead of fleeing, began to bellow and behave just as the cattle do at home when they smell blood. They walked round and round in a ring with lowered heads, pawed up the earth so that the moss flew in all directions, lowed and snorted, and altogether behaved in a most alarming manner. This attitude developed sometimes into real danger for the hunter, as occurred to Dr. Bay in one of his hunts. Suddenly, one of the oxen caught sight of him and came stealthily snuffing down to examine this curious phenomenon. Bay took steady aim and let blaze. He hit his mark, of course, but the ox was not to be daunted by such a trifle, and continued its way, with the difference only that it increased its pace and set a course straight on Bay. To the onlookers things seemed to be getting pretty serious. Nearer and nearer came the ox at a steady pace, and Bay apparently fired into it time after time. Not a shot seemed to take effect, and he had to confess later that he had found his match. It was not till the animal was within a few paces of the stone that at last it received a shot which brought it to the ground. Furious charging on enemies. Others found themselves in peril from similar charges, as the next citation will show. As we were wending our way up the slopes, Sverdrup writes, we suddenly became aware of 3 polar oxen high up in a steep, rocky place. My first bullet I heard singing among the rocks over the heads of the animals. My 2 next struck one each, and although the oxen remained on their feet, I could see that they had had enough. A large ox was still standing a little distance off, so I let go the dogs onto it and left Simons and Shy to do the rest. It was their first experience of polar ox shooting. They followed the animal a little way along the flat-topped ridge of sand, and then Shy dropped down behind a stone from which he meant to get a resting shot. Simons was just standing, wondering whether he should do likewise, but before he could make up his mind, the ox set off full gallop down the slope, the stones and earth flying from under his hoofs. It headed straight for the discomfited sportsman with all the pack after it, and so extraordinarily quick was the animal that not one of the dogs could keep up with it. It could not have been pleasant to be Simons or Shy at that moment. It was difficult for either of them to shoot, for if they missed they might hit a dog, and in any case to shoot resting was an impossibility. This Shy also perceived, and he started up to aim, but the ox advanced on him so rapidly that he was not ready for it in time. The same was the case with Simons. He had got a cartridge jammed, and now there was only one thing left for them to do, run to one side to avoid being tossed by the animal. I had my own reflections on the subject as I stood looking on at the performance, but they were of short duration. At the mad pace at which the ox was going, it was impossible for it to remain up under the boulders, and so down it came, heading straight for me. Here was a dilemma. Behind the ox were both the shooters and the dogs, and if I missed, one or other of them might be killed. There was no time for hesitation, however, so I sent the ox a bullet at 20 yards distance, but without it having the slightest effect. It rushed straight on me with the same furious speed as before, and there was absolutely no possibility of getting in a new cartridge. I had to do as my comrades had done before me. The animal flashed past, but my second shot being ready just as it was turning around, I gave it a charge which hit it on the nape at the back of the head. It fell on the spot. It was a fine animal with the biggest horns I had seen up to that time, and it was quite capable of using them too. Habits in Ellesmere Land. As experience was gained where this game was more abundant, their habits were thoroughly learned. All the islands north of the American continent and the plains between the Arctic Ocean and Hudson Bay bear a great quantity of herbage, while the rocks support edible lichens in abundance in most places. In summer, then, these animals, reindeer and other kinds of game, thrive, and in winter they resort from the colder, snowier, and more barren districts to valleys which afford them shelter, and on whose intervening ridges the wind keeps the surface bare of snow, enabling them to feed sufficiently to maintain life, and often to keep in excellent condition until spring. One April, in Ellesmere Land, a party of the Norwegians witnessed an exhibition of the tactics of defense adopted by these oxen. Mr. Bay had started 4 fine examples, and Sverdrup's team got wind of the chase, and set off at such a pace that the captain only just managed to throw himself on the sledge in time. They tore like wildfire, as he expresses it, across the level ground. The loads jumped from drift to drift, and before I knew what had happened, the sledge had dashed against an icy drift and was overturned, while I found myself at some distance from it, sitting in the snow. I struggled onto my legs again as quickly as I could, and flung myself onto the next sledge as it flew past, and on we went again at mad speed until at last the dogs came to a standstill in a heap of sand on the north side of the valley. Meanwhile, the dogs had winded the oxen, and when they came to a standstill, I undid the connecting lanyard and led them head up the slope, followed by Bay, who scrambled after them, literally streaming with perspiration, the result of his efforts in the chase. Forming defensive squares. I took my gun and sauntered after them. I liked looking on at that sort of sport. When I reached the first slope, I observed that the 4 oxen had formed a square, and were standing in wait for the dogs which were making towards them. It was evidently their intention to give battle, and when the dogs came up, a curious scene ensued. The oxen, as I said before, had formed a square. They stood at regular intervals one from another, with their hind quarters together and their heads outward. Then, in turn, and with lightning speed, each one made an advance in the shape of a circular movement from left to right. At the same moment that an ox regained his place, his neighbor on the right sped out on a similar attack, and thus they went on uninterruptedly with almost military precision. As long as the maneuver continued, one of the oxen was always out on a movement of attack, endeavoring to spit or rip up one or more of his adversaries. The size of the attacking circle seems always to be determined by the distance of the enemy and the nature of the ground. As a rule, the animals advanced 10 or 12 yards from the square, and once I saw them make attacks to a distance of 100 yards. The remaining oxen always cover the gap in the square, but immediately make room for their comrade when he returns from his round. Now and then, when the fight is a long one, they stop to breathe, and then begin again with renewed vigor. The greatest degree of precision is attained by oxen of the same age. Like old combatants, they seem thoroughly to enjoy defending themselves and appreciate the sporting element in it. I have seen herds of as many as 30 animals form a square, with the calves and heifers in the middle, and the bulls and cows standing in line of defense at distances as equal as the points on the face of a compass. When the defense forces of the line were no longer available, the reserve was mobilized, right down to 2-year-old heifers. In such circumstances, of course, the movements were not carried out so regularly, and the discipline was less absolute. I noticed that sometimes the regular old fighters of the herd formed themselves into a kind of outpost, at 20 or 25 yards distance from the square. This was partly with a view to defense, to take the first brush with the enemy, but also no doubt to have a good fight on their own account. It sometimes happened that the whole herd first formed in a square, and then 1 or 2 fighting giants would walk out to the outpost's line, but, as a rule, their order of attack was evidently planned from the first. When once the animals had formed into a square, they remained at their posts until the attack was repulsed, or the entire square fallen. I have myself seen the last standing ox make his sortie, and then return to his fallen comrades. In cases where the oxen had to defend themselves against a single enemy, they would sometimes form up in a long fighting line, without cover on the flanks, and then stood forehead to forehead and horns to horns. They sharpened their horns by whetting them on the ground. Value and origin of these tactics. Their mode of defense is, on the whole, absolutely equal to the attack of any brute assailants existing in these regions, whether they be wolves or bears. One asks oneself involuntarily what animal can have developed their strategic reasoning powers in such an admirable manner. The polar bear it cannot be, for it does not appear in numbers together. Its habitat is the drift ice rather than the land, and besides, it is my opinion that a polar ox would make short work of a polar bear. The ox is so quick in its movements, has such enormous strength of neck, and is provided with such formidable pointed horns that, as far as a bear is concerned, it has no cause for alarm. What other enemy, then, has it to fear in these tracts? The wolf? Yes, that is indeed the only one, but in these parts the wolf does not appear in large packs. As a rule, they go about singly or in couples. The greatest number I ever saw together was 12, and they live chiefly on the innocent Arctic hares in which the country abounds. Other enemy in the brute kingdom the polar ox has not, in the Arctic tracts where it now is to be found. Either it must have migrated hither from regions where it had more dangerous enemies, or else the wolf in earlier times must have appeared in such large packs that collective defense was a necessity. I incline to the latter view. An instance of their method of fighting a single enemy by charging in a line, as mentioned above, nearly cost Baumann his life. He tells the story as follows. As aforesaid, the animal suddenly became aware of me, and at the same moment wheeled right round and headed straight for me at full gallop. So close on each other were their horns that they seemed to form a single, unbroken white line. The animals sunk their heads till they almost touched the ground. The steam stood out from their nostrils and they snorted, blew, and puffed like a steam engine trying to set a too heavy train in motion. A glance backward at once told me that there was no question of retreat, for that I was too far forward on the plateau, and should be overtaken long before I reached halfway to the cliff. There was nothing for it but to try and make a stand. To be carried with them would bring certain destruction. Up came my carbine, a report, a trembling of the ranks, and an animal fell. The others at once closed up, and so far from the attack diminishing in force and fury, it seemed rather to increase. To continue shooting and trying to defend myself with the carbine would have been downright madness. I had only 2 shots left, and one need not have had much to do with polar oxen to know that one must be exceptionally lucky to bring 2 animals to the ground with 2 shots when the herd is advancing at full gallop. And even were I lucky enough to bring off 2 such master shots, it would hardly affect the herd to any appreciable extent. A hunter's peril. Well, there was no time for prayer or reflection. If this was to be the end, then, in heaven's name, let me rush into it instead of standing still, for by doing this I should, without doubt, only be carried with the oxen. I would not give much for what is left of a person when a herd of these animals has done with him. No, either there should be an end at once, or the polar oxen should let me through. So, with a horrible yell, and waving my arms all I knew, I charged the line. This manifestly did some good, for as I came nearer, I saw the rank open, and I ran straight through it. The nearest animals were certainly not a yard from me. I was thus saved from the first shock, but I was still up on the plateau, and this was no abiding place for me. No, better make my way back to the cliff and try to get across the bed of the stream again. But before I had time to think which was the shortest way, I had the whole herd, which had wheeled around, in line coming towards me again. I had succeeded in impressing them once, so I supposed I could do it again, and with my former war cry I once more charged the line. As before, the ranks opened, and I slipped through unscathed. In the rush of it all, I had managed to make out that the shortest way to the cliff was the way I was going, and I continued to run on. Again the oxen wheeled round. This time, however, they did not come in line, but in herds of 5 or 6, and, what was worse, they now appeared as if they meant to attack from different sides. I suddenly realized that, once surrounded by these small herds, I was undone. I exerted myself to the utmost and ran as hard as I could, but nearer and nearer came the herds, and I thought I was already cut off, when help came from a quarter whence I had long expected it. Up the cliffside came Moses, tearing like the wind, and rushed straight on to the nearest herd. Over he went, poor dog, and I heard a plaintive yelp, but order was broken and the herd dispersed. I thought, of course, that was the end of Moses, but he emerged from the melee whole and unhurt and went for the next herd. Now came Gulen and Scylla, and heaven be praised, not together, but a little way from each other, and each attacked a herd. In this manner I gained sufficient breathing time to reach the cliff, where I was in comparative safety, so I stopped and turned round to see how the dogs were faring. The herd swept on, crossing and recrossing one another, blowing and tearing up the earth with their horns. Now and then I heard a plaintive howl from one or other of the dogs. It was simply a miracle that they were not spitted at once on one of the many horns which were ready to rip them up. I called the dogs, but none of them heard me. I had no mind to venture out onto the plateau again, so I crossed over the bed of the stream and began to call the dogs once more. But it was fruitless. My voice was drowned by the tumult of battle on the other side. Had I had ammunition enough, I could, of course, have tried to shoot down the herd at long range, but in these latitudes it is downright malevolent, if not criminal, to shoot anything but what one is obliged to shoot or what one can make use of. Wolves, foxes, and stoats, however, I except from this rule. Bears, on the other hand, are so important as food for one's dogs that they ought to be allowed to go scot-free if one has no use for them, or if one cannot take back the skin on board. Every day, and sometimes several times a day in favorable parts of the country, polar oxen were met, and a curious circumstance is that in an extraordinary number of cases there were just 11 animals in a band. No more were shot than necessary, however, and with one more interesting incident we may leave them. A touching incident. Sverdrup and Fosheim were hunting on skis, in the far northwest of Ellesmere Land, when a small herd, all cows, were suddenly startled out of a hollow in the plain. As they started to run off, I noticed that one of them had a newly born calf. The herd went up a steep snowdrift, 8 or 10 feet in height, and the calf made a brave attempt to follow, but when it had almost reached the top, lost its footing and rolled down to the bottom again. It fell so badly and helplessly that I thought it was killed, but to my surprise it rose to its feet and began to scramble up once more. Its second attempt to scale the drift was no more successful than the first, and again it came rolling down. It cried piteously, just like a baby when it is very unhappy. I felt so sorry for it that I was just starting to help it up the drift, when suddenly it occurred to me that the old cow might misinterpret my motives, and what then? I might risk a battle with her, and it would be a pity perhaps to have to shoot her in self-defense. I decided to remain where I was and await the turn of events. At last the mother heard the cries of distress and came tearing down the hillside, the snow flying behind her. Heaven help the person who had meddled with her calf then. She would have made it hot for him. It was both amusing and touching to see the two together. The mother caressed the calf as if to comfort it, sniffed it all over to see if it was still whole, gave it a push now and again, and then started gently up the drift. But not the way the calf had gone in following the herd. She carefully chose an easier and less steep way. When she had got it across the drift, she ran a few steps forward, not very fast, but too quickly at any rate for the calf to follow her. Then she turned back and pushed it from behind with her muzzle so that it went a little faster. Again she ran a few yards forward, but still the poor little thing could not keep up with her, and she returned to her old pushing methods. So they went on all the way up until they reached the square. Then she took her place in it, and the calf crept under her and was entirely hidden from sight by her long hair. End of chapter 51. Chapter 52 of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Betty B. Stories of Eskimo Dogs. The one essential of life and travel in the Arctic regions, for the natives as well as their exploring visitors, is the dog, which draws the sledge and aids in the hunting. Dogs vary much in different parts of wide regions surrounding the Arctic Ocean, but everywhere present characteristics closely allied to the wolves from which they are undoubtedly descended, and with which even now they are frequently crossed. A huge volume might be filled with extracts from the works of travelers, and a few, relating to the dogs of the Greenland Eskimo as seen by recent explorers, may be interesting. Far from the least interesting members of this Arctic community, it is written in the narrative of Captain Pennsy, wintering in Wellington Channel in 1850, were a kennel of Eskimo dogs that had been established in a snow hut near the ships. They were great favorites among the seamen and flocked eagerly round the first person who emerged from the snow-covered ships in the morning. They were, nevertheless, of highly jealous temperament, for if one of them chanced to receive more notice than its companions, the lucky fellow was forthwith attacked by the rest of the pack. This so constantly occurred that some of the cunning young dogs became afraid of the men's caresses, and ran away the moment any marked demonstrations of kindness were directed toward them. Adaptation to Arctic conditions. In many points, amusing instances of the adaptation of canine instincts to the necessities of Arctic life were displayed. In fine sunny weather, the dogs satisfied their thirst by lapping the surface snow, but in colder seasons they burrowed some distance down for their supply of frozen water. In extremely severe weather, they constantly coiled themselves closely up and covered their noses with the shaggy fur of their tails. At these times they never rose even to shake off the accumulating wreaths of falling snow. If their masters called them, they answered by turning their eyes, but without removing their natural respirators from their nostrils, and no demonstration, short of a determined kick, could make them shift their quarters. But at other times they lay stretched out at full length and were on their legs in obedience to the first tone of a familiar voice. The Eskimo dog is to be described as resembling in form the shepherd's dog, rising to the height of the Newfoundland, but broad like the mastiff, having short pricked ears, a furry coat, and a bushy tail. In general, they are observed to bear a strong resemblance to the wolf, and the opinion is even prevalent that the former exhibit only the latter in a tamed state. But the avidity with which the wolf devours his supposed brethren does not seem quite consistent with so close an affinity. Frequent beatings are necessary to train these dogs for acting as a regular team, but their greatest sufferings respect the want of food. Captain Perry saw one which ate a large piece of canvas, a cotton handkerchief laid out to dry, and a piece of a linen shirt. When these animals are yoked in the sledge, a whip 20 feet long enforces obedience, while peculiar cries indicate the right or left, to turn or to stop. These characteristics are noted by all later travelers, but it is fair to say that the dogs have become somewhat modified by long association with masters who treat them well, and to whom they often show great fidelity and affection. Friendly relations despite pugnacity. The dogs, yes, it is they, exclaims Sverdrup, which give a polar expedition such as this its character. Without them we should go nowhere. Without them the time would be dull indeed. They are quite capable of keeping one very much alive, and of providing plenty of music into the bargain. By day they were chained to a long cable down the ice, and at night went 6 and 6 into their ice kennels under the ship's side. But both day and night they kept up an infernal commotion with their barking and howling, marauding and stealing, fighting and killing, all according as opportunity offered. If by hook or by crook they could manage to get loose from their chain or their kennel, off they would go like a flash of lightning, either to the meat heap to gnaw at whatever remains were there, or to an old walrus carcass which they had scented out in the neighborhood of the ship, and which by degrees they quite hollowed out, so that it sounded like an empty barrel when we hit the skin with our ski sticks. Better scavengers one could not desire. They threw themselves onto and devoured everything that was thrown over the ship's side, whether it was food or refuse. Their food consisted of biscuit, stockfish, and walrus meat alternately. Their drink was snow. They were very warm and comfortable in their kennels of ice, and the only thing to be careful about was to see that they had a ventilating hole and pipe through the roof to prevent them from becoming too warm and consequently moist from sweat, which would have killed them at once. They stand the cold in the most astonishing manner, and, for that matter, might well have been out of doors both night and day. But, in such a case, their provisions would have been more drawn on, as we should have had to feed them better. Each man has his own team, which he feeds, thrashes, and defends from the others. He looks after them when they are ill, and receives in return their entire and absolute devotion. But to eradicate the wild animal in them is altogether beyond human power. Onslaught and murder were frequent occurrences, and followed on each other so rapidly that it was generally impossible to prevent a catastrophe. One of the Norwegian elk dogs, Finn, a stubborn and pugnacious animal, was one day thus attacked by a team of the Eskimo dogs, and in the course of 2 or 3 minutes torn to pieces and eaten. When we arrived on the scene there was nothing left of him but the tip of his tail. This is nothing but the simple truth. It is impossible to imagine any animal, on the whole, more aggressive and enduring than the Eskimo dog. It is my belief that a team of these dogs, that is to say 8 or 10 animals, could do for a polar bear. Their qualities as draft animals I have already spoken of, while their staying power is something marvelous. When to this is added their great intelligence and affection for their master, it will easily be understood how important a factor they are in modern polar exploration. Value as hunting dogs. Sverdrup recounts many instances in which they attacked bears at great odds, and it was customary when, in traveling about Ellesmere Land and the adjacent islands, this or other desired game was sighted, to cast them loose and let them bring it to bay. So eager were they to do this that it was often difficult, and sometimes impossible, to detach them quickly enough, when, unless it was convenient to have them drag the sledges in that direction, the only way to hold them back was by upsetting the sled and its load. This eagerness often led to fights and comical melees. Thus, once when Sverdrup and Fosheim were traveling together, a bear was sighted, and an attempt made to turn the dogs loose. But there was a little delay, and the dogs, in their excitement, dragged the sledges close together, and then merged into a single pack, and of course fell to fighting and making a horrible disturbance. It was their very life. On such occasions kind words and persuasions are of no avail, and only a sound thrashing is of any use. After almost hopeless confusion, the pack was disentangled, and Sverdrup drove Fosheim's team after him. It proved, however, that such haste had been unnecessary, for the dogs had kept the bear well at bay, and I had hardly started when it fell for Fosheim's rifle. We now turned it over onto the sledge so as to drive it to the other sledges, at the spot where we thought of camping, but we had counted without my dogs. When they discovered that I was driving another team, their fury knew no bounds, and mad with jealousy, they all fell at once on Fosheim's team. We separated them, but no sooner had I begun to drive again than we had a repetition of the scene. There was nothing for it but to change teams, and when my own had been put to the sledge, they started off quite happily and as if nothing had happened. They would not allow the others to be driven by their driver. This individuality and sense of propriety was quaintly exhibited on another occasion. These dogs are curious animals. At the making up of the team, of 2 friends one only had been included in Bay's team. This the excluded one could not forget, and haunted the team early and late. Now, a team will not stand any interference from outsiders, and the consequence was that the other 5 fought the unfortunate animal time after time. But to show them how amiable was his disposition, he merely turned over on his back, whined, and let them maul him as much as they liked without, as far as I saw, ever attempting to pay them back. It is one way of making one's self agreeable. Still, so much love deserved its reward, and eventually had it. He went on ingratiating himself with the others in this manner for such a long time that at last he was acknowledged and taken as 7th man into the team. Remembering these traits, one can imagine the excitement and amusement in the following accident, which was due to the fact that the party, with 3 sledges, were crossing hastily a region where the spaces between great rocks had been filled in with drifted snow, which in some places had been dug out by the whirling wind, leaving hidden pitfalls. It should also be mentioned that the dogs will permit no gaps between their own team and the sledge ahead if they can help it. 18 dogs in a hole. It once happened that just as we were passing a rock of this kind, a gap occurred between my sledge and the one following it. As soon as I became aware of this, I pulled up, but almost before I knew what was taking place, the dogs had made their usual frantic rush to catch up, and the sledge, men and team were precipitated into the hole, 12 feet below. A moment afterwards, before anything could be done to prevent it, the next sledge came tearing up and fell into the hole, and on the heels of number 2 came a third, which followed their example. This was the worst thing which had yet happened to us on this perilous journey. Life and limb were at stake, and the fate of the expedition at that moment perhaps decided. As quickly as could be, I was on the spot to start the work of rescue, and it was not long before the others came up, expecting an abundant harvest of broken limbs and splintered sledges. In the grave lay pell-mell 3 men, 18 dogs, and 3 sledges with their loads, and the snow was flying up from it in clouds. Here and there a sledge runner or a sealskin strap sticking out. Then I saw one of the men crawling out of the medley and pulling himself together. Then another and another. Thank God they were all alive. And the dogs? They were lying in a black heap, one team on top of the other, kicking, howling, and fighting, till we could hardly hear the men's voices for their noise, so apparently they too were alive. As soon as we had hauled them all up, we set to work to shovel part of the drift away so that we could drag up the loads. The first sledge, which after much toil we succeeded in bringing up, strange to say, was whole, nor was there anything wrong with number 2, while number 3 was as intact as the 2 former. The very astonishing result of this fight through the air was, therefore, that not a limb, nor a lashing, nor a bit of wood was broken. Indomitable courage and tenacity. The tremendous eagerness with which the dogs would rush upon game, especially seals, musk-oxen, and polar bears, has been mentioned. A single incident, of many which might be cited, will show the quality of their courage. Sverdrup and Schei were encamped one day in King Oscar Land and went to rest in fine weather. About 11 o'clock the dogs woke us up with a start. They were yelping and making such a noise that we knew that there must be something the matter. We ran out as quickly as we could, but the expected bear was nowhere to be descried. That there really had been something going on we understood at once, for the dogs' hackles were bristling, and they were looking northwestward, pulling and jerking at their traces, and giving tongue as if it was a matter of life or death. We followed the direction they were looking in and saw a bear, far out in the sound, trotting briskly southward. I ran to my team and sent them off one by one as fast as I could unharness them, so that they might be loose and unhampered. Gamelgulen was the first to go off the slip. The others followed quickly, and not many minutes afterwards they reached the bear, turned it, and came running inwards toward land. The bear was determined to go up a difficult stony valley a little north of our tent, and, try as the dogs would to prevent it, up the valley it went. Schei and I ran full speed northward along the ice foot, and soon heard that the dogs had brought it to bay. We made a short cut across some hills of grit, and on reaching the top of one of them saw the bear on the other side of the valley, sitting on a high hilltop, which fell almost sheer away. But on the north side it was accessible, and here it was, probably, that the bear had climbed it. There sat the king of the ice fields, enthroned on a kind of pedestal, with the whole staff of yelping dogs standing at a respectful distance. I tried a couple of shots, but overrated the distance, and the bullets went over the bear's head. I then told Schei to go and shoot it, while I looked on at the further development of the drama. The bear's position was a first-rate one. It had taken its stand on a little plateau high up on a mountain crag. This little ledge was reached by a bridge not more than a good yard in width, and there stood the bear, like Sven Dufa, ready with his sledge-hammer to fell the first being that should venture across. Meanwhile, Schei was climbing and scrambling in the snow and stones without seeing the white 'un, which was hidden from him by the ground. His Majesty was not visible until Schei came within a few feet of him, but then it was not long before a shot was heard. The bear sank together, and a few seconds afterwards all the dogs had thrown themselves onto it. It was very plain these fellows had not been surfeited with bear meat. They tugged and pulled at the bear's coat, tearing tufts of hair out of it, and before we knew what they were doing, had dragged the body to the edge of the plateau, where it shot over the precipice. The dogs stood amazed, gazing down into the depths where the bear was falling swiftly through the air, but not alone, for on it, as large as life, were two dogs, which had clung so fast to its hair that they now stood planted head to head, and bit themselves still faster to it in order to keep their balance. I was breathless as I watched this unexpected journey through the air. The next moment the bear in its perpendicular fall would reach the projecting point of rock, and my poor dogs! It was a cruel revenge the bear was taking on them. I should now have only 3 dogs left in my team. The bear's body dashed violently against the rock, turned a somersault out from the mountain wall, and fell still farther, until after falling a height of altogether at least 100 feet, it reached the slopes by the river and was shot by the impetus right across the river ice and a good way up the other side. And the dogs? When the bear dashed against the mountain, they sprang up like rubber balls, described a large curve, and with stiffened legs continued the journey on their own account, falling with a loud thud on to the hardly packed snow at the bottom of the valley. But they were on their legs again in a moment, and set off as fast as they could go across the river after the bear. Not many minutes afterwards the whole pack came running up, but when they were driven away from the carcass, they lay down again to await their turn. I hurried back to camp to fetch the dogs' harness. We put a connecting lanyard through the nose of the mighty fallen, and set off. The dogs knew well enough that this meant food for them, and the nearer we came to camp, the harder they pulled. In fact, I had to sit on the carcass to keep them back, and, jolting backwards and forwards on this new kind of conveyance, I made my entrance into camp in the light spring night. The bear was at once skinned, and the dogs had a meal. When they had finished, there was hardly any space between their ribs. Mother love for their young. Even these fierce creatures, hardly removed from the wolves, between whom and themselves burns a quenchless enmity, have moments of tenderness, however, as the following incidents will show. During a particularly hard journey, puppies were born to 2 female dogs in Sverdrup's train on the same day, but they could not be kept alive in the bitter weather and rough march. Between these 2 dogs there had hitherto been great jealousy, but now Indiana treated Vesla with tenderness, lay down across her, and did all she could for her in every possible way. One of Indiana's most passionate admirers was Truls, a big fellow of 92 pounds. All his approaches were energetically repulsed by the fair one, and Truls, who was usually as phlegmatic as he was greedy, lost his appetite and quite broke down from the bitter qualms of jealousy. On a similar occasion another female trained dog, Kari, became very ill, but never gave in, except that she lost her appetite, would eat hardly anything, and became very thin. The mate was quite unhappy about his dear Kari. When, after an ended chase, the other dogs helped themselves to their heart's content and ate till they could hold no more, Kari lay still and moped, and left her ration of delicious meat untouched. One raw and bitter day, ill and miserable as she was, she felt the cold very much. But Kari was not only a good dog, but a wise one, and therefore Kari knew what to do. She curled herself round in a ball, and lay down close by one of her comrades, between his legs, where she would be sheltered as well as warm. This, however, was not at all to the mind of the dog in question, and he was ungallant enough to get up and change his place. But Kari was equal even to this difficult situation. She took her allowance, went up to the dog, and put it down before his nose, as much as to say, "Here, this is for you. Now do be kind, and let me lie quiet." Then she licked his face in a coaxing way, and curled herself round again in her old place. This time she was really allowed to remain in peace. Once 3 or 4 females in Sverdrup's pack each had a family of 8 or 10 puppies born nearly at the same time, and these families were quartered in a group of kennels near the Fram, a little removed from the other kennels. But the lying in hospital was visited by others in the less fortunate position of neither having nor expecting any puppies. And what did they there? Why, they stole the puppies whenever they got the chance, especially from those which had the largest litters. When they had got possession of one of the pretty little pups, they would lie, if they were allowed to, licking it and keeping it warm all day long. Among the proud mothers was one named Silden, or more correctly, Scylla. It might be thought she would have been happy, considering the large number of her offspring, but she was not happy enough, and was always on the alert to kidnap a few more pups, which she nursed with the same motherly tenderness that she did her own. By degrees, as the puppies all grew bigger and their mothers began to go on small excursions, she took possession of the whole pack of little ones, and it was not till they were all crawling over her and round her like ants in an ant-hill that she appeared to be thoroughly happy. We crammed her with as much food as she could possibly eat, but she became so deplorably thin that she could hardly hold together. End of chapter 52. End of Young People's Treasury, Volume 6, Famous Travels and Adventures by Hamilton Wright Mabie.